time.
Yay, go team.
I wonder
Mainly
if it's actually going to say that we're live, because last night I was live with Daniel. We were reading Animorphs, and the entire stream while we were live, it just said stream upcoming. And so everybody was like, hey, the stream says it's upcoming, so I didn't think, I'm like, yeah, we even tried starting and stopping it again, and it was just like, YouTube was just like, no.
Oh no.
Nope, you don't get to, nope. I was like, man, come on.
But why though?
But why though? Hi guys.
Hi everyone.
How's everybody? I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm good. It's been a bit of an emotional roller coaster of a week that I can't talk about. Oh, but I can talk about. I saw myself in Shazam too. So
I haven't seen Shazam 1 yet.
Oh.
Sorry. I'll see Shazam 2 at some point and be like, that's Gabe.
It's I saw myself blurrily behind Zachary Levi's shoulder, and I kind of made a derp face, and I'm just like, dang it.
Oh.
That's why I like being blurrily in the background, because you don't see my face really well, because I think I'm emoting really well, but I'm actually not.
So yeah, I was telling Gabe about our struggles last night, filming, or not filming, live streaming. Hopefully YouTube is actually telling people that we're live currently. I'm trying to check and see if it actually says we're live right now on the home page. It does say we're live. Look at that. YouTube.
Yay. Thank you, YouTube. Please sponsor us.
Please. But yeah, so we're doing the things. We're doing all the things.
That reminds me of, or that meme where it's like, Angela Bassett did the thing. And I haven't seen the full performance, but that's all I know. And I'm just like, oh. And apparently, like, that was like a last minute decision, and the individual who was singing it was doing her best, and it's just like, oh. It just kind of fell apart.
Oh no. I love how YouTube is like, hey, we're not showing you the unavailable ones. I'm like, okay, but it's can I see? If there are ones that are deleted off the playlist and therefore just need to be deleted off the whole playlist so that it's not just empty space, can I see? Because it's kind of my job.
It's my channel. I should be allowed to do this.
But anyway, yes, we are continuing with Imagines. I think this is our 4th reading. I think. I lose track. I think it's technically our 3rd week reading it, but we had that day where we had to stop and start because the internet. Technically, it's the 4th one you're going to be seeing if you're watching this on a playlist. Thank you for watching this back. Yeah.
And we're a little over halfway through, so that's good as well.
Yep. Where we last left off, I read the terrible one about Selena Gomez that we hated so much.
Selena Gomez deserves better.
Yes. Justice. Hi, Cubo. Hi, Ellery. Woo, stream.
Hi.
Yeah, getting everything set up so I can actually see like the chat and the everything. There we go. It's always nice.
Exactly. It's like, yay, things are working. Everything's fine.
Everything's fine. This is fine. We just keep saying it over and over until we believe it. Time to read more Imagines about uncomfortable celebrity flirtation situations. Yeah, I've said before, I love me a good fan fiction. I love me a good reader insert fan fiction. I find the ones about real people strange, which is why I bought this one. And I doubled and tripled and quadrupled down. Every time we read another one of these, I'm like, yeah. I also can't find. Surely there was an editor of this book. This is not a joke about because we've joked that the book doesn't have an editor. But when I look it up, on Goodreads, it doesn't want to tell me who the editor is, and I'm like, surely there was one. Who was the editor? There's no way. I mean, there were a lot of typos, but surely somebody was the editor.
It just reminds me how in the Promised Neverland in season 2, the writer was never they never credited a writer because no one wanted to take responsibility for how much of a train wreck it became. It wasn't bad, but it just the narrative. It just didn't follow the manga, and it was just frustrating to watch.
They literally just have all the writers listed. But when it's an anthology like this, you're supposed to have the editor listed and then everybody else.
Anna Todd just copy pasted and had it printed.
Wow. This has at least 5 released covers. Yeah, usually books have to be pretty. I like this cover, this rainbowy one.
Oh,
Usually books don't get re-released covers if they're this obscure. Edited by Anna Todd, who's absolutely not going to catch typos. That's my guess. You're probably absolutely correct, Ellery. That's probably exactly right. But look at how many alternate covers this book has. For a book that didn't even break 3 stars, I feel like that's a decent amount of covers. Also, pay no attention to our desk that's littered with crafting projects because we're both just like, we need to do something while we're doing this.
Look, everyone, origami paper and oh yeah, and you can see all the 20 different colors.
Yay!
Or 20 different colors.
Everybody tell Gabe, vote on which color you should use.
Exactly. And whoever comments a color first that will be the first dinosaur when I'm not reading. Hooray.
Oh my god, we're all just so tired. We're just like, not quite, still not as bad as Model Land, I would say, just overall, because there are some redeeming chapters where I'm like, that was cute. So I think it's solidly gonna be still at least one rung above Model Land, but just the one, you know?
Just one. Yeah. Or Kim Kardashian has saved this book from being as bad as Model Land.
I wish if they were all like that, hilarious.
Yes.
Kevin Fanning, I think is the name of the author who wrote that one. Genuinely wonderful job. That was so camp. I loved it so much.
Yeah. But maybe not the 50 pages part. But, you know, if they were all, like, campy, that would be great.
But the 50 pages that he wrote saved us from potentially getting pages of a worse story from somebody else. So.
Yes.
Like, when I saw 50 pages, I was like, oh, but actually reading through it didn't feel like it was that long. It was a very, like, fun one. I think.
But then you have Knockout, which is the Nick Bateman one, which was also 50 pages, and I was having allergies, but I was just like, I'm gonna power through.
I don't know if it was, but if it was a fever dream or a real memory, but I swear on my timeshare of a soul that Anna Todd used to do beta reader work before she got her fanfic professionally published. Interesting. My mom reads a ton, and she has, like, sometimes authors will just send, she's in, like, a couple of different programs where authors who are up and coming will just send arcs out and just be like, hey, basically beta reader work, basically just like, to my knowledge, just like, hey, I'm just gonna read this and see if there are any typos. The editor should have caught them, but, like, I'm basically the first batch of people that's reading them and telling them. My mom always finds typos that the editors miss. My mom is very, like, very up on her, like, grammar and spelling, and she's very good at, like, it bothers her when there's a mistake, so she's just like, here's all of the things I caught, and they're just like, wow, how did our editors miss that? And I'm just like, should have been an editor. You should do editing work, Mom. I think that's what you're saying.
She gets paid for every mistake she finds, and she's like, well, I'm sorry I'm making all this money off of your mistakes, but maybe your editors should catch it.
Well, she felt bad. She's like, how do I tell them? I'm like, well, that's what you're reading the book for, right? They're not going to be, like, offended. How dare you tell me that there are typos in the book? They shouldn't be offended.
They shouldn't, but sometimes people can be very offended.
I'm going up to a 5.5 millimeter today.
Ooh.
I practiced yesterday, and then I undid all my work because it wasn't, like, going to be anything.
By the end of Imagined, you're just gonna have a giant blanket, and Perry's gonna be like, "This is my blanket now."
I was saying to Gabe, I don't know what I'm making, but it's gonna be green because I have a lot of green yarn.
And the Loki blanket.
I have a huge ball of emerald green, and then a huge ball of, like, what I'm calling guacamole green, and then a huge thing that hasn't even been touched of, like, kind of like a minty green, so it's gonna be, and then, like, a white and a gray, so it's gonna be green. I'm thinking green.
It's gonna be called the golf course.
If I knew how to do gingham, I would make it green gingham, because I think we officially have enough colors to make it a gingham.
What's a gingham?
Like the kind of checkered cross pattern, like
Oh.
I don't know how to do that.
From Scotland. I'm looking for a chance to use my Scottish accent when I'm here, but there aren't any real Scottish celebrities in here that I know of.
I was doing a bad Irish accent because we were reading a Nancy Drew book from 1930, and the person's name was like Don McGillis or something like that. McGillis. And so I was like doing a Irish accent, and everybody was just like, "Oh my god, this is like Boston after the follows." Like, this is less Irish and more like Boston after like 2 a.m. at the pub, and I'm like, I know.
Or
hello, hi Salt Mountain.
Hi Salt Mountain.
Salt Mountain's like, yes.
Hello.
Salt Mountain is a real one. Salt Mountain has been here since we were doing Nancy Drew the first time we played through Nancy Drew streams, and then has been here for Model Land and Imagines. And we were just talking about when we sorry I cut you off.
Oh no, it's all good.
We were just talking about once we're done with this, we get to read the Dinotopia.
Yay.
And then we get to read So You Want to Be a Wizard.
Yay.
And then hopefully we'll just keep reading better books. Although I did find my Zoe Sugg Girl Online book, and I was like, this feels like something we'll read one of these days. I remember reading this in high school. From my memory, it wasn't nearly like Model Land bad. It was just a lot of drama because she said she wrote it herself. And she was a pretty big YouTuber at the time, and then it came out, yes, she did not write it herself, and it was drama.
That reminds me of in Real Housewives of New York, where there was one of the housewives is a writer, and one of the other housewives like, I heard this book was ghost written, and it was Ghostwriter Gate or something like that, and it was just like, oh.
Well, I think the thing is, like, there's nothing wrong, in my mind, there's nothing wrong with a ghostwriter, because it just means you need help. Just own up to the fact that other people did it. Like, Anne M. Martin, who wrote The Babysitter's Club, is really good about, like, I gratefully acknowledge the help of this person in writing this book. And it's like, oh, that's sweet. Like, that's basically her way of saying this was ghostwritten, even though she can't just straight up say it was ghostwritten. So it's just, like, very nice of her to be like, yeah, I didn't do this one. This is somebody else helped me with this one. I also noticed that in the California Diaries, she really always makes sure to, she doesn't seem, like when Ducky, who's the only like boy character, has, books, then she always has her ghostwriter, who's a guy, write that one, I think, maybe just because she's like, the male perspective, I don't know. But,
after years of having male writers write about women, it's nice that female writers are asking men for help to write the male character. I don't know.
Representation?
Well, or it's like reading the Selena Gomez chapter. It's like, oh, this is definitely written by a guy, because after all the craziness he put her through, she's like, you know what? Here's my number. Tell me when you DJ. And it's just like, that's not how that works.
Yeah, I hated being like, I hate to be this person, but this was, and it was a male writer. Not saying all male writers are bad writers.
Not all male writers.
Because there are also a lot of bad female writers. Let's be real about that.
How could you say that, even though it's probably true?
You could be bad at stuff no matter what you're doing. Ellery says, there's nothing wrong with being ghostwriter so long as you acknowledge that you didn't write the whole thing. Yeah. It's just a courtesy thing, you know?
Yes, the Selena Gomez chapter was a hate crime.
I felt personally offended, even though I was not personally targeted. Does that make sense? I was like, it's like, not my girl, Selena.
Selena deserves better than this. Hopefully some celebrities will get the respect they deserve. But
who do you think's going to be in this next one?
Let's take bets.
Who have we not had? I'm trying to think. Also, we've got the two things that are in the genuinely good stories are the Supernatural one and the Benedict Cumberbatch one. So I realize we're real close to having like a super Hulock situation happening up on that tier.
Where's David Tennant? Where's Christopher Eccleston? Where's Tom Baker?
You can't tell me that there's no Doctor Who representation in this 2016 fanfic book, so I'm waiting for that.
I just want to see who's gonna end up with the Kanye West. Imagine. I don't think the one I'm reading is, but
I think that's later on. I think that's like maybe one of, if not the last one.
We'll see what happens.
How long is your chapter? I hope it's not very long.
It's not very long.
Okay.
It is... Oh, 1 second.
You seem to always get stuck with a really long chapter, it feels like, and then I'm like, oh, poor Gabe.
341 to 352, so only 11 pages.
Update. The 0.5 millimeter that I went up in this seems to be helping a lot.
Yay.
With getting it, because my stitches were way too tight last night, and I was like, this doesn't feel right. And the thing said 5 millimeter, but I saw somebody online be like, if you use it, you can actually use one that's bigger than what they say, and it'll give you I prefer it because it gives it a much looser. I was like, thanks, person online. This is why I love the internet.
Yay for individuals helping one another.
Yeah,
I remember
community.
When I was starting to knit, I had, oh gosh, my knots were way too tight. And then I learned later, I was just like, oh, I can make them looser, and it's really cool.
Well, I do a lot of hand sewing, and hand sewing, you want tight stitches because the point of sewing is to keep everything together. So I have to fight my brain to be like, this is not sewing. This is not sewing. This is not. You can keep doing you can do the regular stitches. This is okay. And then because then I went back and I couldn't get my hook through the stitches, and I was like, oh no. I'm so sorry for every professional crocheter who had to, or advanced crocheter that had to watch me struggling. Today's going a little bit better, I say, as I drop my stitch.
No.
Hi, Natty. Welcome back. Shout out to Natty. Natty's been here for all of the suffering lately too.
Yay! Thank you for being here, Natty.
We appreciate you.
We appreciate you.
Have you watched Wizards of Waverly Place with Jennifer Stone and David DeLuise? Oh yeah, the podcast. I need to watch it. I'm so I need to. I keep putting in my watch later, and then I haven't. I did see the one part where people were pointing out that Jennifer Stone was I used to always go on these dates with guys that I thought were really cute who were guest stars, and then without fail they'd always ask me for Selena Gomez's number, and then we all felt bad, and I was like, oh, that's shitty on both of them, for Selena and for Jennifer. That sucks.
Oh gosh, I listen to so many podcasts. I'm currently have 9 podcasts, the majority of which are from Watch What Crappens, and I remember they had to put out a bonus episode when Scandival came out.
Oh god, we were just talking about that before the podcast. I'm like, I have learned everything I know about Scandival against my will, but I'm invested, so here we are.
Yeah, and so they're doing the episodes, and they're like, oh, none of this has been re-edited to show the signs, and you're seeing oh, I saw the signs. And it opened up my eyes.
And then I was one of those people that I was like, but is this just to get the ratings up? But then one of them filed a restraining order on the other one. I was like, oh.
Oh, that she conveniently dropped the day after the reunion taping.
Did she?
Yeah,
okay.
she was just like, oh, I don't want this to I don't want this to give her any more stress. And it's just but you dropped it the day after the reunion taping.
Interesting.
So, and then,
hey Peyton.
In
a minute. I was just thinking about you, Peyton. I'm glad that you're back. I was wondering. I was sometimes when people aren't in chat for a while, I'm like, I hope they're doing okay.
Oh, welcome, Peyton. And I remember reading somewhere that Raquel was her angle for the whole Scandival thing was he apparently took a screen grab of some inappropriate stuff they were doing. And she didn't know about it, and that's the angle she's going for, but they still want to pursue a relationship. And I'm just like, wait, you want to pursue a relationship, but you're going to be pursuing him recording something without your knowledge. So
dude, this was our way of just being and we're going to start a side T channel. That would actually be hilarious. Natty C says, I don't think I'm a masochist, but I know I'm down for suffering. Ellery says they had Selena on one episode. It was so cute. I have to watch that. Aww. I love Selena. Selena's my girl. I saw that. That was horrible. I think that's in response to what I said about the Jennifer on the podcast. Peyton, yeah, it's just been really busy lately, especially since we're getting towards the end of the semester. Yeah, I'm sure that's. I don't envy anybody who's going through school right now. I'm sure that's a lot. Natty says, who would you want to pursue? Why would you want to pursue a relationship?
Yeah, apparently the Raquel and Tom were dragged at the reunion, and apparently no one was on their side.
I feel like it would be there's no point in taking and nobody's on their side. Like, there's nobody out here being like, but hang on.
Yeah. Oh god. Yeah, and he's just like, and people are like, he better not be gaslighting her, because there's like a scene from the mid-season trailer where he's like, he's like nonchalantly being like, do you need anything? And she's just like, for you to unalive. And it was just like, oh, and he's just so calm, and like, I think during there are like scenes of him crying about him, or just like, we're not happy anymore kind of thing, but it's just like, then break up. And he's like, and he's just like, oh, her depression and the passing of her grandfather and the passing of her dog, it was just a lot for me. And I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, that helps with the depression. I'm sure this would help with depression. Yeah.
And this kind of reminds me of the setup for Midsummer. I think I said this before, but it sounds like the setup for Midsummer. Where like bad things happen to the main character, and her boyfriend doesn't break up with her, and she ends up going on a trip with them, and I'm sure a lot of people are like, yes, Midsummer for these characters, and I'm just like, maybe not that extreme.
I think you're the only person I've heard give the Midsummer versus Scandival take, so I feel like you could do something with that. Do a video.
Oh gosh. Yeah, just do a video on my phone like, hey, the setup is similar with this and this. Oh, parallels. But I don't think I'm at the point where I'm able to make an interesting enough video that people will watch. Maybe if I get like 100 views on my Fun Times in Jurassic Park video, then maybe I'll think about it. But I'm sure if anyone wants to steal that idea, just make sure to like mention like in the comments, like, maybe I got this idea from Gabe, but you don't even have to use my last name.
Salt Mountain says IDK who Raquel is, but I'm just picturing the girl from Barbie.
Or Margot Robbie? Or wait, which Barbie?
Are we talking about the Barbie movie?
Oh, have you seen the commercial for the new Barbie movie coming out with Margot Robbie?
No.
Oh my gosh, it's in 2001: A Space Odyssey, like they kind of reference that, where they have like the same music, but it's these kids with with these dolls, and it's like, in the beginning there were like baby dolls, but now there's Barbie, and it's instead of like the black slab in 2001: A Space Odyssey, it's Margot Robbie, like a giant version of Margot Robbie.
I keep saying, I've been saying since we first heard about this, it's either going to be the greatest thing ever or it's going to be terrible. It's going to be one of the two. Barbie series, like in the Dream House, in the Dream House.
Oh,
I need to start covering those. I never really watched them as a kid, and I feel like I should have.
I remember when I was younger seeing a few Barbie movies. I think there was one where characters get turned into animals or something, and I can't remember the other ones, but I was just like, oh, this is interesting. But I can't remember too much. I was young at the time. Back in my youth.
Young and impressionable. Oh boy. All right. I guess we should.
I should probably get started.
Sorry.
It's all good. She's like, I don't want to talk about Scandival anymore.
No. I'm just like, I'm mostly just talking to chat, because I would just sit here and chat with Gabe all day. This is what we do. We're just like, hey Gabe. I'm just like, hey Gabe, and then we just chit chat.
Let's talk about the film, and this. It's like plot twist. This is our podcast now.
I know YouTube was like, hey, did you know that you can have a specialty tab for your podcast now on your YouTube channel? I'm like, YouTube, don't tempt me.
we need Natasha here if we're gonna make a podcast.
Yeah, we do. Barbie and Swan Lake is a dark movie by Barbie standards. I'll have to start with that one when I start with Barbie movies. I guess once the Margot Robbie movie, now that it's starting to get press, I'll be like, ooh, ride that algorithm wave.
Exactly. And Ryan Gosling's have you seen the behind the scenes video where there's a behind the scenes video where I think there's a I shouldn't be laughing, but there's like a guy who like slapped, I think like it was supposed to be for the movie, like a character like slaps Barbie's, and she like slaps him, and then Barbie and Ken are like squealing.
It's funny.
And so it was funny. And I'm not saying that the whole smacking what was funny, but I think the reaction was funny. So don't edit it to where it's just like, oh, he thinks it's okay, and I'm like, no, that's not okay. That's why I think it's good that Barbie punched him in the face.
Don't clip that.
But yeah. You can clip the little thing I said last stream that I'm not gonna say. Don't clip this. You can clip that, not this.
Peyton would absolutely listen to a podcast. I was just thinking this would make a good podcast before you mentioned it. Well, thank you. We do like to talk.
That's my whole thing. I love talking. And Avery's giving me a platform, so thanks for that.
Go follow Gabe on his platform.
Yes, please. And I need to post somewhere my referral code to Swagbuck somewhere.
It's like a Barbie ballet movie featuring uncomfortable anamorph transitions. Ugh.
That might have been the one that I saw. I don't know. I remember them being more mature, the Barbie movies, and it's just like, oh, it's not as cutesy as you would think. Okay.
Barbie.
Barbie, why?
Barbie, why? Oh, my Monoland Survivor shirt.
Yeah, I still need to buy a shirt.
Oh.
Probably one of the Tyra Y shirts. And since it's starting to get warmer, I'm just like, yeah, I don't think I can really wear a hoodie right now. Oh gosh, I'm just thinking about how hot it's gonna be, and I'm just like, oh, I don't do with heat very well. Anyway, okay. This Seeker by Rachel Aukes. Imagine. You never saw the end coming, even though all the signs had been there. Nobody had. All the missiles, the technology, escalating global discontent. It'd been only a matter of time before civilization destroyed itself. Oh no. Kim Kardashian failed.
No.
Selfies were outlawed. No. Oh, millions unalived on day 1. Billions unalived in week 1. By week 2, you'd begin to wonder if you were the only person left.
Oh my god, who am I the only person left on Earth with? I don't want to imagine this. I just want to say, this is not my vibe of Imagine.
Yeah.
This is not my vibe of escapism. The whole, like, ooh, it's a... Imagine that we're in a dystopian hellscape. It's like, but we got that now.
Yeah. Oh gosh, now I'm just imagining the what if where Ultron takes over and all that's left is Bart and Nat. Or Barton and and Black Widow.
Yeah.
But others survive. Empty shelves and screens in the night are proof of that. The harsh elements peeled away humanity as easily as layers from a dry onion. The days are like ogres. And onions, they have layers.
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, I have to show you something later.
Oh, okay. Is it Scottish related?
Yes.
Okay. Just so everyone knows, I've been wanting to bring out my Scottish accent this entire time. But now you wonder if you're the only good person left. Oh, God. Don't worry, I'm a nice guy.
I feel like if you think you're the only nice person left alive, you're not.
Yeah,
sorry to break that to you, main character Marcy.
Marcy, why? Stop it, you chastise yourself. The words echo throughout the small shed. You know you can't allow yourself to get lost in despair, because if you do, you might never find your way out. You've been at this location too long already. Every night the screams get closer and closer. It's time to move on, and you pack all your food, a single can of green beans. God, how you hate green beans, into your backpack. You grab your crowbar and slide it through your homemade sling. A single bent bar of steel is your only weapon, but it hasn't ever let you down. You climb to your feet and walk to the door, taking your last breath in this small, safe place. You step out into the blinding, baking sun. As your eyes adjust to the harsh brightness, you see nothing has changed since yesterday. A good omen for your journey. Cockroaches scurry to avoid being crushed. They seem to be the only things that thrive in this world. They scuttle across you when you sleep. They taste awful, but they've kept you from starving. Paying them no further mind, you creep in the shadows of the buildings so as not to draw attention from far worse predators. You walk less than an hour before a commotion erupts from down the block. A dog's barking drowns out the man's angry words. An evil male voice yells, "Got him!" A fray ensues.
This is very... I don't like this. Mom, pick me up, I'm scared.
Your mom's just like, Avery, what is it? Careful to not reveal your position, you seek the source of the noise. You glance around the corner of a building and discover 4 men. You dive behind the remnants, because man, of a car before they notice you. Warily, you peek around the bumper. A man is lying only a few feet from you, unconscious. While the remaining 3 men are fighting, Two wear tattered rags and their faces bear war paint, just like the one on the pavement. Chills climb your spine. These are the others, the ones you know to avoid at all costs. These are the survivors who cause the screams you hear at night. It's too dangerous to be here. But you don't move. Your body is tense, ready to fight or flee as you watch the outnumbered man in action. The pair of aggressors keep their distance, lunging intermittently as though searching for weakness. Then one thrusts to skewer the underdog. Their adversary dodges effortlessly and returns a jab to the ribs. The attacker falls back with a grunt, holding his ribs. The mongrel snaps at the man who stabs at him. By the looks of the one on the ground, the loner may be outnumbered, but it is no way is in no way outmatched. That is, until you notice the unconscious man is now very conscious and pulling out a pistol. You spring from cover and bring your crowbar down with all your strength and accuracy. The steel connects to the gun wielder's head and he crumples. You rush the fighter focused on the dog and swing at his thigh. It's a reassuringly solid hit, one that sends vibrations through your palms. He grunts and collapses onto his knee. The animal charges. The man blocks with his forearm and the dog chomps down. Somehow the attacker manages to spin to his feet, tearing free from the dog and dragging his leg as he runs away. The dog chases him and you turn to help the man, but as you suspect, he needs no assistance. With only a single opponent to focus on, he kicks the opponent's jaw. The man drops out cold. The loner ignores you, whistles, and the dog immediately stops and returns to its master. Now it's only you and the stranger. Tendrils of tension web in your guide. For all you know, this man could be a greater threat than the others were. He could be a cannibal. Still, you stand firm, refusing to run. You're no slouch. After all, you survived this long on your own. In addition, you're gripping a weapon while he only has his hands. Well, and the shotgun strapped to his back. He still doesn't look your way while he checks the men on the ground. He takes the pistol out of the first attacker's hand, and you realize how easily he can unalive you. The air in your lung harden. You don't let out a breath until he slides the gun into his belt. He motions to you. Come with me, he says with a British accent.
Oh my god, who is it?
The chum will return soon enough with backup. Hearing English feels unnatural at first, almost mesmerizing. After all, no one has spoken to you in countless days. You allow yourself to fall into step alongside him. After an interminable silence, you ask, "Where are we going?" To the building. I don't know. That was the Dora the Explorer reference. I don't know.
Can you find the bridge? Where is it? Thanks. I can't remember what she would say. She would say something other than that.
Or usually there'd be like a long pregnant pause. It'd be like, "Okay, it's over there."
I love the edits that people make where it's just like, doo, and then it just like goes black and white and staring in on her. Great, thanks. It's very funny.
Have you seen I think it's a commercial that with like Ariel Winter and it's like action Dora the Explorer, but still has kind of the
That's funny.
The name's Tommy. He says, Tommy Pickles from Rugrats? Just kidding. Who do we know that's named Tom?
Is there Tom Hiddleston?
Oh, is this Tom Hiddleston?
I mean, I'm going to be offended for Tom Hiddleston if there isn't a fic of him, but also don't let it be this one.
And this is Max. The dog wags its tail upon hearing his name. Thanks for your help out back there, Yank. He was going to shoot you. That was a very noise. That I'm trying to do British, but it's turning into Australian, I think.
It's the personification, yeah.
That wasn't very nice of him. I'm trying to do what's Cockney, I think, Cockney accent, but Tommy's accent is strong, and even though you've never been to England, he is undeniably familiar. You peer closer at the bearded stranger. When understanding dawns on you, you stop walking. Oh my god, you're Tom Hardy.
Oh my god, of course it's Tom Hardy.
Oh my god. Well, hey, he would be a great guy to be stuck in the apocalypse with, I guess.
Yeah, Tom Hiddleston wouldn't be Tommy, no. And also, Tom Hiddleston would be like, "Sorry, I have to kill you. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry."
Ooh, woo, I'm so cute. Tom Hardy. No, I guess this must have been during Mad Max Fury Road or something, or
That
in
makes sense.
Batman or something, and it's just like, oh, rugged Tom Hardy.
I really want there to be a Hiddleston one, but I hope it's not. I was like, I hope it's not this one. Tom Hardy makes much more sense.
His eyes line, yes, I am. Though most folks nowadays know me only as the Seeker. Confusion furrows your brow. The Seeker? Is that the one? Is that from one of your movies? Tom Tuggles. It's safe to say my acting days are behind me. I suppose. What?
So, sorry, Salt Mountain said Tommy Wiseau. You're tearing me apart.
I did not hit her. I did not hit her.
My favorite
hi,
part,
Mark.
my favorite part of Disaster Artist is when they're doing the scene where they're trying to get that scene and he can't because he's just doing it over and over and over. And at one point he just walks in the door. He goes, "I hit her," and they go, "No." So funny.
Oh my gosh. No, Lisa, no. He's just destroying him.
What are you trying to make? Or just practicing? So I'm just practicing. If the stitches don't suck so much, I'm just gonna keep working it into, I don't know, I'll probably just keep practicing until I have like an oopsie daisy blanket that's kind of messed up, but just kind of like, this was my practice one. I have a ton of green, like a whole box of just green yarn and gray yarn, and so speaking of Hiddleston, this is probably going to be very Loki reminiscent, which I'm not upset about, but yeah, we're just using what we have, which is a lot of green right now.
So if he's ever at Dragon Con, you could be like, "Ooh, woo, Tom Hiddleston, can you?"
Like, I love you so much here.
Please, why am I playing it?
Can you not?
Guards, a bunch of guards from Thor or the Asgardian guards are just like, "Sorry, ma'am, you must step away." No, I wanted to give a blanket. Ooh woo. Ooh, wait, she said the ooh woo. She's fine.
They're like, "Oh, have you been eating cockroaches? You can cannibalize me if you..." Right? He would be he'd be so overly polite. Remember to chain one before you turn your work. I will. Or you'll end up with a triangle. I do know that much. I do know that. I know how to do a basic single crochet and chain. So we're just doing the basics today. Natty says I was Billy convinced I wasn't getting my period due to stress this month. I got it today. Oh, I'm so sorry. I hate that when it's just like, surprise! Guess what?
Ooh, I'm sorry. Model Land's just like, do I hear a plot point calling?
No.
And it's just like, oh,
I can't believe it was a relevant plot. I mean, I can because everybody said so, but like,
I don't know how to feel. I'm like, it's good to educate, but it's just like, but what?
They also did a terrible job about showcasing what periods are like. Like the way that they were describing them, I was like, oh no. Anyway.
I was just gauging your reaction with that was going on. I was just like, what? What is happening? Okay. Back to Tom Hardy in his Mad Max era.
His Mad Max era. I never knew Tom Hardy. I was on Venom, so that's the Tom Hardy that comes to my mind.
Oh god. He did such a good job at just not being okay that entire movie.
No, he was not okay. We did the scene where he was like getting out of the car in front of like the hospital and talking to himself, and there was a part of me that was just like, yeah, I feel that, dude.
Oh.
I'm fine, but I was also just like, this poor man, like he's really capturing the venomness of like, I am not well right now.
He was in that sweaty gray hoodie the entire first movie.
Yep. Damn hoodie.
You could probably sell that for a lot of money. Because, I mean, he has a book, or he has a chapter in Imagine, so he's very popular.
Really made it. Somebody tell Tom Hardy that he's made it.
Tom Hardy chuckles. It's safe to say my acting days are behind me. I suppose everyone's are. No, being a seeker is my job now. I look for survivors, ones like yourself. He keeps walking, and you find your pace again as the new information darts around in your mind. Is being a seeker why you're out here in the middle of this wasteland? I've got to say...
Sorry, I interrupted you. I was going to say, that's the name of the story. They said the name of the story.
I'm more of a family guy. He did it. He said it. I've got to say, I never expected to see a movie star around here. You'd be surprised where I've been. He stares off into the distance as though reliving some fond memory before returning his gaze to you. I was about 20 miles west of here, shooting a film when everything crashed. His gaze narrows. Now to the more important question. What are you doing out here? You frown. I don't understand why that's so important. Tom continues to watch you, saying nothing. You shrug. The same as everyone, I guess. I'm looking for somewhere safe from guys like the a-holes we ran from back there. Marauders. They're a beastly lot. Desperate and scared. Makes for a bad combination. Best to avoid them. Like you did? He smirks. You motion to the sawed-off shotgun strapped to his back. Why didn't you unalive them? It could have been easier and a lot less dangerous than finding them the way you did. I needed the exercise.
Oh, I thought he was gonna say, like, I don't kill people, and we were gonna be like, swoon, he's not a murderer.
Oh, not only is he very handsome, he's a good person.
No, he just
No.
he just was like, I'll just fuck him up for fun.
gotta keep the muscles in the zombie apocalypse. Really? You say with sarcasm. Tom sours. I don't like unaliving. Four simple words. That's all.
Thank God.
That's all it takes for something to change deep inside. A tiny glimmer of hope grows. Such a manly man, not willing to unalive people. Oh, the standards, they're growing.
It's so high.
For the first time in a long time, you open yourself up to trust someone. You spew your life story to this person you've only just met, and he rolls his eyes and walks away, and the chapter ends. I'm just kidding. It's your lucky day, Tom continues. I happen to know of a safe place with grub and water and more than enough people to fend off unsavory blokes. It's a film set hidden deep within the old woods.
Oh my God.
You and I show up and we're like, flashbacks.
Like, oh no.
A movie set, no. We're rebuilding one life at a time. It's where we're headed now, and you're in, that is. Otherwise, we'll part ways right now, to each his own. Your call. Hope is a tidal wave drowning your doubt. You find yourself smiling, the expression feeling almost unnatural. You nod energetically. Heck yeah, I'm in. Tom looks pleased, but Max growls. You look around to see dozens of marauders pour out from alleyways. You recognize the man who ran away, limping as he comes towards you, his face masked with confidence and murder. Looks like their friends showed up. Tom says, we might be fudged. He motions to the nearest building, a toy store, and the three of you sprint inside. Shoes and paws crunch on broken glass. Tom and you yank the first shelf and topple it in front of the door. With hefty doses of adrenaline and fear, you manage to prop the shelf against the door. The barricade won't hold them for long, Tom says, and leads the way to the rear exit, only to find it locked. Max keeps looking back, snarling. I've got this, you say, confidence prevailing over anxiety. Over Tom Hardy. Okay. He steps back, and you cram your crowbar in between the door and the frame. The men outside shout for red body juices. The shelf screeches against the floor as it's forced inward inch by inch. Tom helps, and together you push the crowbar forward. The frame of the metal door bends. The lock snaps, and the door flings open, only to be abruptly stopped a few inches out of the padlock by a padlock chained around the outer handles of the door. Darn it! Tom shouts and unslings his shotgun. Max barks furiously. Men are squeezing inside the store one by one. Trying to stay focused, you step forward to break the padlock with your crowbar, but Tom pulls you to the right, where you spot the stairs. Max needs no command and takes the lead. You take 3 steps at a time, Tom right behind you, and the mob is right behind him. He reaches the landing and fires off 2 shells in quick succession. Caught by surprise, the assailants fall back, and the 3 of you escape into the upstairs room. You lock the door behind you, but it has no chain, let alone a deadbolt. A quick scan of the room, a supply room lined with stacks of boxes, reveals nothing that can be used to readily fortify the door. You frown at your crowbar. A sense of loss nips at you the sense of loss nips at you as you angle the steel against the door and the floor. The men outside pound against the door. Oh, geez Louise, we will we'll skin you alive and we'll drink your red body juices. It's quickly followed by more vile promises and shouts.
You know, the way you said that, it didn't seem that bad. Like, aw, okay.
I make everything sound more innocent. We'll bleep your bleep and then shove the bleep and the bleep with the bleep. And it'll be great. Max growls, his fur raised. Each pummel and bellow is a shot to your nerves. Without your crowbar to grip, you find your hand shaking. There's no fire escape, Tom says from the back windows. He heads to the door, reloading a shotgun. You run to the front window, stopping when the label on one of the cardboard boxes catches your eye. You reach inside and pull out a smaller plastic box. With a grin, you stuff it into your backpack before returning your attention to the windows and staying alive. Staying alive.
This makes me think of that scene from The Office.
Oh no. Which scene in The Office?
The one where they're learning first aid and she's trying to teach him to do compressions to stay alive, so they're all singing and they're like and all of it. It's like it's the most office scene.
Oh gosh.
It's so funny.
Oh, The Office. Outside, you count 3 marauders, all on horseback, none with guns. Newfound optimism strengthens you. You can use the awning to slide down. There's only 3 out there. Three's a lot better odds than what's behind us, Tom agrees. You work on pushing open the window. The old sill protests, but it gives way to your persistence. Something massive slams against the door and the wood splinters. You raise your leg to climb out, but Tom pulls you back. I'll go first and take care of those buggers. I'll be right behind you, you say quickly. Tom shakes his head. I need you to carry Max down with you. Don't go until I call for you, or if they break through the door. Can you do that for me? You swallow and gnaw. You smile and nod. Anything for doggies. Good. He hands you the pistol and then he's gone. You keep Max from following his master out the window. He growls but doesn't bite. You position yourself at the window ledge and pull Max to your lap. Above the commotion in the hallway, you hear a shout outside. You hold your arm out, aiming at the door while holding Max back. Tom glances up before he leaps from the awning onto the horse and knocks off its rider in a classic Hollywood-style stunt. He takes the reins and twists the horse around to have it literally walk over its original owner, who screams in agony beneath the hooves. Ow. He charges towards one of the horses. Both horses rear before colliding. Tom hangs on and leans in while clearly inexperienced rider yanks his reins, causing the horse and him to fall backward. The horse squeals before it lands on him and he cries out. Behind you, the doorframe snaps, leaving only your crowbar to hold back the marauders. Through a small gap between the door and the frame, you see a bloodshot eye focused completely on you. Ooh. Oh, we're gonna have fun with you. There's no way out.
Hey. Ellery says, we might be fudged. It's such a wholesome Gabeism.
Gabeisms. Your red body juice freezes. You clasp Max to you as you prepare to jump. Outside, the third rider tries the same maneuver Tom had done moments earlier. Tom yanks his horse to the side in time to miss the brunt of the attack. Tom spins on the horse and slams his shotgun into the man's nose. He tumbles from the horse to the ground. He groans, cupping his bloody nose before pushing himself up and fleeing. Now! I don't know how to do that in a British accent. Now! I'm trying to do it in a British accent, but it's not working. Tom yells at you. Hold on, Max, you say as you push off from the window. Behind you, the crowbar clangs to the floor. The door slams open, and you hear a cacophony of boots file into the room. You're falling. You land on the awning and slide right off to the end. You grab the edge with one hand while clutching Max with the other. But the weight and momentum are too much. Your grip on the awning slips, and you topple to the ground, turning your body midair to protect Max. You hit the ground with a painful thud. The dog shakes it off and bolts from your arms. When you move, your body screams as you force yourself to your feet. Can you ride, Yank? You appear to see Tom and nod. I think so, you mutter through clenched teeth. He pulls you onto the horse before lifting Max onto his lap. Angry shouting erupts from above. A man jumps, followed by a second. The awning shreds under the weight of the 2 men. They tumble onto the concrete. One hits his head with a resounding crack and doesn't move again. The next jumper uses his friend to cushion his fall and is on his feet in an instant. Gunfire zips through the air, causing you to duck. You look around for your gun and realize you must have dropped it when you jumped. Come on, Tom yells, and his horse charges forward. You grab the reins and turn the horse to follow. A marauder reaches for you, but the horse shovels out of the way.
Sorry, this is the juxtaposition of. Oh wow, this is so intense. I'm so scared. I'm so tired. We're all just like,
I'm sorry, I'm yawning
no,
so much.
not you. The story. Not actually a bad story, all things considered. We've seen worse.
Oh, so much worse. The Marauder grabs your horse's tail and it kicks. What else did he think was going to happen? Sending him flying several feet. Needing no further encouragement, your horse bolts forward and you hold on tight as it speeds to catch up to Tom's. The third horse has the same idea and trails not far behind. You glance back to see men teaming onto the street, waving guns and spears in your direction. As the distance increases between them and you, their guns become useless. After a couple minutes of galloping, the angry sounds fade, and your pounding heart slows to a less terrifying rhythm. The horses pant, and Tom reduces the pace. You ride alongside him and eye him. Let's not do that again. You're alive, aren't you? You scowl. I had my doubts a few times back there. Oh, ye of little faith.
He literally was like, but did you die? Complaining.
Tom taunts. We wouldn't have made it except you went all superhero. Where in the world did you learn stunts like that?
Well.
Well, yeah.
You know.
I picked up a few tricks here and there. Funny thing, I've never been a fan of horses. No way. True story. I learned to ride while filming The Revenant. Never thought I'd use
The Revenant.
I thought it was just Leonardo DiCaprio and The Revenant.
Leonardo DiCaprio.
I remember seeing something where it's like, oh, I was in a dream and Leonardo DiCaprio was there, and he said, my name is Leonardo DiCaprio. Or I asked him what was his sign, he said Leonardo DiCaprio, and I woke up laughing. And that's so now funny. He's Leonardo DiCaprio. That's funny. Never thought I'd use those skills again. Being an actor, or at least doing my own stunts, turned out to be good training for being a seeker. He motions to the junkyard. My car is heading over there.
We never know where our careers are going to take us, you know?
Yeah, it's just, or it reminds me of in one of the Resident Evil movies where one of the characters is like a model / actor, and it's like, oh, he's surviving in the zombie apocalypse. That's cool. His last statement blows away any stunts he'd just done. You give him an incredulous look. You have a car? When that runs? Aye. But I thought nothing worked anymore. Some of the older stuff still does, as long as you take extra care with it. Tom drops Max and slides off his horse. He ties together the reins of the 3 horses before tying them to the car's luggage rack. He climbs into the driver's seat and the engine roars to life. The horses jerk and try to yank away, but Tom is there again, calming them. Can I drive? No way. You ask? No way. The rumbling engine entrances you. You lift the door handle and open the door. Old memories flood your mind. You sit down in reverence on the dry, cracked leather seat and soak in the dusty car smell. You open your eyes when you feel like you're being watched, and you find Max less than a foot away, fixated into you. What do you want, furball? He replies in a whiny growl. Oh, Max, take the back seat already. Tom says with emotion. The dog lets out an exasperated grumble before jumping onto your lap and then into the back seat. Tom gets behind the wheel. He shifts the car into gear and creeps forward until the horses grow accustomed to being led by a machine. He then speeds up ever so slightly so that the horses can walk a normal pace alongside the car. With nothing to do but sit, you frantically scan for danger. When the lack of speed gets the best of your nerves, you frown. We should leave the horses. They're slowing us down. I'm not leaving them. They're too valuable. But the marauders will catch up to us. Tom shakes his head. I've seen the way they work. They'll regroup slowly, then come at us with everything they've got. But we'll be ready for them. We'll beat them, just like we did today. As his words sink in, you realize how lucky you are. I can't believe we pulled it off. Yeah, we make a good team back there. We make a great team. You correct him, believing it. Then you remember, oh, you rummage through your backpack. I found something for you. Tom's brows crease in confusion. For me? Whatever for? For saving my life? That makes us even. You tear the item from the brittle clear package and hold it up. It's not much. It's a little silly. Okay, a lot silly, but it made me think of you. Upon noticing it, Tom barks out in laughter. He takes the small Mad Max action figure from your hand. He holds it up and stares at it as he drives. As seconds pass, his smiles fade and his eyes glisten.
Okay, giving a celebrity an action figure of them in an apocalypse is kind of a boss move, Marcy. Good for you.
Oh my gosh, I love this. It's Ace, he says softly. You don't know this, but I used to collect these when I was wee.
Oh.
I had one just like this one. He slips the toy into his pocket. Thanks. You'll have to look harder to find you'll have to look harder to find an action figure of me, you say jokingly. Challenge accepted. Time flies as you enjoy the first real conversation you've had in far too long, only taking breaks to water the horses. Tom tells you about the set, and you tell him how you ended up in the wasteland. Before you know it, the car comes to a stop before a tall fence with an overbuilt metal gate. This is it? You ask. Tom nods. It's the set. Not the catchiest name, but it's what stuck. He gestures out the window, and the heavy gate creaks open. The car creaks forward through the opening and enters a large yard. You see children running around, kicking a ball. Their laughs fill your rusted heart with hope. Tom stops the car. Welcome home. You feel your smile widen at the word home. Home. Or just watch Australian actors with American accents try to say the word home. I think that happens in the originals where they say home. He turns to you. What I said earlier, about us making a good team. I meant it. Yeah, you simply say, I know. Most folks around here have never even left the set. It takes a lot of courage to be a seeker. It's hard out there, and the days are long. It can wear a person down. Tom pauses for a length. I realize today that Max and I could use a partner. How about it, Yank? Want to be a seeker? You don't even think about it. You bet, but I get to drive. The end.
I have so many mixed emotions.
I like that one.
I do like that one. That one was good.
Would that be like so bad it's good, or would that be like next to Benedict Cumberbatch, or would that be so bad it's good? Or would it be like the next one where it's like, oh, it's okay?
I don't feel like it's so bad it's good. I think for this book, it's genuinely good tier. Like for like all the stories that are like genuinely good are mid on any other book standards, I think. But for this book, it's like it's not so bad. It's good. It's good like at all. Yeah, no, it's not bad. It was fun. Yeah, I think we're Kim K and the fun like Kim K and the selfie dystopia. That one was so bad it's good just because it was so like ironic. I feel like that one. I would put that one in genuinely good story, but yeah, it was fun. Either so bad it's good or genuinely good, but I don't think it was bad. I know watering the horses is the correct term, but it just sounds like you're pouring water on top of them. I think about that too. You should react to Cameron is also a dinosaur dude, so he was asking if this is the dinosaur friend. The friend, yes.
Yes. Oh, for a second I thought they were saying Prehistoric Park, and I'm like, the one with Nigel Marven with the 6 episodes, and it's really good, and there's like an adorable woolly mammoth, and there are T-Rexes, and that's cute, and it taught me what ornithomimus are, but I think it was a different prehistoric
Actors have an upper hand in the apocalypse. Makes note in my journal that's absolutely not an apocalypse survival plan. But there's the car swamp. A long time I couldn't place where I've seen your demeanor and vibe somewhere, and then recently went and hang with my older sister, and holy shit, it clicked. You remind me of, aw, thank you. I like having older sister energy. I appreciate that. Ranger, Marcy, you dropped your gun. Your hyper competency was so sexy, and then you dropped your gun like a fool.
Aw.
Tom already pulls out the Master Sword. Yeah.
Oh wait, no, that's sorry. I was gonna say a Masters of the Universe reference rather than a Legend of Zelda reference. My bad.
We should make Gabe watch Velocipaster.
I've heard about that, and it's just like after the unaliving of his parents, a man like makes friend with someone and like is cursed. It's like such a bad. Oh my! I remember and I remember seeing the artwork for it. Like Sci-Fi does a really good job at making like the cover art for their movies, but then their movies are like, oh my god!
Oh, it's so bad. Cameron's like, don't waste Gabe's time.
Oh god!
I think Daddy's like, do it.
Oh, I see. Oh, if anyone wants to see more dino content, I have a series on my YouTube page called Fun Finds in Jurassic Park, where I look on IMDb and find the goofs and see if they're like accurate or not, and I show examples of the different goofs and whatnot. But yes, I agree. More dino content. More dino content. Has anyone seen 65 yet? I've seen a bit of a summary, but I haven't seen the actual movie. Please do good content.
Please do good. Not even worth the riffing. I have Cameron. All content from Avery is good. Oh, thank you, Natty. Aww. I appreciate that.
Agreed.
Thank you. Well, we do need to make. Somebody asked. Paula's been asking to do videos with you when we finally get through all of the uploads that we've already filmed, to have you watch the Jim Henson show Dinosaurs. I don't know if you know about that show.
Oh, is that the one where it has the really, really sad ending?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah.
But it's very funny, and it's actually just really interesting puppeteering and dinosaur stuff.
Not the mama.
Not the mama. My parents quote that all of the time. They used to watch it when it was on. Love that show. It's a good show. Not terrible. It's basically a bag of popcorn. There's a moment, then it's there a moment, then it's gone. Yeah. I'm not sure which that is referring to. I still wish Gabe was here when we got to the Scooby-Doo, the pterodactyl was real the whole time ending. Holy, oh my god, that was such a funny ending.
I remember there were, on one of the Scooby-Doo TV show iterations, there was like a coral monster that turned out to be real.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yeah, it's just a coral or not a coral, it's just a coral creature that just like does its own thing.
Yeah, it's just a silly goofy coral monster. It's not hurting anybody.
Okay, quick. Someone say a color of the paper, and that'll be my first dinosaur.
Yep. I was gonna say I'm taking bets. This one's called Redirection. It's gonna be about one of the One Direction guys. Literally, the first words are: "Imagine Zayn Malik smiles seductively at you from across your bedroom." Oh no.
Oh, side note. Oh, yes, Primeval's on Hulu, and I just rewatched the first episode. I really like Primeval, but then around season 3, there were, I guess, some of the actors left, and I was just upset about that. But I really enjoyed Primeval, and the CGI's pretty decent. And also, Abby and Connor are my favorites. Abby's like this zoologist who's like, I will beat up a dinosaur if I have to, and Connor's like the nerd, and they like have a little relationship, and I'm like, oh, it's so cute. But yeah, I love Primeval.
Yeah, I think for Gabe's sake, I'm glad that I got this one.
Oh gosh. One Direction.
Well, seeing that the first sentence has the word seductively in it, I feel like I'll take this bullet for you, Gabe.
Thank you.
That dino shall be named Flora. Natty has spoken. Fake, but the pterodactyl has just been Jurassic Park into reality. Yeah, that's the funniest part, because that was the first book of the series that we read, because you don't read them in any particular order. It's such an obscure series that I couldn't even find like a real order online. I'm sure there is one somewhere. I think somebody else found one, but like, first one we read was the pterodactyl is real, so we were like, is this what the whole series is gonna be? Just like, hey kids, actually don't use your deductive reasoning, because nothing matters. And then everything else is fake. But just that pterodactyl. They were like, nope, the pterodactyl's real. He's just living out there in the jungle somewhere.
Have fun with that.
I'm thinking about making a Primeval fan film with Theoden. Congratulations, that sounds fun.
Ooh, Primeval. Oh gosh, what Primeval did with the future predators was just like, because they're like because not only do they bring like past animals to the present, they bring future animals to the present. And there's like one where it's like supposed to be like it's supposed to be like an evolved version of a bat, but it doesn't have wings and it can't see you. But it's like the monsters in A Quiet Place, but different and like more terrifying in my opinion.
The Hell Pig.
Oh yes.
All right, Redirection by Deborah Goels. I'm sorry, I say everything wrong and people's names wrong, and then I feel bad.
Oh, same.
Imagine Zayn Malik stares seductively at you from across your bedroom. You return his smile, glad no one can see you flirting with a life-size stand-up cutout.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's actually funny. For the past You've been writing a fanfic about him on Wattpad called Redirection. This is meta. This is so meta.
Oh my god.
It's so meta, my brain is gonna break. This is like supernatural levels of meta.
Oh gosh.
And Friday night, you'll finally get to see your idol in person when he comes to town for a solo concert. You bust tables at your mom's restaurant for 4 consecutive Friday and Saturday nights in order to buy a ticket. Oh, at least this person seems to be coping well with Zane leaving the band. You should be studying for tomorrow's dreaded AP chemistry midterm, but you can't resist writing one more chapter of Redirection. You grab your phone and open the Wattpad app and find 5,000 new notifications. A quick check of your stats shows you now have close to 50 million reads on the story. Even social media has picked up on it, since a lot of what you write about Zane actually seems to happen to him. The fanfic is coming true?
Oh no.
Oh my god, can you imagine?
The fanfic is real. Marvel is too meta.
I don't think Marvel's too meta yet. Marcy's a teenager in this one. I guess so. Wait, psychic Marcy. I think we're getting psychic Marcy. Is this a Simpson phenomenon?
Oh gosh, the Simpsons are predicting a lot of stuff.
Like when you wrote about Zane nearly hitting a cat while riding his motorcycle down a dark road one night. Why, Marcy? Why'd you write that?
She can predict the future, that's why.
He rushed the cat to a vet. In the waiting room, he met Bruno Mars, one of his idols. Bruno was there with his dog, Geronimo. Bruno confessed that he's a fan of Zane's and asked if he'd been interested in recording a song together. Sure enough, a few weeks later, almost this exact thing really happened to Zane. Now he owns an enormous cat named Lion, and he's single, and he has a single coming out with Bruno Mars. That's very specific. Did that actually happen? There's no way that actually happened. And then there was the time you wrote that M-O-M-A. Am I stupid? What's M-O-M-A? Wanted to put on an exhibition of Zane's alien drawings. Okay, so they actually ended up in the UFO Museum in Roswell, New Mexico. But the similarity was bizarre. They call you the crystal ball. If only you could predict your own life with such accuracy. But the truth is, these events were only coincidences. There's no such thing as magic. If there were, maybe you could use some to get a passing grade in chem. In the words of Dr. Facilier, fun thing about Voodoo Larry. Can't conjure a thing for myself.
Princess of the Frog reference. I love it.
I love it, yes. If you do poorly on tomorrow's midterm and flunk the class, Yale might rescind their offer of admission in their pre-med program. Oh no. Your mom would be heartbroken. It's always been her dream for you to become a doctor. Sorry. The thought of her finding out you might fail twists your stomach in knots. Your textbook and class binder taunt you from your desk, but you can't stay focused enough to study. All you can think about is Zane and Redirection. When you write, you lose yourself in another world, one you control. One short chapter and then you'll study. You lie back on your bed and let your fingers move on your phone's touchscreen, and a chapter pours out of you almost without thinking. We've got fanfic within fanfic. It's fanfic section. Zane was in line at Pavilion Supermarket buying a roasted chicken for himself and Fancy Feast cat for food for Lion. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. Zane flinched and turned around to see a tall man with a trolley full of pancake mix and energy drinks. Sorry to bother you, dude, but aren't you Zayn Malik? Zane hesitated, then nodded. There's no way Zayn Malik can do his own shopping. I bet he wishes he could do his own shopping.
DoorDash that.
DoorDash that shit. Wow, my name's Michael Phelps. Mike, what? Oh my God.
What?
Michael held out his hand. The Olympic swimmer? Said Zane, suddenly recognizing him. He shook Michael's hand, which completely engulfed his own. That's me, said Michael. Hey, is it really true you can't swim? Yeah, Zane looked away, catching a glance at a tabloid headline. When would they stop writing about him leaving 1D? if Michael Phelps sells you out to the tabloid, that really sucks for Michael Phelps. He knows better than that. You know, I'm a huge fan of yours. How about I give you a couple of lessons? Swimming lessons? Zane says, as if he'd been asked to dive into the caldera of an active volcano. But how could he say no? To Michael Phelps, I guess so. A month later, Zane was in Santa Barbara celebrating. He had learned to swim. Good for Zane. One night while there, he walked along the sand and suddenly heard screaming from the ocean. A young girl was flailing in the water. Zane looked up and down the beach, but no one was close by, so he dove into the surf to get her. He was scared. Even if he could do a basic freestyle, what kind of an idiot was he to think he could swim well enough to rescue someone? Most likely they were both going to drown. No, I don't usually find myself asking for more exposition, but I would like some more exposition, please. I have questions. You end the chapter there. What?
Cliffhanger.
Minutes after posting, the comments pour in, mostly worried about how you've left Zane in peril. Update, 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 come to please. You start responding to your readers' comments. You tell yourself it will only be for a few minutes, but the next thing you know, excuse me, the sun is glaring through your window, lighting up cutout Zane, who continues to smile down at you. Your mom opens the door, letting in the smell of bacon and coffee. She practically dances into your room. She's such a morning person. It's a mom thing, I think. You're still in bed? Get up. Breakfast is ready. Today's the big test. She smiles because she knows how much you enjoy the challenge of tests. Do you? Doesn't sound like we enjoy the challenge of tests. Your heart sinks as you fell asleep. You fell asleep and didn't read a thing in the textbook. Normally, you don't have to study much in order to do well, but chemistry is different. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, hang on. Get a sip of my water. Someone on set once told me that, and this is probably not true, but somebody once was like, hey, when you yawn, that's because your brain needs oxygen, and there's enough oxygen in water, so drink water.
Oh. Interesting.
How many dinosaurs have you made?
One.
Okay.
I'm on my second one.
I made 85.
Oh gosh, if anyone wants me to sell them some of my dinosaurs, I would be very willing.
I could probably stitch them together and make something out of them.
A little blanket with
a little
dinosaurs.
Blanket. Yeah, we crocheted into the blanket.
Oh, why is this blanket so crunchy?
Crunchy. Oh gosh. Like crunchy peanut butter.
Exactly. Those aren't peanuts, those are dinosaurs.
Okay. Molecules dance in your head, the electrons refusing to spin the right direction. Like one direction, sorry. Be right down.
Oh, that's what they mean by redirection, the redirecting of the electrons.
Be right down, you say, tossing off your fraying patchwork quilts, trying to sound confident and well-rested. The bed creaks as you drag yourself from beneath the covers. You know this day won't end well. The question is, who put you in this position? You don't like that answer your brain gives you. Friday at last, once you get home from school, you lay on the outfit you bought especially for the concert. A black lace crop top, a black bolero jacket, and a high-waisted black pants topped with a wide leather belt. I mean, I do love me a good black outfit. Black is a great color. You picked, I said like a real emo goth chick.
I'm wearing all black.
You picked the ensemble because Perry Edwards once wore something similar when she was engaged to Zane. Oh no. Your mom comes into your room without knocking, clenching the cordless phone and in a death grip. You already know why she's angry. You flunked your chem midterm. You were going to tell her tomorrow after the concert. Mom, your teacher called. What happened? She whispers. It would be better if she shouted. You can see the disappointment in her eyes. She's not mad. She's just disappointed.
No.
Well, chemistry, you want to tell her you hate chemistry, that you don't want to be a doctor. You want to be a writer, but you know this would destroy her. You're her only child, and that's when you got word from Yale, and that And when you got word from Yale, she threw a party at the restaurant. She framed your acceptance letter, hanging it on the wall next to the cash register. You consider yourself lucky that she didn't rent billboard space or hire a skywriter to announce it. Your teacher said you're flunking the class. What about Yale, your future? I'll do better on the final, I promise, you say, standing in front. I thought that was the final. Standing in front of your bed, trying to hide the outfit. Well, I have good news for you, she says. You have the feeling the news won't be at all good. Your teacher agreed to let you take a makeup test Monday morning. Isn't that wonderful? Sure, Mom, you say, knowing that there's going to be more. You are going to spend the weekend studying, starting tomorrow, you agree quickly, trying for reasonable. No, darling, you're starting tonight. She looks at your outfit on the bed. There will be other concerts. No! Your heart drops. Mom, no, I have to go. Not happening. Tonight, you are coming to the restaurant with me. You're going to study. Hi, Perry. You're going to study there where I can keep an eye on you. No Wattpad, no concert. Oh, her mom knows about Wattpad. I wonder how many fanfic writers have parents that know about their fanfic writing. Is the interesting thing. Perry. That is not helpful, Perry.
Oh
no.
I myself still fell on the floor.
It was still your fault, Perry.
Oh, I love you, Perry. What a cute kitty.
Oh, everyone's looking at the top of her head.
No, everybody can see.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought
this is just like the preview of like if I were to switch. There's a
oh, okay.
Oh.
That way, if I have to like set something up, they don't have to see me like moving stuff. That mom should fucking choke, Ellery said. That is a tough mother. No Wattpad, no concert, no friends, not until you bring up your grade. Tears stream down your face. You want to shout about how unfair it is. You worked hard your whole life. You have a 4.3 GPA. Jeez. You're the class valedictorian. One failure and you're a slacker? Plus you're 18. She's treating you like a child. You could walk right out of this house and there's nothing she could do about it, but you answer, okay, Mom, because you can't stand to hurt her. Look, she's valedictorian. This is not going to take away her acceptance to Yale. It just won't. Sorry. There's no way you're the valedictorian with a 4.3. You lose one test and Yale is just like, how could you?
Slacker, get rid of her.
Well, she's studying for a career she doesn't want. She shouldn't have to, right? She exhaled with relief. There will be other concerts, she repeats, happy that you're not putting up more of a fight. Sure, Mom. Sure, Jan. The restaurant has barely changed since your grandparents opened the place in the 50s. Worn oak floors, straw wrapped. I don't know how to say that. Chianti bottles. Sorry, my brain was like, wait, hang on. It took me a second to get there. Chianti.
Or I was making a sentence with a line.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
With some fava beans and a nice Chianti. Coated with decades of pastel candle wax. Black and white photos of your family on the walls. You're in the back booth right next to the kitchen. Your textbook and notes strewn across the tablecloth next to a basket of warm rolls and a dish of chilled butter. The auditorium where Zane's performing is only 3 blocks away. You swear you can hear the crowd cheering. A lump forms in your throat. Oh, you're miserable. So's the weather. It's pouring outside, and even though it's Friday night, many of the tables are empty. The scent of garlic, oregano, basil, and rosemary wafts in from the kitchen. Pots of sauce bubble on the stove. Your mom is taking an order from an elderly couple, regulars. They never smile or talk to one another. Mom wipes a stray salt and pepper hair from her brow as she finishes with them. You pretend to read something about chemical equilibrium and stifle a yawn. How's it going, Mom? Don't make me yawn again. How's it going, Mom asks as she glides past your booth into the kitchen. Not that she waits for an answer. You nibble the corner of a roll. There's a crash of thunder and a splinter of lightning outside. The rain, Perry. The rain. The rain pelts the windows. You glance at your acceptance letter. from Yale, still hanging on the wall next to the cash register. And then it hits you. Your mom has worked 7 days a week for years, proud she will be able to put her only daughter through college. Everything she's done for you. And how have you repaid her? By probably flunking chemistry. Well, you could go to college for something else, Mom. There's only one responsible thing left to do. You reach for your phone, open the Wattpad app, and start to type while the closing chapter of what will be the closing chapter of redirection. You write, your writing days are over. First, you write a few paragraphs about how Zane saved the girl from drowning in the ocean. It wasn't easy. He had to swim through giant waves, got stung by a jellyfish, and swallowed a gallon of seawater. Oh no! But he persevered. Then you got to the ending of how you knew you'd conclude redirection from the moment you started posting the story on Wattpad. 2 weeks after Zane's heroics, the red bumps from the jellyfish venom had mostly disappeared. This was good because he had sold out a solo concert that night. Zane gave such an epic performance, the audience refused to leave. He was forced to do one encore after another. By the time he finished, he realized he'd missed his flight home and would have to spend another night in town. What's his management team for then? Isn't that somebody else's job? He's like keeping his own schedule. He's like, oh no, I'm late for the airport.
He went solo. He forgot he needed that.
Starved after the concert, Zane snuck out and drove a motorbike to an Italian restaurant he noticed earlier. It was only 3 blocks north of the auditorium. The rain was coming down hard. He was instantly drenched, but after the intensity of the concert, the rain cooled him down. He parked the bike, snapping down the kickstand, and strode to the entrance in 3 long steps. The wet sidewalk glowed green, reflecting the neon open sign. As he entered, the door jingled a welcome. He removed his helmet. Sit anywhere you like, a woman called from the kitchen. I'll be right with you. As she's saying it, like as she's typing it, it's happening in front of her eyes. Zane scanned the restaurant. He noticed a girl sitting in the booth in the back. She wore all black. She was pretty in a studious kind of way. The sort of girl he liked. It's pretty for a smart girl.
Oh,
No, it doesn't say that, but I'm inserting that into the text. Pretty in a studious kind of way.
oh goodness.
He wondered if he should talk to her. She was hidden behind a mountain of textbooks and paper. Zane slid into the booth opposite her. Her head jerked up and her eyes grew wide. She said. Yeah, I know. How's it going, lass? I can't do his accent. I think my day just got better, she said, closing her book and smiling. He admitted. He flicked his bleached blonde hair. Oh, this is the bleached blonde era. Okay.
Oh, gosh.
I say as if I ever followed this man's career. I just remember when he was blonde. Hair back. How's the bolognese here? Ooh, I love me some bolognese. You'll never want to eat anywhere else after you eat ours, she said. It's like you like garlic bread? Zane nods. Course. Here, take this to dry off. She handed him her white cloth napkin before scooting out of the booth and disappearing into the kitchen. Minutes later, she returned with a mountain of steaming bolognese on a platter and a basket of garlic bread. It would have been funny if he specifically asked about the bolognese and then she was just like, here's just garlic bread, right? He's like, but I wanted bolognese.
But leave the garlic bread.
But leave the garlic bread, I guess. I think I already love you, Zane says, twirling strands of spaghetti on his fork. He took a bite. Yep, it's love. True love. And she's like, actually, my mom made it. And he's like in love with the mom now.
Call me dad.
Oh, no. I'm not going to say what I was thinking. The girl chuckled. That was easy. Her eyes crinkled in the most adorable way when she laughed. When Zane finished his meal, he held his hand out to the girl. Best bolognese I ever had. Marry me. Like, right now? Because I kind of have a test to study for, she deadpanned. How about next week? It'll give you time to pick out a dress. It'll be a beach ceremony. Of course, she said and winked. I know how much you like beaches. He said. Anyway, I might be stuck in town for a few more days. Interested in hanging out? Get to know the man of your dreams? Calm down, Zane. Well, yeah, okay, sure. Don't act too enthusiastic, he said. I won't. As your fiancé, I think one of my jobs is to keep you grounded, make you throw out the trash, that sort of thing. And that is how Zayn Malik met the love of his life over a plate of bolognese in an Italian restaurant in the rain. The end. At the end of the chapter, you add, "Hey guys, this is the end of Redirection. I'm sorry, but I have other responsibilities I have to take care of right now. Remember to always follow your own direction." It is so sad. The only thing more sad than a good fic ending is when somebody loses track of loses the ability to like have the extra time to write or the drive or whatever. Perry.
Oh, Perry's so cute.
And just abandons it halfway through, and it's like, but I want to know what happens now. What's gonna happen?
Tell me.
Tell me. Remember to always follow your own direction. You hold your breath and click publish. The chapter is live. You turn off your phone. You don't want to be distracted by what's going to happen on the internet. You open your book and read about catalysts. Several hours pass. You bury yourself in your chemistry textbook. No one is left in the restaurant. It's almost closing time. Your eyelids are heavy. Your body aches from sitting for so long. I know that feeling. The water is running in the kitchen and pots and pans clang together. You should help mom with the dishes or at least get up, switch the sign to close and lock the door, but you don't have the energy. Does the mom not have any employees? Does she literally run the place by herself? I think she's back there like cooking and serving.
Oops, sorry, that was my foot.
Oh no, it's fine. I just was like my cat mom instincts was just like, Perry, what did you do? And she was there, so my brain couldn't compute. Sorry for accusing you, Perry.
She's so cute.
Oh, I see. Now I'm just gonna switch to I'm switching to that for a second so that everybody can see the top down. Zane, call me daddy. That's what I was gonna say too. For the first time since you posted the last chapter, you think about what might be happening on Wattpad, on Twitter, on Facebook, but you won't check. You've made your decision. You lay your head on your books and close your eyes. You remind yourself you're doing the right thing. You will become a doctor, and your mom will be able to retire from this hard life. You'll help people, maybe volunteer for Doctors Without Borders. It'll be great. The door jingles. Darn, why did you lock it? Why didn't you lock it? Yeah, I feel so bad when it's like close-ish to closing time at a restaurant. I'm just like, I don't want to be the person that goes in right before closing because everybody's gonna hate me no matter how nice I am. They're gonna be like, damn, and I'm gonna be like, I'm so sorry, and then I'm gonna want to die. And I should just go to Wendy's instead.
Yeah, Wendy's.
You force your head up from your books. Sorry, we're closed, you mutter, standing. The customer, dressed in a black leather jacket and dark jeans, removes his motorcycle helmet. I'm picturing it happening in slow motion. And it's Zane. This can't be. You must have fallen asleep on your books and you're still sleeping. You're a dream, you accuse the apparition before you. Been called worse, he said, smiling. Read this was the place to come for bolognese, but wait. You're the writer, yeah? It sinks in. Zayn Malik, your idol, has been reading your fan fiction. Oh my god, how brave. She's publicly writing her fan fiction. Good for her. You're mortified. Your brain scans back through everything you've written about him. His bare chest, his six-pack abs, his dreamy voice. Yeah, you use the word dreamy. He must think you're a crazed fan. But of course you are, a crazed fan. You try to speak, but nothing comes out. Am I wrong? He says, arching one of those famous dark eyebrows. You melt and lean in a smidge closer. He smells like the rain. You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me I'm wrong? Am I wrong? She wore a crown and came down in a bubble, Doug. Sorry. It's a TikTok thing. No, I mean, yes, you managed to say backing up a step, giving him space. You're nothing like the smooth character you wrote in the last chapter.
What is she doing? She's grabbing onto the stream.
She really wants to be a stream producer. And keep telling her cats can't produce because they don't have thumbs, and she keeps telling me that that's
absurd.
Absurd, you know.
Oh.
Where was I? Read a smooth character you wrote in your books. In the last chapter, it's easier for you to write than speak. Same. I'll see what I can do. Easy, Perry. A little less panic, a little more disco, please. I'll see what I can do. bolognese-wise. Oh, and I'll get you a towel. You're soaked. You grab a clean towel from beneath the hostess stand and hand it to him. He waves it away. Nah, I'm not that nesh. Nesh. Bitter rain never hurt. Nout. What? What? You realize you have no idea what he just said, and you've been staring at the small bird tattoo on his right hand. Is that an English thing? Maybe it is. I'm just uncultured. Putting the towel back on the shelf, you stammer. Right, bolognese. He laughs, which does interesting things to his face. His light brown eyes sparkle, and his lips curve in the most kissable way imaginable.
Oh my god.
You realize you're holding your breath. You should definitely breathe instead of fainting. Being a girl who faints when she meets her idol is definitely not part of the cool vibe you're going for. Have a seat, you say, leading him toward the booth where you were sitting. You close the books and stack the loose papers as he slides in. His leather jacket squeaking against the red vinyl banquet. You run into the kitchen, gulping garlic-scented air. You forgot to breathe despite your intentions. I'm just picturing...
Give me the garlic bread.
Mom, I need bolognese, stat! Your mom looks up from a stainless spaghetti pot she's scrubbing. Are you ill? She says, drying her hands. I'm sorry. I'm pushing you too hard, aren't I? No, Mom, I'm fine. Do we have leftover bolognese? You're hungry. I forgot to give you dinner. Mom! No, it's not for me. It's for someone. Your mom stops panicking over you and just smiles. Someone? A boy? How does she know? I'm old, not stupid, she answers your unspoken question. How do moms do this? It's disconcerting. We have some in the fridge. You quickly heat the sauce and pasta and switch on the broiler to toast the garlic bread. I'll stay in here, your mom says. You go be alone with your young man. If he only were your young man. You kiss her cheek and give her a hug. I love you, Mom. In a few minutes, you have the basket of bread and a steaming platter of bolognese sitting in front of Zane. I'm hungry. Come on, Zane. Smells all right, this, he says. He twirls the noodles onto his fork as you imagine he would and takes a bite. Glad you like it. You say it's Mom's secret recipe. He nods. You're studying chemistry? The way that they write his like Englishness is very funny. Wondered what you were working on. You didn't say in the chapter you posted tonight. He just like adamantly is reading his own fan fiction.
Oh my god. I need to know if celebrities do that.
Oh,
Do they read their own fan fiction?
Oh god. I hope for their sake they don't. It's gotta be trippy. I have to admit, I'm pretty mortified that you've been reading my fan fiction. Who hasn't read it? He said, taking a piece of garlic bread and swirling it in the dark mahogany sauce. Mahogany, huh? I guess lots of people like the story, but I never dreamed you would read it. Couldn't not really. Find out in advance what'll happen to me? Yeah, it was a bit weird at first that someone could predict my future, but mostly what you wrote turned out pretty good. You've made my life better. Matter of fact, I'm a bit worried about what'll happen now that you ain't predicting stuff. Things might fall apart. At least that's what the internet is saying. What do you mean? Haven't you looked online? No, I've been studying. It's like, duh. Half the internet thinks I'll disappear. The other half thinks I'll come to this restaurant tonight and find the love of my life. You're so embarrassed you wish you could hide under the table. That was a bad idea, right? That would be a bad idea, right? Really, you say? Yeah, why'd you stop writing? I had to, you try to say firmly, but your voice cracks, betraying you. He arches an eyebrow and places his hand on yours. It's warm. You stare at it and try to absorb the fact that Zayn Malik is touching you. You gulp. Because I couldn't stop myself from writing. I've been neglecting my studies. I'm not doing great in chemistry, and if I don't improve, I won't be able to do a pre-med at Yale. You gesture toward your admissions letter on the wall. He turns to look. That what you want? To be a doctor? No, you say. Then why do it? It's complicated. You glance at the kitchen. People are counting on me. If you love to write, then write, he says, removing his hand to take a bite of garlic bread. His lips glisten from the butter. And you imagine what they would taste like. He wipes his mouth with a napkin. Take your own advice. Remember to always follow your own direction. You wouldn't understand, you say. His face falls. Maybe I should go. What an idiot. What is this, a soap opera? No, Rory, don't go. I love you. That's a very specific reference that some people on stream will appreciate. It's okay. Wait, did I skip something? I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. You said, oh, it's okay, but I want you to know it's worth it. No matter what, you should,
Jump, Perry.
Wait.
There we go.
What an idiot you are. Of all the people in the world, Zayn Malik would understand what it's like to disappoint everyone in your life in order to follow your own dreams. Damn, that's harsh. Someone still has some resentment over him leaving One Direction. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that, you said. It's okay, but I want you to know it's worth it. No matter what, you should live your own life. People will get the hump, but they'll get over it. I promise. I'm not as strong as you are, Zayn. I wish I was. That's daft. You're stronger than you think. They wrote him like he's Hagrid. I don't know why.
Is he Hagrid? He's
You're
Hagrid's
a wizard, Harry. And your writing is magic. He lifts your hand and brings it to his lips. He kisses your knuckles. You bite your lip to keep from crying out with excitement. You squeeze Zayn's hand. You love writing. It's what you've always wanted to do. You make a decision, and it's like a lead blanket has been lifted from your shoulders. I'm going to be a writer, you say, but first, I'm going to pass chemistry. Glad that's solved. Now you could do me a wee favor, Crystal Ball? Zayn staring into your eyes and smiling seductively. Of course, anything. Nix that nasty jellyfish in the last chapter. That's the end. That's funny.
Oh my goodness.
That was actually cute. He's like, man, why'd you have to do that? The jellyfish, really?
The jellyfish.
And then they say somebody has to pee on it. That's always awkward.
Oh.
Oh, you haven't heard that? They say.
Or yeah, but I heard that's not what you do in that situation.
It's like an old wives' tale, but like people still teach it, so some people still think it's like actual first aid. So it happens.
Oh.
Yeah, people, yeah.
I think it's just you run warm water over the wound until you can, like, get to the
Weirdly enough,
hospital.
I remember watching the Tyra Banks, maybe this is a fever dream. Someone tell me if this is not true. I remember Tyra Banks talking on the Tyra Banks show about being stung by a jellyfish and being like, boyfriend, will you pee on it for me? And he's like, ew, no. So she was like, so how am I going to do this myself? If that didn't happen, I'm so sorry, Tyra Banks, but I swear to God, that sounds like something Tyra Banks would say.
I feel like that does sound like something Tyra Banks would say.
Come on, Marcy, be chaotic. Become a scientist. It's not, though. What's not, Natty? Zayn, damn, I was hoping to find my soulmate tonight, Marcy. You would know better than anyone what it's like to let everyone down. Look, Zayn got justified in the end because it turns out One Direction was a super toxic situation and none of us knew.
Uh-oh.
It's not true. No, it's not true. It's not true, but like they literally have like taught it as first aid for a very long time. And so like whole generations of us were literally taught, including me, that was what you did because of the acidity in it. Thankfully, when I got a jellyfish sting, I insisted that nobody pee on me. I used garlic. What did we use? Like garlic
bread?
Garlic vinegar. Garlic. Just like scrubbing it out.
I feel so much better. Nom nom.
Do not pee on wounds. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like really terrible advice that we were all taught.
Oh gosh.
With just interesting things to his face is giving. Yeah.
I remember on Friends, there was the plot line where someone got stung by a jellyfish and it's like, you must do it, but they didn't do it. This person did it. I did what I had to do. And it was just like, oh, okay.
And do not drink. That's the other thing. They say that you could survive by drinking your own pee. That's horrible advice. Yeah. Literally, I was taught that all growing up. If you're stranded somewhere, you can drink your own pee.
I think it's like...
Don't do that.
I think it's like in the very beginning, if you're well hydrated, like that you can have, but then with all the toxins building up in your body, it's not a good idea to drink it.
Harry, what are you doing?
She's like, I don't want you to read anymore. I want you to pay attention to me.
Look, we appreciate the sentiment, Perry. Perry loves me, but she also loves Gabe. Like when you're here, she's like extra calm.
Aww.
Look at that. Chad, are you seeing this? Look at this. Look at this. She gives me a look like, what?
She's like, I want to take a nap.
Technically, if you boil it and you're well hydrated, you can early on extend your chances of survival, but not in the long term. Yeah.
Bear Grylls lied to us.
Bear Grylls also told us to pee on the jellyfish sting, so he definitely lied to us.
Oh, and and there's been stuff that's coming out where like Bear Grylls was staying in hotels, and I'm
Which
just
is
like,
not surprising.
And then I remember Les Stroud was like, he's a fraud. And I'm just like, can we please get Bear Grylls and Les Stroud on like a survival show and just see what happens?
Paulo says, yeah, no idea what I'm yang to, but all the other mods are active and I didn't want to be left out.
Oh.
Hi, Paulo. We're glad you're here. We're talking about how all growing up we were all taught that you have to pee on a jellyfish sting or you can drink your own pee if you need to survive in the woods, and neither of those things are really true. So we were all just given bad advice. Bear is a total fraud. Yeah.
Do you know who's not a fraud? Flora. The adorable dinosaur.
Adorable. Look at Perry. She's got her Between the Lions sass going right now.
Oh, I love Between the Lions. Cliffhanger hanging from a cliff.
I almost referenced that when we said cliffhanger before, and I was like, I'll save it. I'll save the cliffhanger reference.
Oh gosh, all these core memories are flooding back to me. I remember watching Between the Lions and then the Arthur and all that.
How infections and stuff get worse. I mean, I think with like jellyfish stings, a lot of times it can just have like, depending on how bad the sting is. When I got stung, it literally wrapped around my arm. I still have a scar that's like slanted this way.
Oh no.
Yeah, it was intense. You could like see as it like started to bubble, you could like see the little tentacle marks or not tentacle marks, but you know what I mean. Like you could see like the like weird little pattern of the thing. It was not pleasant. Perry the blue dinosaur. We'll name one after you, Perry.
I remember there's a horror film or creature feature where I can't remember what it's called, but basically these individuals are on a beach, and if they touch the sand, then they can't move. And apparently there was like a jellyfish creature that would like, if they would get on the sand, it would like use its tentacles to like keep them in place and then bring them down into the sand and eat them and stuff. And so when you said jellyfish, that was my first thought, but I can't remember what it was called. Very, very interesting movie. It had one of the guys from Glee on it. I think Brody, I think his name was, the really handsome one that had a dark secret. But
bye, Ellery. Ellery says he's leaving for work now. Enjoy the rest of stream. If y'all are live in 5 hours, I'll be back. And we're just here like,
we just read another story. Why? At least, what?
Gabe's like, can we please stop reading and just go watch some reality TV or something?
I must educate the masses on America's Next Top Model and Jurassic Park. But the next chapter is Must Be Magic by Stephanie Tan.
Let's take a guess. I'm going to take a wild guess and say this has something to do with one of the Harry Potter guys.
Maybe.
Or Emma, like one of the Harry Potter people, not necessarily just one of the guys, but
Emma Watson.
If it's a Daniel Radcliffe one, I'm going to laugh because I feel like Daniel Radcliffe would find that hilariously weird, you know?
What's going on here? Imagine you stared at yourself in the full-length mirror, tying on your apron, already able to hear the orchestra of fryers, exhaust fans, refrigerators, and grills that would be on your playlist for the next 6 hours. Utopia. Heaven on earth for most people. Worst case scenario for you.
Metopia. No, sorry.
No.
Sorry to bring back the bad memories.
We got so much detail of Metopia.
So much. And then it never really came back in any meaningful way.
Except for the 3 obelisks that were in the distance.
And the one time we saw the just being built factory and we went, oh, that's going to be the school one day.
We're in the past. Heaven on earth for most people. Worst case scenario for you. Basically, it was like any other fast food. Basically, it was like any other fast food joint in the world, cheap and chaotic and quite popular. The legendary Pia Jackson had started it all out of the trunk of her car, and 67 years later, her legacy still lived on in the form of adolescents and 20-somethings who had worked here too long. You were in the midst of questioning why you had taken a graveyard shift on Friday night when a company-issued visor cap smacked the side of your face. It landed with a sad plonk at your feet, where it really did look more fabulous than it did on your head. Hello, hello, Alex greeted, looking a little smug at his aim. Alexander Lee was one of those people who are perpetually happy no matter what dystopia this place threw at him. You sighed to yourself, remembering the time he voluntarily came in an hour and a half early because his 8-hour shift to supervise in an hour and a half early before his 8-hour shift to supervise a 2-year-old's birthday party.
Oh my god.
A toddler and all of her friends in the age bracket infamously known as the Terrible Twos. Yet he emerged from his shift grinning like the Cheshire Cat while you crawled to the backseat of your car and napped like you had never napped before. Still, despite your many differences, you two got on like a house on fire. So, what have you been doing all day? He asked as he clipped on his name tag. It had 3 gold stars on it. Marathoning the Harry Potter films on Netflix and chilling with Bay, aka my dog, and food. It was great. You paused as if lost in thought. Oh, it was. And then, just as I was cleaning my room, I found the most comfortable position on my bed. Like I just sat down and I just sunk into it perfectly.
Oh,
like
love when that happens.
Like it molded to the shape of my butt. So I took a nap and now here I am. Alex snorted. It's a wonder you're single. You shrugged. It's the bed. I'm too selfish to share it with anyone else but Ben and Jerry. The ice cream. It's not just ice cream, Alex. You scolded as he picked up your visor. As you picked up your visor. It's cookie dough ice cream.
No.
Alex snorted again, then shook his head at you. All right. Now come on. You better go sign in before you come up late on the system again.
Look, Alex, some of us have lives. No, just kidding.
You gave Alex what you thought would be a heartfelt smile, but probably looked a little unalivingness, a little murderous.
I was trying to figure out how that fit together. Okay.
Yeah,
murderous.
sorry. Yeah, murder it. Yeah. YouTube's like, how dare you?
No, YouTube doesn't care.
Always looking out for me, Yuku. Just sign in, Alex muttered before nodding to the trainee, trying to take on a man who, by the sounds of it, wanted a cheeseburger without too much cheese. Oh, I feel like that's so relatable. I really never want to have to, I hope I never have to work in the food service industry.
It's my mom and grandma and aunt all worked at a family deli owned by my great uncle, and they have stories. If I ever were to write a sitcom, that's what I'm basing it off of.
Oh, I would watch that. I would watch that, and I would also ask to be a background.
Gabe, you can be at least a recurring character.
Yay, thank you. I can be the facial expressions guy who has the cup that says the red body juice of my enemy.
I need to get one of those mugs to give to you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and please please send me a link to the store that has all this stuff because I'm really lazy and I'm just like,
oh, yeah,
I need to see that. And then I could post it on Facebook and be like, everyone should buy the Tower Y shirt.
And everybody's gonna be like, why is this a thing? It's like, you wouldn't understand our suffering. You don't know what we've been through.
Watch 20 hours of us reading.
You don't know my story.
You don't know me. You don't know how I think.
What does Tyra say to the late girl?
I was reading computer. You were already learn something from this. When you go to bed at night, you need to take responsibility for you because no one's gonna take responsibility for you.
But doesn't she say like, you don't know where I've been? You don't know.
I see you rolling eyes. You don't know what the heck I've gone through. You don't know I've been. But I'm not a victim. I grow from it and I learn.
Learn something from this.
Yeah. Oh, I still need to do the film. Yes. Thank you for reminding me. I need to find that video on YouTube and have it on my laptop and just record myself doing it. But I won't post it on TikTok because I don't have one, and then I'll be famous.
Wonderful.
You're just like,
No. I'm genuinely. I'm sorry. I was distracted by how many chains I have to do, or I'm doing at this point. I'm just committed.
I wish you luck with all the chains of the crochet. And I'm kind of watching to be like, okay, if I were to do that in the future, that's how I would do it.
You probably don't want to take any advice from me. I'm just starting out, but I found this way of holding my hook and this. I say again as I drop the stitch. Every time I'm doing great until I'm like, here's how I do it. I found this particular way of holding it to be helpful to me. Every time I say that, I'm gonna drop a stitch, but I swear it's been helpful. I'm doing things. I'm just doing the chains, which is it's just making a slip knot, and then you start hooking and pulling it through.
Oh, there's a background extra by the name of Emmy who worked as core on the show that I worked core on, and she's French and she loves Jurassic Park, and she also does a lot of crocheting, and she's like,
oh, seeing people that are good at crochet is just such a magical experience. Wonderful.
Soon you're gonna be like,
one day maybe,
and everyone's gonna be like, we're so mesmerized we can't focus on imagines.
No, not imagines.
5 seconds in and you already knew it was going to be a long night. As the hours descended into the very early morning, the type of customers evolved from the occasional night owl to groups of partygoers in need of greasy food before they crashed. However, this evening was unique in that numerous clusters of people came dressed in peculiar outfits. And by peculiar, you meant kinky with a capital K.
Huh. Oh, I see.
One young chap, or I feel like a British person is writing this because they're using words like chap and
it's
stuff.
Either a British person or it's a person being like, this is the Harry Potter chapter. It has to be very British.
One young chap was dressed in leather pants and had on nipple clamps and a police hat.
Sorry.
I'm trying to be quirky. Nipple clamps. Yeah. Morning, he greeted when you reached the cash register. Hi there. You tried not to laugh, but it was just so hard. Fun night out? Oh yes, he leaned in close.
Sorry, Gabe.
It's all good. I'm just fun times themed party, he exclaimed. Fun times, wink, wink.
Wink, wink, wink. Okay, yeah.
As if it weren't obvious. You stared briefly at his nipple clams, questioning.
Why are you being judgmental, Marcy? He's
just
living his life. What are you doing? What are you doing, Marcy?
Don't shame people.
You were married to that cop before, so don't say anything.
They were
married, but you know.
Or I was thinking like, or you were given a boyfriend but it was Nancy who was given the deadbeat boyfriend. She didn't do much, and so
Ned Nickerson. I like that you don't really know Ned Nickerson, but you still hate him. That's nice. That's a good thing.
You were just there because the people in the early days were like, a woman can't be independent, or something like that.
Yeah, you
know. But let him have his fun. You stared briefly at his nipple clamps, questioning his decisions very much. Does that hurt, you ask, shifting your gaze to his eyes, noticing how glassy they were? Well, to be honest, mate, I can't really feel them anymore. You cringed and slowly nodded. Somewhere behind you, you hear Alex laughing. Well, all right then, what can I get you? Excuse me, sorry. The jittery fellow snapped his fingers a couple times before wiggling them at you. I'll take some nuggets, the ones that come in a little box, not the little ones, like the medium ones, and some fries, medium fries, ooh, and a chocolate sundae, because I like dipping the fries in the ice cream and then eating it. Have you tried that?
God.
I heard I think doing that with Wendy's milkshakes is the best. I've done it with Wendy's milkshakes,
but Frosties, they're so good.
But I haven't done it with others, so I don't want to be like, it's like just Wendy's is the best, but I would recommend Wendy's for doing that.
It's good because it's like soft serve ice cream, so it's perfect for the dipping.
Oh yeah, it's not, the consistency is where it needs to be. I like dipping fries into ice cream and then eating it. Have you tried it? It's actually quite great despite what everyone says. I first saw it on Kim Possible with my sister and thought, why not?
Who the fuck is this person?
Millennials. Oh god. Shigo! What?
Shigo is such a queen.
She is. She's iconic.
Yes.
Okay, so 6 nuggets, medium fries, and a chocolate sundae, you quickly said. The dude flashed his thumbs up at you. Right on the money, my friend, right on the money. Brilliant, that's $7.50. You watched more than a little amused as he pulled out his wallet and attempted to differentiate the coins he found inside.
Isn't this... Okay, I'm super confused now. Is this dollars?
Wait a second, they've been using British slang, like mate. You could have watched him all night, but a soft thunk on your head told you otherwise. Looking down, you saw a scrunched up burger wrapper at your feet. Evidence of Alex throw things first communication style. Want some help there, mate? You asked. Nah. The dude ran a hand through his greasy hair, scooped up all his loose change, and deposited it in the charity box. I hate coins. Is that enough? He asked sloppily. You were at a loss for words because that was about $10 in coins he stuffed into the cancer donation box.
Aww.
Yeah, you said, giving up, and handed him his receipt. He walked off to the side, spluttering a thank you. And who's gonna pay for that? Kim, the on-duty manager, asked. Me, you answered with a hopeful smile. You can deduct it out of my pay. Kim looked at you with a raised eyebrow and a ghost of a smile before pushing off the edge of the bench and inspecting the trainee a register away from you. You gave yourself a mental fist bump for escaping a long, pointless scolding. As you carried out the drunken fellow's order and handed it to him, you couldn't help but think that tonight's shift was turning out to be quite good. Oh, don't say that. Don't say that until the end of your shift, Marcy.
You fool!
The only headache had been the cheeseburger man at the very beginning. Apart from that...
It's cheeseburger man.
I want a cheeseburger, but not too much cheese. Oh, God. It's like when you go to Chick-fil-A and you're like... Well, I haven't gone to Chick-fil-A recently because reasons. But when you go to Chick-fil-A and you're like, I don't want pickles on my sandwich, and they don't care. They just still give you the sandwich with the pickles. And what are you going to do? You pick them off and you keep on walking.
Yep.
And now you only had about 2 hours left. Oh, but of course you had spoken too quickly.
Yeah. Because of course you had. You fool.
You fool. Can someone cover me on drive-through? Alex said. It's time for my break. That only left you, the trainee, doing her first graveyard shift, and Kim, and both of them were occupied. And where do you think you're going? Kim called just as you were veering towards the bathroom. You skidded to a stop and looked back innocently at her, but her only response was just stare at you and nod towards the drive-through window. Yes, that's what you should do when you're a boss. Keep people from their bathroom breaks.
Oh, good job. It's like Jeff Bezos.
Oh, gosh. Sighing, you dejectedly make your way toward Alex, who was standing there looking all pleased with himself. Sucker, he teased as he handed you the headset. Drive-through was your least favorite section, not because you had to talk into the microphone, which made your voice sound horrible, but because a ton of people from your neighborhood love coming to this one. So many awkward interactions and not one pleasant one. Unless you counted your old art teacher, Miss Mackenzie, who drove through with her grandkids and complimented you on your lack of braces and how straight your teeth looked after 3 years of orthodontics.
Oh.
No, wait. That was just painfully awkward. Oh. Don't worry, Alex sensed your annoyance. It's been a pretty quiet night at this end. I swear to all gods in the world, if you just jinxed it, I'm gonna throw a not so cheesy... I swear to all the gods.
Every one of all the gods are standing in attention. Like, what did he do?
I want to use that now. I swear on all the gods in the world, you will suffer the consequences. If you jinxed it, I'm gonna throw a not so cheesy cheeseburger at you. But he only snickered and walked into the comforts of the staff room. And just as he did, a car came into view on the monitor. Perfect, you muttered as you fiddled with the microphone. Hi, welcome to Utopia. What can I get you? You eagerly greeted in the chirpiest voice you can muster at 2 o'clock in the morning.
I call it the animated bird voice.
Tweet, 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 tweet.
Hello. Yes,
Hello.
that's fine. No, you're not bothering me at all.
Oh gosh, I worked at a job called Phonathon in college, where I basically had to ask alumni for money, and I had to script or I think I've said this many times before, but I'm gonna keep repeating it because I haven't really done too many exciting things.
Aw.
Thank you. But it's mainly like Phonathon doing an internship in Arizona and Texas and my study abroad in the Bahamas, where I'm like, stories of my life. But yeah, I worked at Phonathon and I had to call Illinois for money, and and if I didn't really had a flowy conversation or like a series of questions, I had to talk about different things at the school, and then at the end I had to be like, would you like to give us $1,000? And then if they said no, I had to be like, well, would you like to give us $750? And then if they said no to that, I would say the graduation year, like $19.98. And I was able to get some donations, but I was still just there would be some times where I just skipped.
Oh, I phone banked in the 2020 presidential election. I've got stories from that. That's fun. I'll have to tell those sometime.
Oh,
those are fun
gosh.
stories. My personal favorite was the guy who I was calling, and it's call whatever of the day, and I'm like, I think I was sitting in this closet, but it wasn't made up like this yet, so I'm just sitting in an actual closet calling random people who don't want to talk to me, and I'm just like, hello, sir. I'd like to talk to you about, supporting. I'd like to ask you who you're supporting in the 2020 election. And this guy goes, "Ma'am, I only support Jesus and Kanye West." I laughed so hard I had to take a break from phone banking. I was like, I need a break. I need 10 minutes to walk that one off.
Oh,
that was funny. So I think about that guy every once in a while. I'm like, I wonder where he is now.
Oh gosh. I remember I had to do 4-hour shifts, and I think it was like 4 hours and 2 hours or 4 hours and 3 hours, but I would always make each call where no one answered like a minute, and got really good at making it a minute just so I can have the time go faster. But there was someone who lied to me where they're like, I'll call it or if you call me in a few months, I'll donate then. And I called back and they're like, I don't remember that. And I'm just like,
Paulo says, add me to that list of unexciting life, Gabe. That's not true, I'm sure. You guys are probably secret agents on your days off.
Who told you? Cut the feed.
Damn, now you have to kill me. No, oh no, the red body juices.
No, you just have to be a part of the secret organization.
Oh, okay. Cool. I've always wanted to be part of a secret organization. Do we have like jackets or things?
We have jackets for those who don't try to blab on YouTube lives.
Fair enough.
Sorry. Okay. After a brief pause, a female voice said, "Hello, can I get a large 12-nugget meal and a caramel sundae, please? Oh, and a Coke for the drink." You clicked your tongue and punched in the girl's order with a seed of thought sprouting at the back of your mind. Dang, did she sound familiar? All you could do was pray that it wasn't someone from school. Please don't be someone from school. But side note, I would be so scared to take drive-in orders because sometimes people are like, I want it like this, but I want it like this without this, but then oh, and I want this, but then with this, and I'm just like,
I would feel so bad.
I would just be like, oh God, I hope I'm getting everything right. Because some people have messed up my orders in the past and I just didn't say anything because I'm like, what's the point? Or there was one time where I was at a place and they didn't give me chips, and I was just like, I drove home and I'm just like, oh, and I drove all the way back and I'm like, hi, I was just here and you didn't give me my chips. Can I please have some chips? And they're like, sure. And I'm like, I would be so worried if they were like, prove that we didn't give you your chips. And I'm
probably
just like,
not even worth it. They're just like, yeah, whatever, sure.
And I tried to be nice and I'm just like, I'm really sorry for bothering you, but can I please have my chips? Because I don't want to be like those people that's like, you son of a biscuit, you forgot my chips. You are all terrible people. Give me my chips.
Okay, update. Yes, I upgraded to a 0.5 millimeter hook today, which was higher than what I was using yesterday, which was what was recommended. It's working out much better today.
Yay.
That person on the internet that was like, if you use like a 0.5 millimeter up, you get like a looser stitch and you end up with a nice little throw if that's what you're going for. It's much more comfortable to use and it's easier to work with and it just goes. I'm like, you know what? That person was right. Good for that person. Thank you, that person.
Thank you, individual. You peered at the screen, but with her hoodie drawn low over her head, you couldn't determine anything. As you read out her total price, you couldn't help but mentally sift through all the people you knew that lived in this area. Pull up to the second window, please, you instructed, dreading this immensely. As you filled a cup with Coke and ice, you still couldn't match her voice to anyone you knew. You sighed. You always hated this whole fake, oh wow, I didn't know you worked here. What a surprise. Oh, we should catch up soon. It was great seeing you. Bye. Routine. You shivered, thrusting her drink and then her sundae a little too roughly into the carrying tray. You walked to the window, inhaled deeply, and here are your holy fuck. Emma fudging Watson looked up just in time to watch the contents of her Coke and her sundae splatter all over her and her car. No.
She'll be fine with it because she's Emma Watson.
She's Emma. No, she's not just Emma Watson. She's Emma fudging Watson. It doesn't say that, but
adorable.
She gasped, her eyes widened in complete and utter shock, literally an icy cold shock. Oh my God, she puffed, sitting there with ice cream in her lap. You couldn't speak. You physically couldn't do anything other than stare at her with your mouth hanging wide open. Maybe, just maybe, the ground would open up and swallow you. What's going on back there? What's going on back there? Kim shouted. Nothing.
Everything's fine.
Everything's okay.
We're just out here reading the Bible together.
Oh, this is great. Jesus loves me.
I'm really giving Job a hard time out here. Wow.
Nothing. You have shouted, how spluttered back. But only for Emma frickin' Watson to glare murderously up at you. You could have sworn it was the same look she gave Draco Malfoy in Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban when Buckbeak was about to be crap. You should probably say something to her. Anything. Just say anything. I'm a really huge fan.
Oh no.
Her glare intensified. Crap. You spluttered as you began to throw fistfuls of napkins through her window in an attempt to help. Just drive to the back and I'll help you out. Really, I promise. I just want to... No, really, it's fine.
Can you imagine being poor Emma Watson in this situation?
I mean, Emma Watson, Selena Gomez, why aren't the female celebrities getting a break here?
I don't know. Our girls.
I just want to... No, really, it's fine. She muttered as she pulled a napkin from her face and started dabbing at the mess in her lap. I thought them auto-tuning me and Beauty and the Beast was bad.
She does not say that.
He does.
Okay.
Which also happened to include very soggy money. You mentally added that to tonight's tab. It's like 9 degrees out and you're going to freeze and your car is going to be ruined. Please, it's the least I could do. You said, desperate not to leave such a horrible impression on Emma frickin' Watson. She looked at you and you could mentally see her debate with herself. And while she did, you couldn't help but notice just how beautiful she was. Okay, she finally says, you snapped out of your reverie. Okay.
I better get to kiss Emma Watson in this one, I swear to God. We don't have enough. This book has been so strange. I'm just saying, on principle.
Oh my gosh. Are you in your heterophobia era?
Oh my God.
because individuals with snot-colored green eyes and dirt-colored brown eyes who dislike their heterochromia are heterophobic, and we don't like heterophobia in this house.
You're right, I'm sorry.
I'm just Anyway. Okay, you exclaimed a little too excitedly and watched as she fidgeted in her seat before slowly pulling around. You briefly glanced at the monitor and thanked all the gods in the world that nobody else was in the drive-thru. You then turned on the spot and jumped at the sight of Kim watching you suspiciously. What's going on? She said curiously. Instantly, you gripped your stomach and moaned. I don't know. You murmured, I just ate a few mouthfuls of ice cream over there and I just realized it's been sitting out there for so long. You said with groans here and there. Kim sighed. Really? It's been melted. It being melted wasn't reason enough for you not to eat it, but I love milkshake ice cream. Kim sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. Fine. You're lucky it's been a quiet night. Swap with Alex. She barked, then marched back to the registers. Sorry, I'm about to burp.
How dare you?
Your inside swelled with joy. Alex! You hissed as you stormed into the staff room. Alex was lying back on a beanbag, probably texting his girlfriend. What? He said as you frantically approached your locker. You pulled out your winter jacket and wallet, then started going through all the unlocked lockers, trying to find a pair of pants. Seriously, what's going on? Frickin' Emma frickin' Watson pulled up to the drive-thru and I spilled everything on her. You explained quickly. She, what? You, what? He gasped. Shh. You hissed. I need you to cover for me on drive-thru while I help her clean her car. You can't tell Kim. Please, Alex, I'll cover your morning shift tomorrow and Christmas and New Year's.
But he likes being there.
Alex stared at you with wide eyes. I would have done it for free, but all right. He nodded to the lockers nearby. You're not going to find any pants in there, but maybe one of those jumpsuits. You ran to the locker and pulled out a barely used alien-themed Utopia jumpsuit. The big bosses had tried to introduce it to the system, but nobody wore it because sweating into a thick, fluffy onesie for multiple hours just wasn't appealing. Yes! You erupted before lunging at the large pile of hand towels by the kitchen and running towards the back door. Wait! You turned quickly to see Alex in the maintenance cupboard grabbing a bucket and filling it up. You're going to need water. Perfect! You practically sang and grabbed it.
Water! I didn't think about that, Alex. Thank you.
bursting outside with your shoulders wrapped in towels, a terribly ugly jumpsuit hanging over one arm, and a bucket of sloshing water. Your eyes had to adjust to the darkness before you spotted the dark blue Audi with the front door open. You bolted over to find Emma Watson sitting there with a heck of a lot of scrunched up wet tissues in her lap. Here, you gave her 3 of the towels before placing the bucket on the ground before you. She glanced at you, then at your name tag, and then at the Utopia jumpsuit. It's clean, you insisted, and placed it on the hood of the car. Seriously, no one's really worn it, at least not in the last 4 months. It's just not the best to work. Thank you, she said with a small smile. Your heart did a somersault. Can you help me up? You offered her both your hands, which she took with her cold ones, and slowly lifted herself out of the car. Melted ice cream flopped on the ground. You handed the outfit to her. You can change in the staff room. There's a bathroom in there and more towels. She nodded her head hesitantly as you added, everybody's on deck, so it should be empty. She smiled at you again, and again you felt yourself swoon. Thank you. Oh, and here, you paused and pulled out the money you now owed her. I utterly destroyed the money you were about to give me, so please. No, it's all right, she said quickly. Really, she insisted. I feel bad enough that you're cleaning icy liquids in this weather. You feel bad, you gasped incredulously. Thank you, but no thank you, she chuckled and inwardly groaned. And you inwardly groaned at the sound. She scurried off towards the staff room. You watched her as you stood there with about 5 towels hanging off your shoulder and random bits of your money in your pocket. You stood like that until she disappeared inside, with the door slamming shut behind her. Which snapped you out of your trance. Quickly, you got to work as you pressed one of the towels on her seat and absorbing as much liquid as you could. You did the same with another towel, then dunked a fresh one in the bucket and started wiping down the door. You couldn't help but notice how nice her car was and how absolutely you had ruined it. You almost laughed, though. I'm wiping ice cream and Coke off Emma Watson's car. Now that's a sentence I never thought I would say. No, this is fine, you quickly thought.
It's fine.
You're just wiping ice cream and Coke off a customer's car, a customer who also had to play her I am standing in an alien jumpsuit at a Utopia. Now that's a sentence I never thought I'd say. You jumped, spilling water all over yourself as you turned on your heel. And you don't know how, but Emma Watson actually pulled off the alien onesie look. You didn't.
I bet she could.
She could pull off all the looks. You didn't even know what to say. You sort of just stood there staring at her. She held up your jacket. You didn't even realize you had given it to her. It was momentarily silent as you stood there looking like the biggest idiot, finding it very hard to look away from her. Finally, you laughed nervously and took your coat from her. When the door of the staff room closed behind you, you couldn't help but sink against it and pinch yourself a good couple of times. It was an idiotic thing to do, but you really, really couldn't believe what was happening. Quickly, you shed yourself of your jacket, then went back on deck looking as sickly as you could. Kim was chatting to the trainee and Alex, Kim was chatting to the trainee and Alex. The restaurant was close to empty. Feeling better? Alex said with a knowing look. You rubbed your stomach and shook your head. Worse, you answered. But I came to tell you there's a customer out back complaining that we forgot our nuggets. I checked her receipt and it looks like we did. Oh crap, that was me. Alex slapped his forehead. Sorry, Kim. It's not me you have to apologize to. Just get her nuggets.
Not the nuggets.
Not the nuggets. Now I want chicken nuggies. Kim said in her most officious, best managerial voice. Alex nodded and you walked over with a devious smile. You really are a gold star, you said, and tapped his name tag. He snorted. So what's going on? You were you were practically humming as you pulled on some disposable gloves and started packing a fresh box of nuggets and chips. Let's see, her car's a mess, but or her car's a mess. I'm being very awkward around her. I can't stop staring at her, and she's dressed in the Utopia onesie out back. Alex laughed aloud before quickly muttering, "Trust this crap to happen to you." You sighed. I wouldn't be surprised if I wake up in a few minutes and realize it was all a dream. Alex pinched you hard in the cheek, causing you to cry out more in surprise rather than pain. Well, then I guess you're not dreaming. He shrugged before passing you another cup holder, and this time I made sure the lids are properly on. When you go outside, Emma has her sleeve pushed up and was cleaning her steering wheel. I told you I'd take care of that. She turned to you and shrugged with a smile. I know, but I want to help. You can help by eating your food. You held out her meal to her. She smiled brightly and you recognized the look in her eyes. Hungry? Skip dinner or something? Just hungry. She took the food from your hands with a gracious smile, then sat on the hood of her car. You're welcome to join me, you know. You shook your head. No, that's all right. I'd rather continue living out my apology to you. I'm so sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to ruin your clothes and car and money. She chuckled. It's fine. I once spilled coffee all over my old car and truly wished I could do magic. You laughed out loud. I really am a big fan. You adjusted the front seat to wipe away the liquid that had fallen underneath it. Really? She questioned with amusement. Heck yeah. I even have your wand at home, you said, and you immediately regretted it. You probably sound like the world's creepiest stalker right now.
I also have Hermione's wand.
You creepy stalker!
I
No,
know.
I'm just kidding.
It's actually because it was the only one closest to the wand that was given to me at Pottermore back in the day. So it was like, okay, it looks like it would be mine in real life.
This is my real wand. Abracadabra.
You don't know that I'm not a wizard.
I don't know your life.
You don't know where I've been.
You don't know what I've seen.
Hi, Jay.
Hi, Jay.
Emma Watson is gorgeous, Paula. That is correct.
She is. Agreed. She's so pretty. I hope she films a movie in Georgia one day.
Like, Emma, please. We love you.
I mean, we've had Daniel Radcliffe here.
Yeah, he's great. He was super nice to one of my friends.
Yay. We like nice celebrities. If anyone here is watching, when you become a celebrity, please be nice to people. Or please be nice to innocent people. If people are mean to you, then it's fine. If you just are mean to them. But be nice to innocent people. Like Perry. Perry's an innocent person. Just Avery's like, nope.
I mean, she literally the other day, I was streaming and I look up and I just see the desk cam go, woo. But I'm like, Perry, no. She had rolled over and she was on the button. And so it was just moving. I was like, Perry, no.
Oh, Perry. Why, Perry? You do not, she gasped with bright eyes. You cringed inside and felt your insides die a little.
Oh, God.
I do. I bought your one and fiddled with it for a week, but then I broke it because I accidentally sat on it. It was crushed, I was crushed but refused to throw it away, so I taped it back together. It has a special place on my shelf beside the rest of the Harry Potter merchandise I've spent my savings on. Oh, that's so pathetic. Sweet. You were both silent as she dug into her nuggets and you continued cleaning. Thank you, though, she said after a moment. For what? You glanced up at her. For being a fan. I don't think I got used to the term until a few years ago. It was quite strange growing up in the Harry Potter world. You smiled, then pursed your lips. I don't know if I could cope with all that. You wiped her dashboard down. All the attention and then the bullying, you quickly noted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring that up. She shook her head. No, it's okay. Well, she paused and licked her lips. Most people just assumed everybody would love me, what with it being such a massive series. But the majority of the time, I just got teased for it. I got called all sorts of names with all sorts of insults, ranging from "you're so gay" to "you're such a whiny little B-word." That's brutal. You paused to watch her as she spoke. She shrugged. It was, but I never took offense to the gay comments. I never thought being gay was an insult.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Go gay.
Okay.
Sorry. She murmured, but the sexist comments. This one time a boy in my class tried to stick up for me and he got called all these horrible names and he never said anything again. It really disturbed me more than anything else that had happened to me. She scooped a bit of ice cream into her mouth. With all the fame, I wanted to make a difference, you know? I don't think I could forgive myself if I had all this influence and did nothing with it. I guess that is part of the reason why I'm such a huge advocate of he for she. She cast a look at you. Have you heard of it before? A little, you answered sheepishly.
I have. No, just kidding. I mean, I have, but it's a foundation she works for, and then like, it's for enabling men to help fight for women's rights.
Oh, yes, he for she. She smiled. It's okay if you haven't. It's a movement to encourage boys and men to support gender equality, hence the name he for she. Oh, I see. That's pretty great, actually. I think so, too. I just think gender equality is an issue for men, too. Many think that the word feminism is only for women, but really it means you stand for equality. If you stand for equality, you are a feminist, and there's absolutely nothing wrong with a man being a feminist.
I thought she was going to say, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, no.
Marcy, will you help me? Take over the world and have the men bend to our will. Yeah. And you both make out as you drive away. I'm just kidding. She paused. And every time I make a speech for it or educate others about it, I think about the boy from my class. As she spoke, you could hear the passion rise in her voice, and you couldn't help but watch in awe as Perry wanted to play with the yarn. You are, and you couldn't help but watch in awe at how powerful this woman was. You felt so small beside her. You can change the world, you know, she said, as if reading your mind. Everyone can. You're a person after all, and it only takes one person to say something. You grinned brightly. You really are the biggest witch of you really are the brightest witch of your age. Oh. Her laugh was musical and infectious, and she smiled at you with such warmth that you could barely feel the cold anymore. And then she glanced at her watch inside. I better go. I have a lunch fundraiser tomorrow and need some sleep. You couldn't deny the sudden deflated feeling you felt. Okay, you said lamely. Thank you for everything. You really didn't have to help out like you did. No, I really did. She chuckled again before offering her hand. It was nice to meet you despite the circumstances. You beamed as you took her hand. Likewise, Emma, and keep the outfit. No one's going to miss it here. She squeezed your hand and smiled at you again, and never in your life have you wanted to not let go of something so much.
She's like, no, please, I don't want it either.
No, please, take it back. I'll wash it and bring it back tomorrow morning. Reluctantly, you take a step back from the melted ice cream bucket and towels and watched as she got back in her car. Smells good in here now, she said, with one more musical laugh before swinging the door shut. You held up one hand in goodbye and kept it there until she was completely out of sight. As promised, you came into work the next day at 6 in the morning, a little more than exhausted and unbelieving of yesterday's event. You were sure it had been a dream, more than a little sure, especially with it just being too surreal. You shed your jacket and went into the break room. However, upon opening your locker, you froze, because instead of your usual loose receipts and random junk that there was a long gray box. With a disbelieving frown, you pulled it out and opened it. Inside was a long wooden wand intricately designed for the one and only Hermione Granger. Atop it was a note in a gorgeous cursive handwriting. Try not to break this one.
Aww.
Even though it says try not break this one.
Oh, it says try not break this one.
Yes, when it should say try not to break this one. Oh, that was cute.
That was cute.
I like that one.
Paulo says she went to Brown near Providence, missed my chance. LOL. Oh, she did go to Brown. She was like, I'm gonna go to college. Could you?
Yes, she is.
Harry is cat. There is no innocence. No. Getting fast food flashbacks. Sorry, Texas. Jay, I'm doing good. How are you? That's it. I'm calling a therapist for Marcy. I'm calling God. Types number into microwave. You're calling Little Caesars on first. Grant, how can I help you? Shoot me. Shoot me. That was 2004. Aw. Thank you for taking one for the team at Little Caesars.
Shout out to all the people out there who've worked in the food industry. Oh gosh, I remember reading stories about things that have happened to people while working at fast food places, and a lot of the times it was these people were jerks and my boss didn't have my back and I got in trouble, and I'm just like, oh,
whoa,
people stink, literally and metaphorically. Well, not everybody. but most of the time. Sorry, I'm just like talking to myself.
No, you're
as
good.
I'm making a dinosaur. What the purple dinosaur is gonna be named, everybody? Not Barney though.
I was gonna say.
That's too obvious.
Put smooth jazz over the transformations, and it's my favorite, and usually don't give unlike other years. Oh, I love when people have their own little things that like make their channels so unique.
Oh.
All right. A New Connection by Lee Ansel.
Who's it gonna be?
I just saw who it was. God.
Ah, dang it. I knew.
Oh, this is gonna be hilarious.
Wait, can I try to guess who it is?
Oh, go for it.
Oh gosh, you might have to give me hints. But does it have anything to do with, or the person was in a film about phones or an airport or something?
No.
No. Oh gosh.
Phones are an airport.
Or like connection, misconnection.
Oh no, but that would be great.
Oh.
I don't. It might have something to do with an airport, but I have nothing. This is not a movie star.
Oh, not a movie star.
To the best of my knowledge, they are not a movie star.
Never mind. I forfeit the game. Let us begin.
Call the purple dino Megatron. Sir Brexit.
Okay, this is Megatron.
Imagine. This is not a very long one either, so. Oh, and I know who the next one's about. Well, I can guess just based on the name. But anyway, A New Connection by Lee Ansel. Imagine. Your expectations might have been slightly unrealistic when you first moved to London a few months ago. Imagine that. Living in the heart of the capital meant everything was on your doorstep, and you'd kind of assumed that'd be reason enough to be out every night living the type of wild London lifestyle and all those reality shows had promised. You envisioned top floor penthouses, a trendy group of friends, sipping cocktails in bars you couldn't afford. No one thought to mention that the reality of being a freelance writer in the capital would be a little less glitzy. Can we just talk about how London is advertised very differently to Americans as it is to the rest of the UK? We picture London as being like all grandmothers.
Grandmama.
And all they do is make tea and knit. I don't know what I picture grandmothers in London doing.
Oh, hello, dog. They're all mad that they never got to be Doctor Who companions, that they're just sitting around being mad about it.
Knits angrily. Instead of being out partying until 3 a.m., your weeknight events have lately been taking on significantly tamer routine. Working on your article due at the end of the week, your spot on the sofa has never felt comfier. With YouTube open on your laptop, there might not be any need to move for hours yet. It is not Matt Smith. It is a YouTuber.
Oh.
You've got about a couple more paragraphs until you get into... Nope, you've got one more line before you absolutely cannot guess because you know who it is. Which is fine. You've got days to finish the article. You're watching old Dan Howell videos back to back in a perfect good use of your time, kind of. You know Dan and Phil?
Who?
Dan and Phil. They're it's a thing. They're YouTubers.
Right. Here, let me look them up on the ye old internet.
Is it Avery? It's not me. Oh God, I wasn't a YouTuber in 2016. Markiplier. Damn it. No, it's London. But I would love for this to be Markiplier.
That would be great.
I love Markiplier.
Oh, I have no idea who this is.
Oh, you missed like a specific corner of the internet back in the day. It's a very specific fandom.
Yeah, but I have no idea who those individuals are. I've never met them in my life.
Oh my God, my little cousin was so in love with Dan Howell back in the day. She would have loved this. You're 2 minutes into one of your favorite internet support groups when the sound of knocking cuts across the living room. Closing the laptop, you get to your feet, confused about who'd be visiting at this time. You're not expecting anybody. Your best friend's working late, and since all other members, oh my God, of your family refuse to live anywhere within a 50-mile radius of central London, There's nobody else in the city who would want to see you. Oh.
Oh.
Pulling open the door, you get a shock of your life. There, standing face to face with you, is none other than the guy you've spent the last hour watching through a computer screen. Your next door neighbor, Dan Howell. We're next door neighbors? What? Does he just listen to us listening to his videos all the time?
Oh, that would be kind of weird after a while. It's just like you have a fan for a neighbor and you could just hear yourself talking.
Oh my god, I would just constantly be calling out, sorry. I'm so sorry. Also, I used to be so jealous of their apartment. I actually can imagine what our apartment looks like, and I'm jealous now.
Oh.
It was a nice apartment. It shouldn't have come as a huge surprise. You realized he and Phil lived in the apartment next door 2 days after you moved in, when you first bumped into each other in the hall. Still months later, and you've yet to move past the polite but awkward greeting that ensue whenever you cross paths. You'd rather die than have him realize you're one of the 5 million plus avid viewers of his YouTube channel, keeping up with his videos from the other side of your shared wall. But for some reason, he's here, standing in front of you, looking slightly flushed and clutching a laptop in one hand. Hi, you say, because you're not sure what else to do. Hi, he begins with a slightly odd smile. I'm Dan, your next door neighbor. I appreciate this is a really weird way to have a first conversation, but is there any chance you could spare your Wi-Fi connection for half an hour? I feel like Dan Howell, his big thing is how, like, socially awkward he is. That's why we all related to him so much. I feel like he would rather die than be like, can I use your Wi-Fi? What the fuck?
But I mean, it's Wi-Fi.
I mean, I was there, but I didn't know they existed. But it's this rando. How dare you? Dan Howell is no rando. He actually started posting again. I'm remembering how these used to be the only YouTubers I really cared about back in the, like, vlogger era. They were the only, they weren't really vloggers. That's why I liked them. For a moment, all you managed to do is stare, your mouth hanging slightly open. Let me explain. See, I do this thing where I make videos on the internet. Yeah, we know. But you already know what's coming and you're cut in before he has to get too far in this awkward, I swear this is a real job spiel. Your YouTube channel, you say with a knowing smile. Don't worry, I've heard of it. Relief breaks across his expression. Oh, good. I suppose that makes things a little less weird. He would not be relieved if I would not be relieved if somebody was like, oh yeah, your YouTube channel. I'd be like, oh god, I'm so sorry.
Oh, don't apologize for your YouTube channel, Avery. It's wonderful.
See, the thing is, I'm doing a live broadcast right this minute, and my friend Phil has chosen a really stupid time to start downloading the world's longest compilation of cat videos.
Of course.
So Dan and Phil. Dan is like the very nihilistic, everything is bad, I'm an emo kid personality. Phil is like the yay kittens personality, right? He's just the little golden retriever, right? That's the dynamic, in case you were wondering.
Oh gosh, there's an anime called Buddy Daddies where there's a character who's like, I hate everything, and the other one's like, yay, everything. And they have to take care of this child, and it's very interesting.
I'm just as confused as you. Oh, chat.
If it was Fred from the Fred YouTube channel, I'd be like, there's someone I listen to. What?
Lucas Crookshanks, that's his real name.
He's
actually he still has a YouTube channel where he's just himself, and he's actually very funny.
Oh, okay.
It's weird seeing him standing in front of you when you've spent so long watching him crack similar jokes from behind a screen. Your 15-year-old self would probably be passed out on the floor already. All you do is thank God you've since reined in your fangirl tendencies, we say as we're closing our laptop frantically so that he can't see. That's not what it says, but that's what I'm reminding everybody. So what I'm trying to ask here, could I possibly crouch in the corner of your living room for half an hour? You won't even know I'm there. Well, you might hear a bit of pointless rambling, but I'll try to keep it down. It's not exactly an unreasonable request, and well, let's face it, your inner YouTube fangirl would kill you for passing up the opportunity to spend more than a couple of seconds in the company of Dan Howell. So you nod. Sure, you pull the door open a little wider. Come on in. As he steps inside, you take a cursory glance across the living room.
Lock the door and begin negotiations.
Hoping Like the episode of The Office where Michael accidentally kidnaps a pizza delivery kid. As he steps inside, you take a cursory glance at the living room, hoping it's at least half tidy. Dan takes a seat on the sofa, setting his laptop down on the coffee table and clicking through a couple of settings. He looks up. Have you got the password? The single question is enough to stop you in your tracks. Your cheeks begin to burn the moment your eyes meet. How did you forget? 10 seconds into your first proper conversation and you're going to look like a complete stalker. Yeah, it's, you mumble it quietly, like it might tone down the embarrassment. Sorry? Dan frowns. There's no avoiding it. One way or the other. You're going to end up embarrassing yourself. Dan is not on fire 09. Dan is not on fire was the name of his YouTube channel. And 09 was the year he started his YouTube channel.
Oh gosh, 09. That was the year Avatar came out. And I feel like it wasn't that long ago, but it was almost, or it was like 15 years.
Derprex says there's an anime about Jesus and the Buddha, and Texas KC says, yes, I've seen clips of that one.
I've heard about that one.
He raises an eyebrow looking amused. You begin your defense before he can say a word. I was a 15-year-old fangirl, okay? You blurt out, hoping your face isn't completely red and in the light of the living room. And I haven't changed my password in a long time. Please, let's forget about this. Dan just grins, returning his gaze to the laptop like he's relieved not to be the first one to embarrass himself. I'm not saying a word. His fingers tap across the keyboard at lightning speed, and you watch as he pulls up his webcam on screen. By the way, you might want to avoid the camera shot. My fans don't tend to, well, take kindly to female company. Let's just put it that way. His fans also... So there's the whole thing, right? Where what?
Oh. All right, you're saying it, or with the... It's the whole thing, and I'm just like, oh, what's gonna happen?
So Dan and Phil, it's long been assumed that they're together, right? And good for them. They've never really said one way or the other, but people went through like a phase of trying to out them on the internet, and it was like very weird and just not okay.
Ooh.
So yes, the Dan and Phil fandom was weird. Dances with blue cat people. The one about the blue people that's blue.
Oh, Avatar, yeah.
That Avatar? Oh,
Yeah.
I was thinking Avatar the Last Airbender.
Oh no. Oh no. Or no, I mean the live action version with the oh no.
I was gonna say
the cartoon is like one of the best cartoons.
So
it has like the other or like Avatar the Last Airbender, the cartoon, and Sense8, I think have the most like perfectly bow on top wrapped gift of a story, like an ending, like a ending to the character's arc.
I put a Good Place on that list too. Good Place was great.
I haven't seen it.
Very good.
But yes, Good Place too.
Oh, good. Yeah. I should have read one line down. Right, you say, because they're convinced you're in a secret relationship with Phil. Yeah, he chuckles, something like that. He's starting to set up the shot, so you take this as a clue to head to the kitchen, figuring you can busy yourself there as flattered as you are to be able to help Dan out. You're not quite prepared for any of the onslaught associated with his army of teenage fans. However, after cleaning up a bit, you find yourself at a loss for jobs to keep you busy. Your laptop is still sitting in the living room, and retrieving it would mean walking right into the camera frame of Dan's live broadcast. You're not quite that desperate yet. His fans would absolutely realize that he wasn't in his apartment. I don't care that it's the next apartment over and it looks exactly the same. Crazy teenage fandom. I was kind of a step sister to this fandom because my cousin was in love with Dan Howell. And so I was like, I learned everything about Dan Howell against my will, but then actually Dan and Phil were very funny. But cats don't dance, Derprex says. Dances with blue cat people. Ah, got you. That doesn't mean you're entirely immune to temptation either. With the kitchen spotless and the contents of your fridge shelves already rearranged twice over. You find yourself edging closer to the living room door. You can hear Dan chatting away into his webcam, trying to convince the viewers that the different background is just another room of his and Phil's apartment. Told you. Ha! You think to yourself, like those 14-year-old superfans are going to fall for that. Eventually, though, you hear him talking he's taking his final few questions and getting ready to say goodbye. Once you're sure that the camera is switched off, you work up the courage to head back into the living room, where you find Dan closing down his laptop. How'd it go? The sound of your voice makes him jolt in his seat, the laptop slipping sideways from his lap. Christ, you scared me. He clutches his chest. That sounds more like Dan Howell, yeah. Oh, God. Sorry, I kind of crept up on you. Don't worry, he shakes his head. He gives the laptop a once-over, but he's catching it in time seems to have averted the potential damage. I thought I'd spent too long in somebody else's company without embarrassing myself. I was well overdue. You laugh. Could have happened on the live show. Very true, he nods. It did go pretty well. There weren't too many freakouts at the mention of Phil's name, and I didn't fall off my chair. Hard not to consider that a success. He always fell off his chair. It was a thing. It was a running thing. He always fell off his chair.
Okay.
Nice one. Thanks for letting me hijack the Wi-Fi. He leaves you wondering if it's a normal reaction for your heart to jolt when his gaze meets yours. Seriously, I owe you one. If there's anything I can do in return for the favor, let me know. I mean, I'd offer you free use of ours, but it seems like you've got a better deal going on here than Phil and I. You wave him off. Don't worry about it. If sitting in my apartment for 30 minutes was going to get thousands of fangirls off your case, then it's the least I can do. Well, thank you anyway. He reaches up to push his bangs back into place. I'm still going to say I owe you. The packing up of his laptop is what jolts you. Since you've given him pretty much all you had to offer, Dan is seconds away from heading back to his own apartment. Only then are you struck by the realization that you don't want him to leave quite yet. After all, it's the first opportunity you've had to have real conversation, and you might feel like less of a creep watching his videos if you were actually on first name terms. Do you want tea? You blurt out before... Did we tell him our first name yet? I don't know that he knows our name yet. Do you want tea? You blurt out before you can stop yourself. I mean, I was just about to boil the kettle, and if you don't have to rush back, you can tell whether Dan looks surprised by the... You can't tell whether Dan looks surprised by the offer. His lopsided smile refused to give too much away. After a couple of seconds, each of which you spend cursing yourself for sounding so awkward, he nods. Yeah, okay. Tea would be great. Heading back to the kitchen, you wonder why you suddenly feel so self-conscious. Maybe it's because Dan's need to remain in the apartment. Dan's need to remain in the apartment and with you is over, and anything else falls down to personal choice. As you boil the kettle, you tell yourself to get a grip. You should not be working yourself up over Dan Howell of all people. As cute as he may be, the guy's practically the definition of awkward. If there's anybody you can handle, it's him.
Dang.
Hang
Okay.
Guys, I just want to... Thanks, Dan says when you set the mug in front of him. A couple of minutes later, I feel like you're just adding to the list of things I owe you for now. Seriously, it's fine. You settle in on the opposite armchair. Just let me play the friendly neighbor for a while. Friendly neighbor? He quirks an eyebrow. Or closet fangirl. Oh my god, just forget about the password. Burying your face in your hands, you hope the you take his hands, and I'm like,
I'm not a fangirl.
You hope the flush now creeping up your neck isn't too obvious. It was a teenage obsession, okay? Please don't go thinking you've got a crazy stalker living next door. Roommate comes in. You've got two creepy stalkers next door. No, okay, I believe you. He holds his hands up in surrender, but doesn't seem sorry. You have a feeling the whole thing will come back to haunt you sooner or later. Why couldn't you have thought to change the password to something less embarrassing? That should have been your first priority, or finding out it was your next door neighbor. Then again, it's not like you ever expected him to come knocking on your door. Hold up. Okay, that was just the password. I thought for a second the Wi-Fi name was that, and I'm like, if they're next door, they can definitely see what the Wi-Fi name is, but not the password. I'll take it back before I said anything. Dan shoots you a sideways glance. So did you ever try your hand at making YouTube videos yourself? Sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was practicing my sideways glances. Just, have you tried doing a YouTube channel?
The sensible option would be denial, but you have a feeling that the look on your face has already given too much away. I may have attempted it many years ago. Knew it. Should I try looking up your channel? He moves to open his laptop, but you're out of your seat and slamming it shut before he can even get a word out. Don't you dare, you threaten, your face hovering above for a moment before you return to your seat. But Dan just grinned, seeming to enjoy the exchange a little too much. I'm just kidding. Believe me, I know better than anyone that we've all got embarrassing moments on the internet. Mine, well, let's just say mine tend to be found a lot more easily. You roll your eyes, taking a sip of your tea. That probably comes with the territory of having an army of teenage internet stalkers at your command. He laughs. Yeah, that's true. It definitely took some getting used to. I've seen the girls hanging around the door to the apartment block. You shake your head in mild disbelief. You can't say they're not persistent. They must be really desperate to meet you. Maybe you're imagining it, but the mention of this seems to embarrass him, and he reaches up to scratch the back of his neck nervously. Yeah, I can't deny that they go to some crazy lengths. I'm still not really sure why. It seems a little bizarre to me. I'm just some ridiculous, awkward guy on the internet. Not exactly Channing Tatum, put it that way. The flashbacks. Oh god, the flashbacks.
The dancing school.
I like how some of the stories seem to reference other stories. I wonder if that's just because there's so many people in this book, or if it's just like they knew like what other stories were in there and they know each other and they're like, haha, that's my friend who wrote that one. Oh, I don't know. The look on your face seems to make him laugh. The nerdy guy that has his charms. The nerdy guy thing has its charms. I mean, thank God that tugs up your smile even wider. Otherwise, I'd be kind of screwed, and Phil for that matter. Just be grateful for YouTube, right? Oh yeah, making nerds like us desirable since 2005. Dan shoots you a look over the top of his mug. I could actually hear him saying that. Before setting it back down on the table. Still, I can't quite believe how long this thing has been going. That's so many people on the internet. I mean, a lot of the time I wonder when they'll finally realize I don't have anything earth-shattering to say and leave me to it. I hardly think that's likely, isn't it? You shake your head, perhaps more sure of yourself than you should be. Of course not. Watching your channel, it's kind of endearing, you know? These people have been watching you for years. He pauses, stopping just long enough for you to notice the mischievous glint in his eye. Like you? God, you're never gonna let that go. You roll your eyes, though you can't help wondering if you should be reading more into it. I just keep up with your videos, that's all. Not as obsessed as when I was 15, but more like up to date. He smiles more to himself than anything else, and you realize that you'd give anything to read what's running through his mind. Well, it's nice to know I'm flattered. Just, you know, don't set up a webcam through the wall and live stream my bathroom routine or something. Very specific. Dan, are you okay? Your laugh rings out across the room, and you find the confidence to shoot him a wink. Can't make any promises there, I'm afraid. He goes to say something, but a vibration from his pocket interrupts you both, and he pulls out his phone to read the message on screen. Crap, is that the time? He glances to the clock, making you realize how long you've spent together. I should probably be heading back. I completely forgot I was supposed to be filming a gaming video with Phil tonight. No! Oh, I love that game. It's so adorable. Oh, which game? Slime Rancher. Oh. Gotta get going. Bye, Paulo!
Bye, Paulo.
He picks up his laptop from the sofa and tucks it under his arm, already gathering to his feet. Thanks again for everything. Like I said, I owe you one. And like I said, it's fine. You rise to your feet, following him, footsteps back toward the front door. Following his footsteps back towards the front door, sorry. Letting you use my Wi-Fi was hardly the biggest inconvenience of my evening. But my company might have been, he jokes. You roll your eyes. Sure, it's not like there aren't 5 million people who would kill to be in my shoes right now. It's not like you're trying to inflate my ego. As he readjusts the laptop under his arm, his dark-eyed gaze is punctured by an unexpected flutter in your stomach. Punctuated. I was like, punctured? That's a weird word to use there. I've been punctured by his gaze. Thanks, though. At least I know where to come next time Phil's downloading more of the world's longest and most pointless videos. Anytime. I'll see you around. Sure, you say as he reaches for the handle and pulls open the door, letting a cool blast of air into the apartment. See you later, Dan. You linger as he crosses the hall, heading for his own apartment. Only once your door has closed behind you do you lean back against it. Taking a deep breath, you feel like you've needed for the past hour. The whole situation still feels surreal, though you had been hoping for a proper introduction to your neighbor. You'd also thought it might come with more preparation than the 3 seconds it had taken to answer the door. Maybe when it came to Dan Howell, you had to be grateful for anything. Still, as your mind runs back over the exchange, still fresh in your mind, you can't hold the smile that's now creeping up onto your face. A tiny spark of excitement runs through you, fueled by the anticipation of the next time you bump into each other. There's no way of knowing where things might lead, but that's not going to stop you from hoping Dan's Wi-Fi might cut out again soon. We're just like out there cutting his Wi-Fi.
Yes.
That's the end.
The end.
It was okay. Nothing really interesting happened, but still, I'm reminded of how much I knew about Dan and Phil back in the day. God help me.
Nostalgia.
He was like, oh, a gaming video. And I'm like, a Sims gaming video? They used to play Sims all the time. They had it was a cross between the two of their looks, and it was called Dill, and it was really good. It was really great.
Oh my gosh. Dill.
Dill.
Like dill pickles from Rugrats.
There's even a gray cat slime. Neither of us know what the hell is going on. I'm sorry. Look, my cousin was really, really in love, and she's gonna kill me for saying that live on the internet. She loved Dan Howell. It was a thing.
Sorry, I have Perry hair
on
my nose.
I'm sorry.
So
That's my fault.
Sorry for everyone who has to see me try to get Perry nose out of my face.
Perry nose, the whole nose.
Or Perry hair out of my nose.
Sorry, that was annoying.
It's all good. Your born identity crisis.
I wonder.
B.
Paulo, Paulo, I just saw that Paulo super chatted $5. Thank you.
Thank you, Paulo.
That's very sweet. I'm sorry I didn't see it before you left.
Hopefully you'll see this later when you rewatch.
Did you see the playlist of the first, Daniel says hi, first 3 seasons of Asia's Next Top Model is uploaded on the Discord? What?
Wait, the song list?
The playlist of the first 3 seasons of Asia's Next Top Model is uploaded on the Discord.
Like the episode. I love Asia's Next Top Model. I saw it in college. It's so good.
We gotta watch
I love it so much. Oh gosh, but then near the end, you're just kind of like, oh, that's who they chose. Okay. Oh, let's see all the pictures of them in the magazines. Good, great, wonderful, fantastic. Okay. Oh no.
Oh dear.
But I'm on Reddit. I follow someone who posts their call out orders, and they were just doing, I think, cycle 3. And they're I think on the final 4 of cycle 3, and I thought that I was just like, oh my god, this is so cool. Or was it was 2 or 4 maybe? I can't remember. Or 3. But yeah, I love that. I need to rewatch it because it's great. Although there was this one contestant who there was someone who was like, you rolled your eyes at me and ranted. It was screaming at her. Because apparently she rolled her eyes when he was talking at one point, and people criticized him for doing that, but I think he did apologize for overreacting, but I can't remember. But yeah,
interesting.
There was literally a point where there was one contestant that kind of didn't want to be there, and the host was like, do you want to be here? And she's like, we'll see. And then they did a double elimination, and when the second girl was being eliminated, she's like, it's really sad that you want to be here and you're crying. Are you sure you want to be here? Nope. Okay, you get to stay and she gets to go.
Wait, Asia's Next Top Model doesn't have Tyra, right?
They do not, but this is like a more like she's like, if you don't want to be here, then you can leave, and we can have someone who wants to be here can stay. But she didn't do it in a way that was like, I was rooting for you, we were all rooting for you.
Well, that's good.
It's like, if you don't want to be here, then you don't have to be here.
No one's making you be here.
Yeah. And oh gosh, and I remember that reminds me of in cycle 9 when a girl quit, and Tyra's like, the thing I hate the most in the world is a quitter.
No, the thing that you hate the most in the world apparently is actresses, according to Monoland is to be believed.
Oh gosh, actresses and actresses and men.
And men.
Men are just accessories. But cut to Willow Pill being like, I'm a bit of an anarchist because I think men need to be punished for their crimes against the world, but I also find them very attractive. And I'm like, that's very Tyra. Or that's kind of what I imagine Tyra when she's writing the book. It's like, well,
That's
men
funny.
kind of suck, but they're pretty.
That's kind of
No
funny.
offense to men out
There
there watching
are
this.
good non-sucking men.
Yeah. Go men who don't suck.
Like our Knights of the Bot table.
Yes, we love you, Knights of the Bot Table.
Very, very nice boys, all of them.
We appreciate you.
Um,
Oh gosh, speaking of...
all the dudes in our community are cool.
Yes, go dudes. Or when you said Knights of the Bot Table, that reminds me of Knights of the Round Table, which reminds me of Arthurian Legend, which reminds me of Seven Deadly Sins, which is kind of loosely based off of Arthurian Legend. And I'm listening to someone recap manga chapters for the Four Knights of the Apocalypse, which is a sequel series to the Seven Deadly Sins, which is based on Arthurian Legend. So
Nice.
I'm like, anime, manga, dinosaurs, handsome men.
You're like, I dabble in the Arthurian legend.
I dabble in Arthurian Legend. Can you believe Merlin wore what she wore during those arcs? She had to like place it magically so it didn't fall off, because she basically wore like an open vest and like a bikini bottom.
I love that this is where your brain goes.
to Merlin's outfit, or Arthurian Legend to the Seven Deadly Sins?
The Arthurian legend to the Merlin's outfit is just very fun.
Well, I'm just like, okay, what's something outrageous that people who like study Arthurian Legend would be like, what?
Like, what did you say?
Oh yeah, Meliodas is kind of a pervert. Well, yeah. Oh gosh, poor Elizabeth. Because there are just some things where it's just like, Meliodas, why? And then you kind of learn why he does what he does, and you're just like, oh, but why, Meliodas?
But why?
But at least now I can be like, but if there's like, name as many people from Arthurian Legend as you can, I'll be like, Seven Deadly Sins. I'll just be like, these people.
They also happened in season 4. A girl named Alasia quit to save a girl.
Oh, that's who
To save a girl from elimination. It was the same episode. Glenn Tan yelled at the girl.
Okay, yeah, it was cycle 4 of Age is the Next Model. For some reason, when I was like going through, cycle 4 wasn't on YouTube, so that was kind of the one where I watched later. But yeah, it was Eliza, and she didn't really want to be there, and they eliminated Aldila, I believe her name is, and they had already eliminated. Oh, I felt so bad for Gwen, because she was in the she was supposed to be eliminated the first episode, but they're like, never mind, we'll save you. Well, spoilers for Age is the Next Model cycle 4. But then they just trashed her the entire competition. I think it was mainly because she was a beauty queen or a pageant queen or a pageant contestant, and so they're like, oh, this is so pageantry. And so she was eliminated like 2 weeks later, and then she left, and then they had the double elimination, but then the girl quit. And then later on they have a non-elimination, but then that contestant gets eliminated the next episode. It was just like, oh.
Daniel says, I'll also have the first 3 seasons of Mexico's Next Top Model up later. However, they are in Spanish, as a side note. Oh. It's fine. We can do it. We can learn some Spanish.
I haven't seen Mexico's Next Top Model.
I know the bear, the I don't even want to say the bare essentials of Spanish. I know random Spanish words, and I feel like I know Spanish, but I don't.
I do not know Spanish at all.
I took Spanish through school and was never particularly great at it.
I took German in college, or French in high school, German in college, and I retained none of that information, unfortunately. But yeah, I'm trying to think of other. I know Britain, like cycle 6 of Britain's Next Top Model was like peak top model, and I know Germany's still going and Poland is still going, and Poland introduced male models too, and they seem to be doing, or the show seems to be doing well, because after men were introduced on America's Next Top Model, people are like, why are you doing that? I guess because the men didn't bring enough drama.
They're not best us to him, bros.
Best us to him, bros. I think because pretty much all the guys are. Oh, I felt really bad for one male contestant. I believe it was cycle 20. His name is Phil, and he was getting bashed so hard by the male model judge because he's like, "You are the ugliest woman I've ever seen."
Oh no.
Yeah, or it's like, "You're the ugliest bearded woman I've ever seen," and like. And Phil like has a modeling career. It's like one of the only models,
Good for Phil.
one of the male models who has a career afterwards that I know of. I know there are a few others, but Phil is one of them. And I'm just like, oh, and apparently Phil was on the show Next in Fashion on Netflix, and he wore it was like a crocheted vest and shorts, and it was like floral themed. And so I was just like, okay, this is iconic. But yeah, Poland has male models, and I know Germany is still going, and I can't remember any of the other ones that are still going.
Speaking of crochet, things are going. Things are going pretty all right.
Yay! So, by the time I'm done talking about Next Top Model, you'll have a full blanket.
Yeah, right. But once I get done with this row, I think I am gonna switch to a different color and see how I can have stripies work. Phil was super creepy. He wouldn't leave Gianna alone. Oh, I didn't know that when I said yay for Phil.
I think there was a lot of editing going on there that tried to force the relationship more than was actually shown. Oh, and this is only like 10, not even 10 pages, so that's good.
That's good. We've been getting, I actually don't want to say that. We'll get like a 50-page chapter because we've gotten pretty.
And it will be me who reads it.
And you're going to be like, damn.
Why? Okay.
But you'd be too nice to say damn, so
darn. And then we'll just be apologizing to each other, and it's like, no, it's fine. You're
Gabe, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, don't apologize. I'm sorry. I'm annoying and I'm ranting about random things.
I appreciate. We all love hearing Gabe talk about things.
Oh gosh. Do we want to talk about Primeval, Next Top Model, Seven Deadly Sins?
such a range of things.
Oh god. Let's talk about history and art. I really love the Demon Slayer season 3 or Demon Slayer Mugen Train movie is peak animation. No, that's not my anime stuff. Anyway, Your Born Identity Crisis.
If this is not about Matt Damon, I'm gonna be very confused.
You wake up and you're Matt Damon. That's the
I am crisis. Matt Damon.
What? My best friend Ben Affleck is calling me. By Dmitry Ragano. Ragano, R-A-G-A-N-O. Imagine. The Metrolink train is pulling into Union Station when you notice him in the back of the quiet car. Oh no, is another Jamie Dornan, but with Matt Damon?
No, my God.
There he's slouched in the window seat. Is he actually trying to blend in with the crowd of staid Orange County commuters? Maybe the other sleepy suburbanites are oblivious, but you, for one, are not fooled. You can see this guy is exceptional. He's not the kind who spends his weekdays on salary in a cubicle and his weekends running errands at Costco and Home Depot with his wife.
What the fuck is wrong with that? Maybe that's what he wishes he was doing.
His loose-fitting bomber jacket can barely conceal a massive chest and bulging biceps. The Ray-Ban stretched across his face. The Ray-Ban stretched across his face might reflect the 7 a.m. sunrise, but they can't conceal the bruise across his cheekbone of his ruggedly handsome face, and his long sleeves might hide the Tag Heuer watch from the other commuters, but you spotted it right away, and he is staring at you through the sunglasses. You can feel it, channeling that animal instinct you get when a predator has you in its crosshairs. It must be my overactive imagination, you think. Maybe a bad ingredient in a Sorry. Maybe a bad ingredient in that murky cup of coffee I bought before going on the train. What possible reason could this suave, intimidating stranger have to size you up? And you have everything, and why does everything about him seem so familiar? You weave your way through the throng of commuters and the West Hall of the station, queuing at the first Starbucks you see. Maybe a second coffee might counteract the apparent hallucinatory effects of the first. Waiting in line, you watch hundreds of people pass through the main hall of the station, hailing from towns like Glendale, Buena Park, and Riverside, en route to their service jobs in the office towers, restaurants, and retail stores of downtown. This is the Los Angeles that you know, the part they never show on Entourage or TMZ, the city of everyday citizens who go their whole lives without getting invited to a Hollywood party or having someone ask them for autographs. No one in the sea of strangers. Or it was an autograph, but I was just like, it works if I say autographs. Add the S.
Okay. Got you.
My bad.
No. I was just like, is that a typo? The typo senses are taken.
No, it's my fault. I'm the typo.
Oh no.
No one in the sea of strangers has any cause to stare at you because no one in the sea of strangers has any cause to stare at you because you are one of them. One of us.
Yeah.
The tribe that will never be envied or admired. Yet there he is again, staring back at you from behind the corner of the Wetzel pretzel stand. Whoops. I accidentally slapped my dinosaurs.
Oh no.
Sorry. Why would he be standing there? Wetzel's doesn't even open until lunch, and judging from his physique, he is hardly the type who snacks on doughy, oversized pretzels. You decide it's time for a diversionary tactic, trying to recall the details of countless film scenes where the hero realizes he's being followed. You toss your coffee into the trash. I hope you drank that coffee.
Right?
Why would you waste money on coffee just to throw it away?
Waste the coffee.
Rude. This isn't a movie. This is real life. Real fake life. Then instead of taking your normal route down the escalator to the Red Line Railway, you pivot, pacing briskly out of the station, through the old lobby, past the travertine walls, over the terracotta floors. When you reach the Alameda Street exit, you jump the line and hail the first cab in the loading area. Rude. You're in a hurry, the driver says, stating the obvious. You give him the directions of your office on 7th Street. When the cab turns south to Alameda Street, you finally summon the courage to glance back. There he is, standing on the sidewalk, getting smaller as you drive away, but still, getting smaller as you drive away, but still larger than life. Then you realize why this man seems so familiar. Matt Damon. You think the man looks like Matt Damon. Later that afternoon, you are sitting at your desk in a vast sea of cubicles. You stare at your computer screen, listening on your headset through mind-numbing, tedious conference call. Remember our purpose here, folks. Someone says, but it's too late for that. You forgot the purpose a long time ago. Out the window, you notice coworkers strolling along the sidewalk, down below toward the food court on Figuero.
Sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm just laughing because I always struggle.
Figueroa. Figaro. That's what it's going to be called. One of them told you once that deciding where to eat lunch was the high point of her work day. The conference call drones on. And there he is, again, parked on 7th Street, waiting in a vintage Mini Cooper. You've seen him too many times now for it to be a fluke. There's a rule of thumb in LA. The first couple times you spot a celebrity, it's probably just someone who looks like that person. But the third time, it's the real deal. But you think to yourself, I am being stalked by Matt Damon. You return to your house in the suburbs and go through the usual "how is your day" routine with your wife. Well, hey, Marcy has a wife.
Oh, good for us. We have a wife.
Yay. Oh no, but are we gonna ditch our wife for Matt Damon?
I hope not.
Or is it gonna be like, your whole life is a lie and your wife turns out to be an assassin or something? You realize you forgot to pay the water bill last month. Your son's school is having another PTA fundraiser. The neighbor keeps throwing his dog waste bags in your bin when you leave it out on trash day. Did you walk your neighbor? Did you talk to the neighbor? Your wife asked. Through your living room window, you spot the Mini Cooper on the street in front of your lawn. Honey, there's something I need to tell you. You say, you know I love you, right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, of course. You're the best thing that ever happened to me.
Uh-oh.
You remember our first date? How you told me your favorite movie was Good Will Hunting? She looks at you puzzled. Of course, but what's the matter? I think I'm in danger. What kind of danger? Not another round of layoffs, is it? It's probably better if you found something in Orange County anyway, like the Real Housewives of Orange County. Just kidding, that's going downhill at the moment. Just kidding. They brought Taylor Armstrong and she'll make it better.
You and I need to, not even for a video, just to chill. We just need to sit down and like watch reality TV.
Oh gosh, we just watched clips from reality TV shows and I'm like, here, watch this one where Tamara throws wine in Gina's face and it sends a cease and desist order at her.
Huh.
Here, watch as oh gosh.
That sounds normal.
Here, watch as Aviva Drescher throws her leg at someone. Oh, here, watch as
Did you say throw her leg?
Oh yeah, she has a prosthetic leg.
Okay.
Here, watch as Portia Williams literally drags Kenya on the floor after she got in her face. Here, I'm trying to remember iconic moments. Here, watch these two individuals on Married to Medicine get into a physical fight. It's all great. Here, watch on Drag Race as this happens. Sorry, I think I'm in danger. Someone is following me. What? Following you? That doesn't make any sense. Why would someone be interested in you?
Oh,
besides me, of course.
Oh, great.
Next thing you know, you're on the phone with your wife's friend, a licensed psychologist. She booked you for the earliest available appointment. I'm glad your wife called me, she says at your first meeting. I want you to know there is no shame in this and no cause for alarm. These symptoms are very common and very treatable. What symptoms? These sorts of paranoid fantasies. It's not a fantasy, you insist. You really believe
No, that's Matt Damon. He's right there. Look, he's outside the window.
What? It's his Mini Cooper. You really believe that a movie star is stalking you? Seeing is believing. Not always. You're at a transitional stage in life. You laugh nervously. So it's part of some identity crisis? That's part of the name of the book or the chapter.
That's part of the name of his movie. You must be Matt Damon. Sorry, I'm not trying to make fun of people with paranoia because it's not easy. But it is funny that they're just like, oh, you think you saw Matt Damon? Therapy.
Or this plot twist. This is Ben Affleck, and he's like, Ben, it's me. I've been wanting to talk to you about our newest movie. He's following me, Matt Damon.
We find out at the end we're Ben Affleck the whole time.
That would be a great twist. I would be great at creating plot twists because they're just so weird. But you see, she's not laughing back. That doesn't make sense. I'm content. Great marriage and family. My job's a little dry, but so what? The people are nice and it pays the bills. The therapist looks at you with a tilted head. Many people have a good life by objective standards, yet there can still be unresolved tensions under the surface, feelings that have lingered for decades. Too real. Why exactly would that cause me to have visions of Matt Damon? You ask sarcastically. You were always suspicious of psychologists in the first place.
Oh, don't be suspicious of psychologists. They're there to help you.
Yeah, it's the film and TV show psychologists you need to watch out for. The real ones are good.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a symbol of your subconscious. Your wife tells me that you met and bonded over the movie Good Will Hunting. Back then, you had your own dreams of making movies. That's right. But Damon went on to win an Oscar and became a superstar while your film aspirations went unfulfilled.
Okay, if this is actually Ben Affleck, that's really funny.
I wonder if this is before or after Argo. Or wait, did he direct that? I don't. Or wait, he did. Yeah. I remember he was talking about a shirtless scene where he's like, if I didn't direct it, then it would have been more than a shirtless scene. And I'm just like, okay, bye, Matt Damon. Or maybe or there was that song that Sarah Silverman made where she's like, or where she made a song about Matt Damon, and maybe Ben Affleck is like, I'm having visions of Matt Damon. I'm sorry.
Don't be sorry.
Sorry, I'm just like talking
How
to myself.
dare you talk?
The chance of success is slim. Everyone knows that going in. Let's go back even earlier. During high school, there was a lot of pressure to be a high achiever, wasn't there? You wanted to go to an Ivy League school, but you couldn't get in.
Ouch.
You didn't love where this was going. So, you know that Matt Damon went to Harvard. A lot of people went to Harvard. Going back even earlier in your childhood years, your wife told me you always had a negative body image. You were
Christ, this is not good therapy.
You were too skinny and could never gain muscle in your upper body no matter how you tried. Okay, I get your theory, you say impatiently. The pretense of doctor-patient civility is starting to unravel as quickly as the doctor-patient confidentially apparently already has. Many people still harbor internal doubts and unfulfilled dreams from their formative years. On top of that, we live in a celebrity culture. Fame and wealth seems like the ultimate antidote for our problems. You got to understand that your obsession with Matt Damon. I am not obsessed with him. You shout in exasperation. He's obsessed with me. So what if I need to stand in line at the DMV like everybody else? So what if I wasn't invited to George Clooney's wedding? That doesn't mean I've lost grip on reality. If you're going to heal, you've got to get out of the denial mode, the therapist says with what feels like more than a hint of pity. You can't let these delusions chase you forever. It's not the delusions chasing me.
It's Matt Damon. He's outside the window. I'm telling you right now.
You haven't listened to a word I said. Wait, why are we on a plane? Matt Damon's on the wing of the plane. You stomp out of the office, ending the session. And then you walk back in. Wait, these are kind of expensive. I better just finish out the session. I'm just kidding. Sorry. You return home from the session and your wife receives you with like a forlorn puppy. Sorry, that was loud. Your friend, the shrink, obviously thinks something is seriously wrong with me, you tell her preemptively. I can understand why she thinks that, but at what point do I stop trusting myself and accept her assessment? You believe me, don't you? Your wife dodges the question gracefully as expected. Whatever is going on, I'm here to support you.
Carry on. Sorry.
No, she's not. It's a lie. She gently touches your shoulder. You detect the worry in her reaction, the deep fear that maybe her husband is going nuts. Maybe I did get the whole thing wrong. You try your best to make your voice reassuring. I'm sure everything will be fine. You lie, realizing it was a mistake to bring her into this. Whatever is really going on, you should have handled it on your own. The next morning, you take the Metro link to work, using the ride as an opportunity to reflect on the whole situation and analyze it from different angles. Your mind shifts gears into practical mode. If this is really all in your head, will the company health plan cover your treatment? What
a real question.
What is the insurance billing code for paranoia over being stalked by a movie star? What is the copay and deductible? This is too real.
Stop, it's so real.
Too real. Insurance. Oh gosh. You start entering research terms into Google. The query of midlife crisis celebrity obsession takes a few seconds to pull results with the train's spotty cell coverage. You click through a bunch of links and the train is approaching Union Station.
It's just all people being like, yeah, have you seen Matt Damon outside your window? I've got this real weird thing going on. And they're like, yeah, I have.
Wait, you've been seeing Matt Damon too?
Matt Damon, because he's always stalking everybody.
Why, Matt Damon? Everyone who saw Good Will Hunts has visions of Matt Damon. You come across a medical journal article that describes delusions as strongly held, unrealistic beliefs that are difficult to change even when there is evidence that contradicts the delusion. Within a minute of your reaching Union Station, the time your reflection has ended and you realize he's on your heels again. Your heart races as you push through the crowd and bolt toward the nearby platform. He pursues you with frightening speed you'd expect of someone who used to be a CIA assassin. Or maybe just a millionaire with a home gym, a chef, and a small army of personal trainers. You wait for the doors of the Santa Barbara Brown train to shut, but then you realize he's going to make it on board too, so you get off and dash across the tracks. He is gaining fast, steps away when you decide to leap off the edge of the last track and falling into a bed of gravel. He is gaining fast, steps away when you decide to leap off the edge of the last track, falling into the bed of gravel truck passing on the street below.
Oh god, and now it's gonna be while you were sleeping, but with Matt Damon.
Oh gosh, where's Sandra Bullock? You read that Damon did some of his own stunts in the Bourne movie, so you are kind of curious whether he'll jump down after you. But instead he hesitates overhead on the ledge as the truck pulls away. The vehicle rumbles south of First Street until it reaches Main, where you see the shiny glass structure of the new LAPD headquarters. You leap out of the back of the truck and walk into the police building, approaching the sergeant on duty in the lobby. I want to file a complaint. You say, I'm being harassed. I see, the officer says, greeting you with a tired face. Anyone in particular? Yes.
Matt Damon.
Well, do you know their name? Spit it out, you tell him. Look, pal, if this is a ploy to get arrested so you can get access to a shrink in the county jail, that ain't gonna work.
Dude, too real.
You're indignant. I am not trying to get access to a shrink. Then stop wasting my time. I'm serious, you scream, banging your fist on the counter. I'm serious too, especially when it comes to citations for disorderly conduct. You leave the station, keeping your head down as you stride down Spring Street, turning left into Grand Park. You become aware of another man following you across the lawn. Not Damon, but a tall man with a manic grin and flowing black hair.
That's Ben Affleck. No, just kidding.
He wears an ill-fitting suit with jogging sneakers and carries a leather briefcase. Can I talk to you for a second? He whispers, ushering you to a park bench behind a nearby tree. He gives you his name and explains that he's an investigative journalist. You prepare to introduce yourself, but he holds out his hand in a halting motion. I know who you are. I saw you in the police headquarters. They didn't believe your story, right? Your face flushes with embarrassment. You overheard me? What's the matter? You think I don't believe you? Mister, I might be the only one who does. Excuse me. It's the actor Ben Affleck's buddy, the guy with the neck.
What?
What? Yeah. It's that actor, Ben Affleck's buddy, the guy with the neck.
This poor guy is reading this book going, hey.
Matt Damon's like, my neck's not that noticeable. He's been following you around, hasn't he? He's got you on the run, questioning your sanity, doesn't he? It feels good to be believed, but still this shocks you. How do you know? You think you're the only one, he says in hushed tones, eyeing the strangers in the park with suspicion. What do you mean? I mean, Damon's not the only one. It's a secret epidemic of this town. Stars obsessing over folks like you. They'll follow you. They'll spy on you. They can't help themselves. Why me? Why us? You fit the profile, the type they like to target. You're prosaic, obscure. They resent your anonymity. They crave your mediocrity. People like you go your whole life without being worshipped or envied. How do you think that makes Damon feel?
What the fuck?
After a long pause, you admit, I guess I never thought about it. Well, you better start thinking about it if you want to live.
Oh my god.
Why haven't I heard about this before? This is an industry town. Hollywood has been trying to cover it up for years with the help of their friends in City Hall.
Yeah, that's the one squeaky wheel in Hollywood.
The cops, the press, they're all in on it. And the talent agency have their own goon squads that roam around silencing anyone who threatened to speak out. I'm a journalist, so they can't control me. Goon squads? They call them the Star Police. They dress like paparazzi. Lady Gaga, hit it. Lady Gaga plays paparazzi.
Then Lady Gaga's just like stalking somebody else outside. Oh, sorry, that's my bad.
Sorry, I kicked the yarn. I'm sorry. But Alexa, play Paparazzi by Lady Gaga. Where's Alexander Skarsgård to be the guy that she sings to when you need him? Goon squads. Goon squads. They call them the Star Police. They dress like paparazzi so they won't draw attention, but they're really working on behalf of the stars, covering for them, making sure no one reports on the stalking problem.
Yes, the paparazzi never gain any attention at all.
Oh gosh, the paparazzi. Side note, if you want to follow an Atlanta paparazzi, follow Atlanta_filming. They like to post a lot about what's filming in Georgia and where.
Are they the ones that got chased off set that one time, or is it? I wonder if that's somebody else. That's probably an independent paparazzi.
Probably. I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, and I'm sure I'm allowed to say that on live, and the casting companies won't be like, "How dare you give away information?" It's like, well, they're the ones giving away information, not me.
You're like, that's a you problem.
I'm a third party. I'm clean.
I'm good.
That scares the heck out of you. What should I do? You ask. Run while you still have the chance. Change your name. Get a passport. Don't tell your wife or family what you're doing. You'll just put them in jeopardy. Damon has a reputation as one of the smartest and the toughest. Once he's got did Ben Affleck write this or Matt Damon?
Matt Damon. These get funnier if you picture the actual celebrity writing every single one.
I'm just imagining him like on his computer being like, once he's got you in his sights, he won't stop until he completes his mission. Cut to the end where it's just Matt Damon pretending to be Marcy. Everything's fine, dear.
Texas says, will you kindly stop escaping my 16-year-old to the tabby cat? That's cute.
Not the tabby cat.
I love cat anecdotes.
Kitties. Just as you're about to ask him what exactly mission means, a black limo screeches to the curb on Spring Street. A trio of broad-shouldered paparazzi in mirror glasses gets out of the rear door, jogging across the park lawn. Star Police, move! The journalist hollers as he pulls you up off the bench. Next thing you know, you're both sprinting in the opposite direction of the ominous Paps. You dart west through the Rose Garden, past the fountain, and up the stairs that climb to Bunker Hill. You're at the edge of the metro station entrance on Hill Street when the journalist trips and spills to the sidewalk. That's what it says, and spills to the sidewalk. I can't keep going, he pats. The Star Police are on the other side of the street, waiting for cars to pass so they can cross. The journalist hands you the briefcase. Take this. It's got evidence. My life's work. You make sure it wasn't in vain. A black van pulls up and one of the goons from it throws the journalist in the back. The walk light goes on and the Star Police rush towards you. Remember what I told you? The journalist shouts before they cart him away. Ben Affleck, no!
I like that we've just decided it's Ben
Affleck. You grip the briefcase tightly in both hands and hurl down the metro station stairs. Jumping the turnstile toward the subway platform, you dive into a departing red line car and the door slams shut before the Star Police can catch you. The other passengers stare as you lean against a window, bend over, propping your hand against your knees. Your lungs are burning and your head is spinning. You rack your brain for answers. Life has never tested you like this before. Then you remember one of the articles that you Googled on the Metrolink. Life is painful, complex, and constantly evolving. Many people need stories as a coping mechanism. That's the appeal of celebrity culture in the first place. We imagine these entertainers as larger-than-life heroes because it soothes something in our psyches. There's also another side to this. You can use fantasies to improve your present reality. Escape into the world of dreams.
Is this the guy that's yelling as he's like being taken out?
No, this is from one of the articles that he read. I'm just being dramatic because I'm about to yawn again and I'm like, be dramatic so no one notices.
Oh, Chris says, nice progress. Thank you, Chris. I appreciate I actually ripped out what I did last night and started over, and it's going much better today, I think. Everybody's going to look at it, all the professional crocheters, and be like, ew. But it's just like the one row so far.
Don't worry, professional origami makers are gonna look at these and be like, "Oh, okay, so it's fine. You're a beginner. You got this."
Yeah. For right now, there are 3 people. I think everybody is very bored with Matt Damon stalking us.
Oh no! How do we get more followers?
No, they'll come back. It happens. There is an ebb and a flow.
Gosh, they ebb whenever I read and flow when they come back when you read.
No.
You can use fantasies to improve your present reality, escape into the world of dreams, then return to your own world, bringing new insight and resolve. Ever since you were a kid, you loved movies. You were inspired by the intelligent, compassionate actors who brought the characters to life. Hadn't you always tried to be strong, learning from heroes who sharpened their wits and channeled their inner strength when faced with impossible odds? Not just Jason Bourne outflanking a global conspiracy, but Will Hunting coming of age in Southie, and Mark Watney struggling to survive on Mars. Damon's films always give you hope that you could overcome your own fears and limitations. No other screen hero provided the same kind of solace. What would he do if Matt Damon were stalking him? What would Matt Damon do if Matt Damon were stalking himself?
What a question.
Well, we're about to find out, I guess. When you hear the announcement, next stop, Hollywood and Highland, you know exactly what you have to do. You exit the subway station in front of Grauman's Chinese Theater, filing through the crowds of tourists posing for pictures with impersonators dressed as Buzz Lightyear, Johnny Depp, and Marilyn Monroe. You find a copy center with a FedEx counter. After you finish your business there, you roam Hollywood Boulevard until you see a van offering guide tours of the homes of the stars. Getting on one, you hand the driver a fistful of $20 bills. You know where everyone lives, right? That's right. I got the address of everyone who has headlined a movie in the past 20 years.
What?
Let me buy the whole afternoon. Just me. How many homes do you want to see? Just one. The mansion in the Pacific Palisades isn't as grand as they made out to be in the Los Angeles Times real estate section. But then again, you always had a reputation for being down to earth, or he always had the reputation of being down to earth. Your vantage in the driveway doesn't provide views of the 30-foot long mahogany ceiling or the pool or the 5-car garage or the serious gym all described in the paper. You ring the bell underneath the security camera, and a stylishly dressed housekeeper answers the door. I feel like celebrities wouldn't just let people just like ring their doorbells to their homes.
No. You have people to make sure that doesn't happen.
Yeah. May I help you? I need to talk to him. You say, he's on location. No, he's not. Who are you? I'm Batman. Batfleck. You look sternly at the housekeeper. He knows who I am. Tell him I have evidence. You wait in the atrium for about half an hour before Matt Damon greets you with a firm handshake and that boyish grin. You'd be impossibly starstruck and charmed under any other circumstances, but right now you're on pins and needles. Have we met? You level your stare at him. You don't need to act. We're not on set. Damon scowls and clenches his fist. You feel your body trembling. Remember all the different ways that Bourne unalived his foes. You bend down on one knee and hold up the journalist's briefcase full of evidence as if it were a magical shield. I have files. I made copies that can go on to all the right people if anything happens to me. I know what you and the other stars are doing. He looks at the briefcase and then back at you. So if you already know everything, why did you come? I want your autograph. I'm just kidding. Because I had to ask, why'd you pick me, Matt? Why did I pick you? That's right. You really don't remember, do you? I didn't pick you. We didn't pick you. You picked us. Even after you were warned, you wanted to be part of all this. The Hollywood dream machine. Now I've made you part of this. You shake your head. I didn't want it to be like this. It's never how you thought it was going to be. Or it's never how you thought it was going to be.
No one told you life was going to be this way. Thank you.
Your job.
I didn't have my hands free to do that.
Job's a joke, you're broke, your love life's the away. Yeah. It's never how you thought it was never how you thought it was gonna be. So maybe I wanted to be part of it back then. Maybe I was a kid who didn't know any better. You must remember what that felt like. He nods. So what now? No more stalking. Promise me you won't chase me or anything else. And tell your other famous friends to follow suit. Leave us average Joes alone, or else I'll go public. What makes you think anyone will believe your story? It's not about what anyone will believe, you say forcefully to the actor. It's about what you believe, Matt Damon. You've got to be happy with your life you have. You got to be happy with the life you have. Stop obsessing over other people's lives. Being unknown and ordinary won't solve your problems any more than being a celebrity will solve mine. You and me, we're both halfway through our lives. We've got to find meaning in what we have. You're right, he says after a long pause. A thin tear trickles down his cheek.
What?
This isn't a performance. This is the real deal.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'll never see you again? I shrug. Maybe my family can do volunteer work for one of your charities. Let's play it by ear. He gives you a tender hug with those powerful arms. Thank you, brother. Thank you for having the courage to face me. I deal with a lot of yes men in my line of work. He smacks you on the shoulder. Now beat it. I'm late for an interview with Jimmy Kimmel.
Oh my god, it would be Jimmy Kimmel too. I wonder who Jimmy Kimmel's stalking.
Oh,
you know?
Steve. Just a guy named Steve.
Just a random guy.
The tour guide drives you downtown and you take the Metrolink train back to your normal life. Didn't Marcy miss like an entire day of work because of this?
But you know, she'll recover. Sick days and whatnot.
Oh, phew, after working with this company for 20 years, I can use my one work day or one of my 3 vacation days. On your way home, you remember that Damon was friends with one of your favorite authors, Howard Zinn. You remember something Zinn wrote in A People's History of the United States about how the countless small actions of unknown people create the great moments of human progress. You are one of those countless unknown people who have the power to shape your life and the world around you. There is no more trouble after that.
The fuck?
Next one, Winter's Kiss.
Oh my god, guys.
I read the post-apocalyptic Tom Hardy one. I read the Matt Damon stalking me for funsies.
For fun. Okay, so I've switched colors now. To clip this before. Are there scissors over there?
Yes.
Need to clip this before I get everything tangled up, and I'm like, no, my one accomplishment.
Oh, you have several accomplishments, Avery.
Thank you.
The crocheting ones.
This is my one crocheting accomplishment so far. Why? Because I'm trying to do it right-handed. Can you just cut this?
Sure.
Like, can you just...
I feel like the fates from Hercules.
Oh,
There we
thank
go.
you.
No problem.
The fates from Hercules had better scissors, apparently.
But then it's the thread won't cut.
Yeah, I love Hercules.
Hey. And then reading Lore Olympus, and I'm just like, this isn't how people acted, but Hercules is still a fun movie.
I love I haven't started Lore Olympus yet. I do love me some Greek mythology though.
Sometimes people talk about the Greek myths that eventually happen in the story, but I'm like, this is fun. That's why her name is Mint.
Oh.
People who've read Lore Olympus know. But yeah.
Anyway.
Oh.
Winter's Kiss.
Winter's Kiss. I wonder if it's about like or my first thought is like Winds of Winter from A Song of Ice and Fire, which is a Game of Thrones
gonna
thing.
Be Kit. What's his name?
Is it Kit Harington? That would be lovely.
That was my neck.
Oh no.
I mean, it probably needed to be adjusted if it popped that much on its own. My neck.
Avery, why?
Avery, why?
It's not your fault.
Woo! I love seeing the dinosaur conga line.
Oh gosh, they're all doing the splits. They would do so great on RuPaul's Drag Race. Boom. Or stupid, or someone might get this Drag Race reference. Stupid girls, baby, if I do the split at the same time. Anyway, putting these back. Okay, sorry. Continue.
Okay. Imagine. You should have been the sign for like imagine in sign language. Like
I know.
And
dreams.
I'm thinking like fantasy with like like the
Imagine.
I can't do it. I only have the one hand, but I'm like
imagine fantasies.
Yeah, that's how I would say it if I was translating this. Hey Cameron. Dinos! Cameron says, Dinos! When do you think your next whodunit will be made? Whenever Natasha has time to come over here and make it. We've got the last two. But yeah, we have to plan something fun for the last one, because 9 episodes, we'll have covered the entire series.
Oh yeah, I remember seeing when you were watching the episodes and at the end the lady in the golf cart exploded.
Oh yeah, that was a funny one. It was funny because no one actually died. It was like a mannequin. It's like, oh no, she got got by the explosive golf cart.
That would be so fun to film. It's like, hey, I'm sorry, I'm being eliminated. Okay, I have this idea.
It would be a dream if the next video would be a dino themed one. No dino themed videos up next, but we do have some plans to do some Jurassic Park Dinotopia content in the near future with Gabe.
And please make sure to follow my YouTube account, Gabe Kustick, or Gabriel Kustick. It's a or you'll know because there's a picture of Tyra Banks and and me like imitating the picture of Tyra Banks. And I have a series called Fun Finds in Jurassic Park, and part 3 is coming out in a few months or in a few weeks. Yay.
Yes, dino content coming soon, but not next. But yes, dino content coming.
Yes.
All right. Imagine. You should have. This is by Michelle Jo Quinn. You should have been under the Caribbean sun, getting your tan on and drinking colorful, fruity drinks served to you by ogle-worthy men with wildly sexy accents. Okay? Instead, your muscles were feeling the strain from your sighing every half hour over the discovery that the slightly gloomy weather outside had turned bleak. The cold wouldn't relent, no matter how many silent wishes you'd uttered since coming into work earlier in the day. After hours of staring at the monitor, comparing entries from individual files to the spreadsheet, your eyesight turned bleary. You widened your eyes, then blinked, giving much needed relief from the dryness. Your stomach complained with angry gurgle, which seemed to echo in the large, bright space of the dental office you had called your workplace for the past several months. Pursing your lips, you blew a raspberry. Hi, Perry. Perry woke up from her nap.
Hi,
Perry.
Perry.
Would like to say hi again.
Perry, are you joining us? Perry, join us. Join us, Perry.
Join us, Perry.
Perry the platypus.
Maybe one from the dinosaur revolution era in the late 80s. Oh, that'd be fun. The Land Before Time movies.
Oh
It's
gosh.
so sad.
The first one was so depressing. But the 10th one kind of makes up for the sadness from the first one.
How many did
I think they made like 14.
Okay.
I think in the 14th one they finally brought in a Spinosaurus, which is like yay, but I haven't seen it.
Hi, Perry.
Perry.
Hello, Perry.
Perry. Hi,
Hello.
Perry.
Let's see.
Aren't you the cutest kitty? Oh, he's the cute little kitty.
Little baby.
Little baby. She's such a cute little baby. I don't know why I spoke like that. But you laugh, so I'm going to do it again at some point.
Pursing your lips, you blew a raspberry while you struggled to maintain an erect posture on your supposedly enigmatic chair. Oh my god. If you slouched anymore, you'd increase the number of creases on your designer wrap dress, which had been a splurge you couldn't afford in the first place. But specifically, for this special occasion, your birthday, which falls on Christmas Eve. Mine's the day before. Hey, it's interesting, isn't it? Making the day even more special, the dinner invitation you'd received from your estranged sister that you didn't feel you could say no to. You should have been at home pretending to be Martha Stewart icing a moist chocolate cake with peanut butter frosting, exactly like your mother did every year for your birthday. Instead, you had picked up the last Christmas log cake from the corner store across from your closet-sized apartment. Oh, why am I at work, you wondered for the umpteenth time, propping your elbows on your desk as you massaged your temples. Oh my gosh, straight on. You caught yourself staring at an 8x10 blown-up photo of Dr. Steve Schwann, the boss from hell. His charismatic smile showed off whitened, straight rows of teeth. Straight teeth that mocked you. He, of course, wouldn't be caught working on his birthday and never on Christmas Eve. No. He left all the dirty paperwork for his minions, and you were the lucky one who drew the short straw, so you found yourself slaving over the computer, entering details. Oh my god. For hundreds of insurance claims, while the charismatic dentist spent Christmas basking in the Bahamian sun. You stared at the pile of files which you swore was not getting any smaller, and promised yourself that you would polish your CV and find a better paying job with nicer, less handsy in the new year. Oh no. Oh dear.
No.
Oh dear. Definitely find a new job. Report him to the police, please.
Hello, how is your day going? Oh my god.
Gross.
Men.
Men.
Not all men, but men.
This man. Perry. Perry just likes that there's somebody giving her attention while I'm reading, so she doesn't have to fight for it. She's like, I like this two-person setup. Somebody can pet me and somebody can read. That works.
She's like, yes, I'm getting the attention I deserve while hearing a story. Ooh.
You thought of your struggles all those years serving up greasy burgers and fries to pimply kids so that you could pay your own way through college, earning a bachelor's in fine art since once upon a time you had plans of curating for the MOMA. Museum of Modern Art? Is that what it was? I think I finally figured it out. It was mentioned in the first story I read, I think, and then here we go.
MoMA.
You're
That
probably
was
right,
the
yeah.
plan, at very least, and your move from to New York City should have paved the way toward that career goal. What happened? Life happened. Your big, shiny dream turned into a bleak memory once you found out that getting into MoMA was harder than robbing Fort Knox. And you found yourself a job you didn't love, working under a boss you didn't like to pay the bills and the rent on your box of an apartment. You entertained yourself with glossy gossip magazines the clinic received for its clientele. Your stomach grumbled again, and you realized that what you were poking away at the keyboard you forgot to stop for lunch. You stretched a hand to peek through the slice of blinds and were shocked to find the whole street covered in white fluff. You liked snow. It signified happy times, happy Christmas times, but you didn't like it this much. How long have I been sitting here, you worried, biting down on your bottom lip? You stood, stretching your hands up and shaking out your left leg, which had promptly fallen asleep. Walking. Oh my god. Oh my god. Walking to the front of the clinic, you turned on the radio. Snowmageddon 2.0 is upon us. Not Snowmageddon. We lived through that.
Oh gosh. A Snowmageddon and an Ice-mageddon.
Yep. You can't see. Harry needs a sweater. Oh.
Perry looks so cute right now.
You can
in
see
real
how
life.
much Phil loves hers. Oh. Tex knitted a cat sweater. For her cat.
Oh, that's cute.
And the cat is just like, why have you done this? Very cute though. Harry. Look at the cat Mel. She's just like, it's so hard being me. I have such a terrible life.
Oh, everyone ignores me and my food bowl is only 3/4 of the way full. My life is terrible.
She's like genuinely asleep.
Oh. Oh no. Just gonna have to read one-handed now.
Oh god. You can wake her up.
But look how cute. Well, I don't live with her, so I'm like, look how cute she
No,
is.
she is very cute. She will also get over it.
But I don't want her to be mad at me.
Barry doesn't have it in her to stay mad at anybody. She's like, oh, pets? Okay, we're friends again. Was I lost my place? Each radio host of every radio station you flipped to announced a little too proudly, like they had made up the term. 2 years ago, you had experienced the devastating power of so much snow dumped on the city in such a short period. It had brought everything to a standstill. Flights had been delayed, and many people stayed within their residence for days until the subways were running again and the roads were cleared. You were lucky enough to not have a job then and stayed safe, nestled in your apartment. Not so lucky this time. Even if you powered through the files, you were looking at another 2 or 3 hours. The entire city could be buried deep in snow by then. You switched the radio to a cheerier station. There was no sense in wallowing. Well, no more than what you were already doing, and stopped at a quick... Harry? You good, Harry? Did you have a dream? The hands.
He's just, wow, what's going on?
Harry, you're gonna push this off the desk. You can't push it off the desk. You can sit there, though.
Sock. I said, what? What did Texas say?
I don't know. Is it a reference to, like, Master has given Dobby a sock? I don't know, maybe.
Oh gosh.
Let's see.
This next yellow dinosaur might have a little bit of a scar.
Oh no, Perry, what have you done?
You scarred the next dinosaur.
You stopped at a quick, upbeat Ariana Grande pop song. You rolled your neck around, shaking the tension off your shoulders and dancing to the beat. What was that saying you found on your friend's wall? Dance like nobody's watching. Ugh. sorry. It was about the only time you let yourself dance, or else people might think you were having a seizure. I'm sure they won't think that. But the trick worked. Your mind worked better. You picked up the phone to make a quick call to your sister, even if you weren't sure what you could tell her. Before you could dial, there was a loud knock on the clinic's glass front door. Raising your chin up, you saw a man standing outside waving at you. Oh my god. You paused and warred with yourself how easy it would be to ignore the man. Would your conscience let you think that you could survive the cold outside with your... Perry, how did she change it? That was weird. I don't know what she hit.
Oh, and I think she's doing, or the mouse is going crazy.
Oh, is it? Maybe it's my fault, Perry. Sorry. Sorry to blame you, Perry.
It's all Perry's fault, everyone.
The teeth. You guys, I don't think you guys can see this, but her little snaggle tooth is like poking out because she's like, nah, I'm asleep.
Oh. She's so cute.
Little baby. Her little hands are doing the little like, yeah. Let you think that he could survive the cold outside. Would your conscience let you sleep if he didn't? Then another thought came to mind. He just witnessed your dancing. Maybe he was more worried about you than of himself. Placing the phone back on its cradle, you walked over to the door. The man's hood covered most of his head. As you neared, all you could see was his beard coated in snow. It made him look comical. It made him look like Santa. A homeless Santa. Oh. Your subconscious waved the red flag. This thought had you taking a step back. Homeless Santa waved again. You waved back and mouthed, "We are closed." He lifted the phone in his hand and shouted, "It's dead," and gestured that he needed to make a call. The cell phone wasn't exactly a clear sign that he wasn't some homeless man. Oh, that's judgmental. The other day, you spotted a bag lady strutting on the streets of Tribeca with designer kicks. Stop being judgmental, Marcy. You mentally calculated the chances that this guy could possibly be a serial killer. The odds should have been enough to scare your pants off, but if he croaked out on the clinic's doorstep, it would forever haunt you. And it's Christmas, the angel on your shoulder reminded you. You ran a hand on your dress and smoothed the fabric, a reminder that you were still lucky compared to those living on the streets. Meanwhile, he's like, I have an appointment. Perry.
Perry, why?
Why? She's like, it's warm. I'm like, it's also controlling literally everything. Stop sitting on it.
She's putting her bum up in my face, and I'm like, Perry.
Not for free.
Listen to your mother, Perry.
Oh my god, you're pulling keys out of my keyboard, Perry.
Perry. Everything's just glitching out, and we're just like, what's going on?
She's just typing.
Well, as d. Oh gosh. Okay, I think, is she still typing?
No, she ran out of characters.
Okay. Phew, thank goodness for that. That's how they have the character limit.
Slowly you unlock the door and slowly you unlock the door and inhaled deeply before opening it. Thank you, I just need to make a call. You nodded and opened the door wider, letting the man in. You didn't realize how tall he was until he stepped inside. The warmth of the clinic's waiting room, brushing snow off his shoulders, head, and face. I got lost on my way to my hotel. You detected an accent as he went on. Australian? British? You were never good at figuring out which one. When he pushed the hood off his head, you were instantly rendered mute by the brightness of his almond-shaped eyes. Are they blue, green, gray? You wondered before you could stop yourself. You stepped closer to get a better perspective. Hazel, fringed with dark lashes. I know those eyes. Hi. Oh my god. His warm breath tickled your nose and made you aware of your proximity. I'm Charlie. Sorry, I was just ogling was the right word, but you couldn't say that out loud without embarrassing yourself even more. You took a wide step back as you told him your name and wrapped your arms around your waist. You need to make a call. He nodded and gave you the sweet smile, one that nudged a little dimple on the right cheek and knocked a breath out of you. Charlie. Charlie, and then he just was like, so Charlie just smiled at you. Snapping out of the daze, you abruptly turned around, almost tripping on your own feet as you made your way to the reception desk. You can make the call here. When you turned your heels again, to hand him the phone, you didn't realize that he had followed you, and then the smell of snow on his leather jacket. Did snow have a smell?
Kinda, it's kinda cold.
Overpowered all of your senses. Who knew the smell of fresh snow could put your panties into a twist? Thanks, just one simple word. It might as well be have my baby with that accent. You walked around the desk and kept your hands busy rearranging the sticky notes and pens on top, but all your focus was on Charlie. The thought, through his conversation, you learned that Snowmageddon 2.0 had already blocked most of the major roads and bridges in and out of the city, stalled the subway system, and grounded all flights. Shocked by the news, you ran to the windows and stared hopelessly at the streets. It hadn't looked threatening at first, but now the thick snow on top of the scaffolding across the street made you cower. I hear it's going to get worse. It took you a second before you noticed that Charlie was talking to you. I hope you don't have big plans. The only Charlie I'm thinking of is Charlie Cox.
I'm thinking either Charlie Cox or Charlie Hunnam from Sons of Anarchy.
Oh, it could be. Oh, because, okay. Yeah, probably him. Hope you don't have big plans. You screwed your lips into a grimace. I'm supposed to have dinner with my sister tonight. I'm afraid that's not going to happen, honey. My agent said it might take overnight. Oh, yeah, definitely not Charlie Cox, I don't think. To get someone out here. You might be stuck with me for a while. Charlie leaned back against the desk, jammed his hands into his jeans pocket, and smirked. For a second, everything was okay with the world. Charlie called you honey. Charlie was there to keep you company. How bad could that be? Horrible if it meant you wouldn't be able to reconnect with your sister, which you suddenly realized you'd actually been looking forward to. But what other choice did you have? You excused yourself to make the call, leaving the Harley-riding Brit in reception. Harry, what are you doing?
She's calling out our faces.
Charlie Chaplin? I don't think it's Charlie Chaplin.
Isn't he gone?
Yes, he was a 1920s silent film star.
So I think, yeah.
His great granddaughter was Rob Stark's wife.
Yeah.
That's,
Una Chaplin.
Yeah.
She deserved better.
She did deserve better.
Like the character. Yeah, but
we don't know anything about her as a person, just her character deserved better.
Yeah. In the books, her character's still alive.
Spoilers. Oh yeah.
Yeah. And they kept giving her moon tea to make sure she wasn't with child.
Oh.
But they kept her around, so I'm like, well, that's good, I guess.
Hopefully, if it meant you wouldn't be able to reconnect with your sister, which is, you excuse yourself to make a call, leaving the Harley-riding Brit in reception. After the third ring, your sister picked up at once, and once you explained the dilemma. Oh, deja vu. Oh my god. You thanked your lucky stars that she was more understanding than you remembered. You promised to see her as soon as the roads cleared. When your stomach complained again, you trudged to the staff kitchen and grabbed a sandwich you made for lunch and 2 small plates out of the cupboard. The moment you entered the waiting room, your heartbeat sped up. How many times had you Googled Charlie Hunnam, shirtless, in the past year? And here, Charlie removed his jacket, leaving on only a tight white tee paired with his dark jeans and Nike Air Max 90 shoes. Don't be creepy. Don't be creepy. No matter how many times you'd seen his naked toned torso and killer abs on the screen, him sitting dressed in front of you was 10 times better because he was there. He was real, and you were breathing the same air as Charlie Hunnam. Your wild imagination could run rampant. I have an egg sandwich we can share. Immediately you wished you had a better offering. Then knowing that he was an eco-conscious as you, you proudly added, "It's free range." You sat down, leaving an empty seat between you two, and placed the plates there. But a chill came over you. It's cold here. The waiting room was often kept cooler than the rest of the clinic, and the institutional look of its white walls and plastic chairs and stark fluorescent lighting didn't help warm the area. "Do you want my jacket?" He was already lifting Perry.
He was already lifting Perry.
Lifting Perry off of my computer where Perry isn't supposed to be. Perry!
Oh gosh, and oh no, more things are being typed. Backspace.
Perry! Here, go see Gabe again, please. I know you're very comfortable, but this is not your professional, specific heating pad. Oh god! What came up, Perry?
Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh my goodness. What is happening?
What is happening? Chaos. I'm just gonna send to chat what she said.
This is what Perry says to you all.
Sorry, Texas. I know it's very uncomfortable. Perry and the story.
Oh.
Oh my god! Oh.
Without hesitation. Oh.
Kill it.
Oh. Oops. Oh. She's like, F your origami dinosaurs.
Perry, that's what Perry typed when she laid on the keyboard. I just sent it through instead of backspacing it, because I can. Make it stop. I'm so sorry. Waiting for the stream to die. So far, the stream, she did not kill the stream. She just typed a little bit. Where was I?
Charlie Hunnam sitting across from you in a tight
He was
white
already lifting
t-shirt.
it off the seat beside him, his jacket. "Yes," your brain shouted at you, but instead you jumped to your feet. "No, I have a better idea. Come." Without hesitation, Charlie gathered up the plates and followed you to the end of the hall in front of Dr. Schwann's office. You rifled through the office manager's desk to find the key that would unlocked. The dentist's often locked door. You'd been inside it. Well, I'm convinced they just ripped these off of Wattpad and said it's a book now.
Yep.
There's no rhyme or reason. They're just like, here are the most popular Wattpad stories. Do with this what you will. Harry. Here.
Oh.
Sorry.
Oh, do you want down, Perry? Bye, Perry.
Like, I'm not allowed to sit where I want. There's no fur everywhere. Look at that. You pulled this key up, Perry.
Oh no. Oh no, the F4.
I think I got it back. It's
Okay.
just a little bit messed up now.
Oh no.
This computer's been through worse. You'd been inside it once on the day your suspicions of Dr. Schwann's perviness were proven. Oh, he'd asked you to follow him into his, office. Trigger warning, only to receive an open palm squeeze on your tush. You responded the only way you knew how, to open palm slap on his face. Good, Marcy. You'd been prepared to receive a pink slip right after that, but you also discovered that day as much as any hint of... Wait, Dr. Schwann liked perky office assistant's bottoms. He despised any hint of legal action. He stayed clear of you, and you kept your head down. Oof. Since then, you'd never set foot inside the office. It was everything its owner wasn't. Warm, welcoming, comfortable. A large wooden desk sat in the middle, and two leather chaises flanked a gas fireplace which hung on sandblasted brick wall. You hit a switch and dimmed the overhead lighting, then flicked on the fireplace. You looked over to Charlie, who glanced at you with hooded eyes and the sexiest bottom lip bite you'd ever seen on a man. Charlie strutted to one of the chaises and lounged on it, stretching his long legs over the leather and propped his head on one arm. This is better. You set the plates on top of the glass coffee table in between the two chaises and before you could sit unabashedly and stare at your companion, you remembered Dr. Schwann's secret stash. Inside his third desk drawer, you found a pack of Skittles and a bottle of bourbon. You ran back to the kitchen to grab 2 glasses. Charlie sat up, rubbing his hands together when he saw what you brought. Now we're talking. He offered you another heartbreaking smile. Throughout your shared dinner, with drinks and candies, Charlie enthralled you with tales of how he was discovered drunk, monkeying around at a shop in the UK. You held your breath while he told you about the times, not just once, not twice, but twice, he'd scared off burglars from his old Hollywood home. He awed you with how much love and respect he had for his parents, and made your heart skip a beat when he described his ideal date with his ideal woman. Of course he did. You could count on one hand how many celebrities you'd met. None as popular or engaging as Charlie. I thought you were going to say none, and then I'd be like, but then you could count on no hands. Why do I? Anyway. But there he sat in front of you in an office where you shouldn't have been, while the snow continued to blanket the entire city, trumping your plans of reunion with your sister and your birthday celebration. Alas, you had completely forgotten all about your birthday. You stood, ignoring how the room swayed a bit. Do you like cake, Charlie? You felt a little tickle in your belly when you said his name. I love cake. Good, I'll be right back. You run out and return with the log cake you had stashed in the staff fridge and 2 spoons. It's not the best, but it will do for now. Why do we have cake? Charlie's eyes seemingly reflected the flickering flame of the fireplace. You scoop a spoonful, and before taking the small piece to your mouth, you simply reply, "It's kind of my birthday." Oh. Charlie's eyes brightened. He straightened and produced a lighter out of his pocket. When he stood, he flicked on the lighter and waved it in the air. While he stretched out a hand to you, he hopped over the coffee table and knelt on one knee while he sang a loud rendition of Happy Birthday. Before he let go of your hand and pressed a kiss on your knuckle, but while his gaze was directed on you, a blush crept up your neck and colored your cheeks. When Charlie continued to trace a kiss onto your wrist, in your arm, your entire body's temperature peaked at an alarming rate. In a hushed tone, while he had your hand clasped in his, he said, "I'm sorry you had to spend the night with me instead of your family." "I'm not," she says. That's what it says. Charlie tipped your chin with his thumb and placed a tender kiss on your parted lips. "Oh, happy birthday," he sidled beside you and took the spoon out of your hand, using the spoon to scoop a slice of the cake. He tasted it. "You're right. This really isn't the best cake. I know a place. Once we're out of here, I'll buy you the best cake in the city. Or I can make it for you," you offered, trying to steal the spoon back, but instead Charlie thrust it back into the cake, then held out a spoonful of it for you to take. Charlie cocked his head to one side, quirking one corner of his lips. "You bake?" "I try." You bit one bite of the thoroughly mediocre cake. "Tell me more about you." He might have asked to be polite, but you didn't think life would afford you another chance like this. While you recounted almost every minute of your life, including where you worked and the job you didn't like, why you hadn't seen your sister for years, and why your dream job as a curator had turned into a pipe dream, you discovered that Charlie was a great listener. With this, you suspected, and also from binge watching Sons of Anarchy on Netflix, that was the type of guy who wasn't just an amazing lover, but also a caring friend, a man who would protect you from a home invader, who would make you laugh by singing off-key, who would hold your hand and feed you cake throughout the snowstorm. But guys like him only happen in your dreams and on TV and movies. Compared to his Hollywood life, yours was dull and bleak like the winter sky. I feel like this needed to be 6 pages shorter than it actually is. With high amounts of icing sugar, bourbon, and reality's disappointments coursing through your veins, you suddenly felt out of place and tried to excuse yourself to continue the pile of work you still had to do. But Charlie took your hand, asking if he'd done something wrong. You explained why you found yourself stuck in the office on your birthday. On Christmas Eve, Charlie walked with you back to your desk, dragged a chair beside you, and sat on it, offering to help you with your task. You couldn't think of anything more boring for him to do, but he insisted. I feel like it says something about women that in all of these fantasy situations, it involves a dude apologizing for something. Women apparently just want a British guy to be like, sorry, so sorry, I'm so sorry. After a few moments of rifling through the files, he sighed and buried his hands in his hair. I have an idea. Anytime I read a Smith surname, I'll take something off. Oh, okay. You laughed at his silliness and his attempts at making your life seem more interesting. I'm not going to agree to that. It's the most common last name in the USA. You'll be naked in no time. Come on, it'll be fun. You'll take off your clothes? He sucked his bottom lip between rows of white teeth. Yes. However, to be fair, if the surname Brown appears, you have to take something off. What? No way. You shook your head. You could already feel the start of a blush on your cheeks. You'd read somewhere that the last name Brown was a common name in the city. It is just Brown is a very common last name. It will make this go quicker. He tapped the files on his right thigh. He tilted his chin up and regarded you with those mesmerizing eyes. It was a dare. A dare that a few hours ago you wouldn't have thought you'd ever encounter, let alone consider doing. Yet here you were in front of one of Hollywood's sexiest actors about to play his game, and there's probably a security camera catching it all.
That's what I was thinking. I'm like, the cameras will catch it all.
He was right. It did make the time go faster. It also made you feel like the luckiest girl in the world. By the time you went through the files, all he had left on was one sock and his underwear. Meanwhile, all you had to take off were your shoes and stockings. You stretched your arms up, pumping your fists into the air. You win this time, Charlie said, smirking. I'm not always this lucky, but seriously, you better put your clothes back on before you catch a cold. As he grabbed his shirt off the floor and threw it at him, a knock echoed through the office. Who could that be? Before leaving him to dress and checking to see who it was before knocking on the clinic's door, you snuck a quick glance back, catching Charlie bent over as he put on his jeans. I'm never this lucky, you thought. Like always, your luck ran out. Charlie ran to meet you in the waiting room, ensuring that you were safe, but the man at the door turned out to be someone his agent had sent over with a monster truck capable of plowing through the thick snow. Would you like to come with me to my hotel? Charlie asked. We could just chill out there. In your head, you ran through the list of women you were acquainted and friends. The list of women you were acquainted, I think there's supposed to be a with there, and friends with who you would jump at the chance of spending the night with Charlie Hunnam. Although, after spending most of late afternoon and night with him, you'd learn that he was as sweet as he was gentle and polite. Shaking your head, you declined. I should go to my sister's. Charlie nodded, understanding what it would mean to you and to your sister. Quietly and quickly, the two of you cleaned up your boss's office from the impromptu dinner, and while you gathered all of your stuff, including the half-eaten Yule log cake, Charlie waited by the door. The ride to your sister's was bumpy and surprisingly short, but it was a welcome distraction from the thundering of your heart. That was it, the end of a daydream. Charlie helped you hop out of the truck and walked you to your door of your sister's apartment. He stood in front of you, oozing sex appeal. The snow continued falling flat. It continued to fall, not falling flat. Fluttering thick groupings of snowflakes all around you, wrapping you in a tight embrace and kissed the top of your head. You circled your arms around him and held on. With a final inhale of his intoxicating scent, which now probably smells like dentist office, I'm inserting, you let go. With some reluctance, so did Charlie. You rang your sister's apartment, and after verifying it was you on the intercom, she buzzed you in. While Charlie held the door open for you with one hand, he cupped the back of your head with the other and gave you a kiss that would destroy all other kisses. You swayed on your feet as he slowly released you. Happy birthday and Merry Christmas, he whispered in your ear before turning around and walking back to the truck. You slipped into your sister's apartment building, convinced that everything had been a dream. When she welcomed you into her arms, essentially back into her life, you almost wanted to break down. I'm glad you're safe, but how did you get here? She asked, helping you out of your coat. I got a ride. You almost didn't sound too sure. Well, we have an extra bedroom. You can stay in tonight. We can sort everything out tomorrow. That would be great. Oh no, your hand flew to your mouth as you remembered that you had brought the half-eaten cake with you, only to forget it in the truck. The cake! I forgot you were interrupted by a knock on the door, and when your sister opened it, Charlie held out the thoroughly mediocre cake to her, leaving her as shocked as you were when you first recognized him. Your cake, he said with a sly smile. Oh my God, your sister stammered. I'm Charlie, your sister's date. Charlie turned to you. Well, that's presumptuous, Charlie. No, I'm just kidding. And winked as he stepped into the apartment. You could have been under the sun, getting your tan on and drinking colorful fruity drinks. Instead, you spent your birthday and the eve of Christmas with your long-lost sister and the man of your dreams. Maybe your luck hadn't run out after all.
Yay! The next day, or when everyone came back from vacation, a security officer asked that Marcy come into the office, where they found footage of Charlie Hunnam in his undergarments sitting in the office. And we're like, what is going on?
Whose underwear is this?
Out of the blue. Oh, I just looked who it is.
Who is it?
Have you seen have you the Menu? He was the not the chef, but he was like the boyfriend in the Menu.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he also played Beast in X-Men First Class.
Okay. I like that the first reference was the Menu and the second reference. That's exactly the order that I would have also referenced them, so that was helpful.
Yeah, I was just like, and he's also in a show called The Great, I think, with Elle Fanning, but I can't remember if that was
Oh God, chat. Can I just say, chat, Rex and Tex. Good, kick his ass. I guess that's about the creepy.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna stab him with a sword. Where is this going? Not safe for work? So they can't, I think they can't, or they're afraid of legal action if they go not safe for work with a person who is real, right? So I think they get as close as they want. I think some of these used to be not safe for work and they edited them so that they could be in this book, is my guess, because they go right up to that line.
Yeah, well, I know the Nick Bateman one was like, here's the line, goodbye.
Here's the line.
And we're crossing out.
Drop the line. Okay.
And we're still going.
Oh no, it's romantic. Come on, life is beautiful. You don't need to be famous. Hey guys, how's it going? I just finished that new series on ABCME called Turn Up the Volume. Interesting. Texas says, no. Nope, just nope. Rex says, shit, I was fucking right. I was getting a little worried there. I was getting a little worried too.
But isn't that great when
reading this book? Sorry, I interrupted you.
Oh no, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, reading this book is like doing a trust fall with somebody you thoroughly do not trust. That makes sense.
Yes.
Okay.
This is gonna be fine. Oh gosh. But spending Christmas or the day of your birthday at work with a handsome actor who ends up being your date for interacting with your long lost sister,
and presumably you stay together forever.
You become his new boothang.
Yay, boothang.
Everyone loves to be a boothang. You could be her new boothang, their new boothang, his new boothang. Everyone's got to be a boothang if they want.
If they want. If you don't.
Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. Out of the Blue by Tango Walker. Imagine, you're a journalist, older, cynical, and yet there's something exciting about a film set tour. Sure, you've done a few of those over the years, but still, the magic of the movie business never ceases to amaze. It
has ceased to amaze. Who do I talk to about this?
Yeah, we're just like, yeah, we've been on like the big sets and.
Sorry to be that person, but we are kind of gonna be that person right now.
Yeah, it's just they must have been to they must go to like the blockbuster movies, like the big ones, maybe like once every 2 years. That's how I can imagine there's still an excitement, and we're just like, oh.
Well,
yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't get too exciting after the first few years.
to make you feel younger than your 45 years. This set tour is particularly exciting. Lunch with the international.
So exciting. Gabe is so enthralled.
I'm so excited. Like,
I just can't.
like Jesse in Saved by the Bell. This set tour is particularly exciting. Lunch with the international cast and crew. Oh, this is why it's exciting for them. They get to interact with the casting crew, and the crew can't be mean to them for no reason.
In my experience, to be fair, I've never had the crew be mean to me. I've just had people I've just had like what am I trying to say?
Like individual people.
I've had individual like crew members be like, "How dare you? You think you can talk to so and so and so and so's like, hi." Hey.
So, or what I mean to say is not all crew, but
No.
yeah.
But I've never
No,
actually
truly.
had like a famous person be like, "Don't talk to me." What I have is crew being like, "Don't talk to the famous person," and the famous person's just like, "Why would anybody talk to me?"
I remember one time I was on a set and there was someone riding a noisy bicycle, and I think it messed up a scene, and so the actors are like yelling out the door like, "Can we stop that noise?" And I'm just like looking away. I'm like, I didn't do it, but I'm sure if they made eye contact with me, they would kick me off set.
Oh, that reminds me of a story that I don't think I can tell right here. I've got to tell you later.
Oh, okay. Ha, I'll know. Then a one-on-one with a few of the stars. Oh, this is like this is probably for a press thing where the actors are like, "Hey, how's it going? Let's talk about the movie. I'm personable."
Where the actors are
But-
just like so tired and they're like, "I've done 4 of these already. I'm only here because I'm contractually obligated." That's got to be rough.
I can't imagine being on a press tour and just getting the same questions over and over.
And you have to be there because it's literally part of your contract. Like that sucks.
Ooh. And I'm sure, or I just remember Scarlett, or just a video of Scarlett Johansson just getting like various interview questions where it's like, what do you, or is the leather suit you wear as Black Widow comfortable? And it's just
It's like, no, stop asking me, please.
why do all the men get philosophical questions and I get, how do you feel wearing this outfit
And then all
today?
the guys, I love the guys in the Avengers cast for like making like handling that, helping her with that, where they're like, "So what's your workout routine?" And they're like, "Oh, nothing much." Like obviously it's not for them, but they're just like trying to make a point. It's like, good guys, we appreciate them.
Yeah, take that,
Woo,
journalist.
see,
Yay.
switching colors, and I'm gonna go back and forth so it's even, but like, yeah,
Oh, that's
Stripey.
cool.
stripies. And then these just get woven in at the end. It's okay. You can tell us on the Discord. I don't think like anybody would be upset. It just is more like identifying than any story that I've ever told. It's not like a bad story about anybody, but like I don't know. I try not to be like gossipy.
There was this one set I was on, and one of the actors kind of got a little bit of a big head because they became really popular because of this this movie / TV show, and people were not happy about their big ego.
Oh yeah.
Or I'm just saying that I love to gossip, but I don't know what I can say because I don't want someone being like, "Hey, do you know so and so said this?" It's like, oh, sue them.
But wait, is this a real story?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you about this later.
Yeah, so you'll have a story to tell, and I'll have a story to tell, and no one watching will be able to see it. I'm sorry. You didn't do these often anymore. Hard news was more your style these days, but the movies were your first love, and anytime you could get back to the magic of it, you knew you were there with bells on, and you certainly had bells on today. Well, not really. In actuality, you were wearing red cons of G-word skirt.
What?
G-word skirt.
No.
They use the
What?
G-word.
Guys,
They use
come
the
on.
G-word.
Guys, come on.
You're not gonna trick me this time.
You're not gonna trick me.
See, G-word. Your G-word skirt, a sensible top, and a long string of beads that matched your glasses. But still, yes, you were a hard news journalist, but you still dressed like an entertainment editor. And let's face it, this beat sitting in a courtroom trying not to fall asleep. Just thinking about it.
This beats sitting in your friend's closet, trying not to fall asleep reading a boring.
But I enjoy the sitting in a friend's closet part. It's just the book.
Yeah, the book has had worse days. I will say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, today we've had pretty decent stories today, which is good.
I'm so proud of myself. I know this does not look great in comparison to like people that have done this but it's
Yeah. Yay! You did it!
Yeah.
She did it. Da-na-na.
a goofy skirt. Yes, it was a goofy skirt.
We don't say that word here.
For one split second, I was like, "Did I say the wrong
No.
word?" My heart stopped. I was like, "Oh,
I'm sorry.
fuck.
I'm sorry. They wore a goofy skirt.
Goofy goobers."
I'm a goofy. Oh gosh, SpongeBob and Patrick saying that as they cried as they dried up from the heat lamp.
This is not the last chapter of the book. It might be our last chapter of the day because we have to eat food and, talk to each other. I think we haven't been talking. Yeah, it looks like this will probably be our last one since it looks kind of long. Gabe always gets stuck with the long what?
It's not a long chapter, but look at the chapter of the next title.
What long is that chapter?
Oh gosh, here. It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pages.
All right, we might have to read that one.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the name of the chapter.
Just call it a flowy long skirt, right? It was such an unnecessary use of, not that there's ever like a necessary use, but like, it's not even like a situation where you're like, okay, I can see why like for like, I don't know, historical context it would be used, It was just like, nope, we're just gonna say the word because we want, oh, okay. Ew, gross.
The movie was billed as the next big thing, a blockbuster in the making. You are a big fan of the directors and knew of a couple of the cast members. Well, one in particular, your teenage daughter's current crush, Ronnie, or R-A-N-I, I'm going to call them Ronnie, had squealed when you told her where you were going. Today you were the cool mom. It didn't happen often now that she was 17, careening headlong towards being an adult, so you relished it. Her younger sister, Hazel, 13 and full of attitude, was a little nonplussed. Though she did not give you a thumbs up when you dropped them at school on the way north to the job. You kind of wished you could bring them with you. But this wasn't take your kid to work day. This was a feature story for your paper, part of the weekend supplement. A big deal. Really, though, it was mainly a favor to your friend who was the PR and had arranged this whole press junket. Still, it was fun, and you'd promised your girls a few pictures. You jokingly told Ronnie you'd bring home a Nicholas-shaped doggy bag. That was his name, Nicholas Hoult, the current flavor of the month. He was the star of the newer X-Men movies and Mad Max, though Ronnie preferred him all zombied up in warm bodies. Oh yeah, he was Arn.
Can you imagine having a crush on somebody and then your mom marries them?
Mom, no.
Mom, no. When I said he was daddy, this isn't what I meant.
No, I called Charlie Hunnam daddy because he's a daddy, not a dad.
A father.
Oh, I remember that meme where I was talking to one of my friends and I used daddy and they were like, daddy or daddy? And it's like, girl, your father.
Girl, your father.
So, but now individuals use the term zaddy instead of daddy, and I'm just like,
we know. We have a plant zaddy on this. It's a long story.
A plant zaddy?
Yeah, so there's a Goosebumps. I don't know if you ever read Goosebumps as a kid.
No.
But that second one right there, because those are all in order. Stay Out of the Basement is about the dad. He's like basically turning into a plant monster. And it's like a weirdly sexually charged, like not on purpose, I don't think. I think it's more just like this was written by a guy who doesn't know the sound. But anyway, out of the rubble of that night came Plant Zaddy.
I'm just imagining David Harbour turning into a plant now.
Honestly, that makes Plant Zaddy even better.
Congratulations, everyone. Imagine David Harbour turning into a plant. And
like a sexy plant.
I'm not just a regular plant. I'm a handsome plant.
A daddy plant.
I would watch that movie.
I would too.
Or I would watch that like SNL commercial.
Texas wants you to watch the stream VOD. Oh gosh. If you have some time to kill and you just want to watch me suffer, that is a very hilarious. That's the first time that I really had like a book with any kind of innuendo. I didn't know it would be Goosebumps. That would be the first time of that, but I was like, what do I do with this?
I'm just imagining the author being like, "Oh, this is nice. This is very this is a descriptive description of this guy turning into a plant." The man woke with a start. He was sweating.
Oh yeah, like that, but more.
Oh god, his shirt was drenched. No, I'm just gonna, instead of reading about Nicholas Holt, I'm gonna be like David Harbour sweating profusely as he's turning into a plant. He turned a shade of green, but not gross green, but like a handsome green, like the Hulk green. I don't know. Okay, anyway, I'm just kidding. Anyway, he's also incredibly tall, appealing to a teen Amazon who was 5 feet 11 inches in her stocking feet. What is it with individuals and their loving of tall men, though?
No.
Oh, did I tell you the story of how I was talking to someone on set? And I think it got to the topic of like, oh, everyone's just fawning over tall men. I'm tall and no one fawns over me. And he's just like, oh, all you have to do is go to the gym. And like tone up a little bit more. And I'm just like, oh,
that's
thanks.
Rude.
Thank
you for your unsolicited advice.
So what you're saying is I need to be a buff tall guy. I can't just be tall, which is lame because usually it's just like, he's tall. You're willing to throw away your life for someone who's 6'4". And it's just like, oh, well, they should have added that in like an asterisk, like needs to be buff.
Must be buff.
Even though David Harbour got fit for like season 4 of Stranger Things, and people were like, ooh, but he's like, I'm going back to my regular dad bod, and everyone's like, yes.
Can I tell you a funny story? Because it's
Please.
really just about me. It really has nothing to do with, well, it has to do with David Harbour, but the embarrassment is on me.
Oh no. Make it about you, Avery. Yes.
So when I was standing in on season 2 of, I messed that up. I gotta redo that stitch. That's the wrong way to do that stitch. When I was standing in on season 2 of Stranger Things, I knew pretty well the other obviously stand-ins, and the one stand-in who stood in for David he was also the photo double. They looked very much alike, right? So like very much alike. Same build, same everything, and so oftentimes he would be like completely made up in like the hopper everything so that he could do photo doubling stuff. And one day I was talking to him, and we went to Crafty, this is photo double, and I was like telling this like very animated story, and I look over and I'm like, hey, isn't that, and I realized that at some point photo double had left, and it was just David Harbour, who was just confused, but not like upset. And it's like a stranger because you're at the store and the person that you're talking to is like rounded the corner. It was that, but it was David Harbour, and I was like, oh, and I just ran, and I was just like, that didn't happen. Now I'm telling everybody on the internet that it happened.
Oh no.
David Harbour will never see this, but sorry if you remember that at all. I swear. I didn't mean to make it awkward. I don't even remember what story I was telling. I was just very into it. And he was just like,
I remember
being polite. It was very funny.
I remember seeing him on set and just the juxtaposition of him next to a Winona Ryder.
I know, she's so tiny. I mean, I say that, but she's taller than me. But like,
but yeah, he's like 6'4" and she's 5'4" something. But when I saw them, I had my glasses off, so I just blurrily see this really tall person and this very much average height
very small person.
And
well, she's just petite all around too. It's not just that she's like short. I guess she is considered short by some people, but she's just kind of like a petite person. And David Harbour's got like all the muscles and
yeah. Oh. Yeah, David Harbour is amazing in real life, guys. Sorry, don't be jealous about it that we've seen them in real life.
He does seem very nice, though.
He agreed.
Anyway, sorry, I
oh no, it's all good. Any reason for me to talk? And you're like, but I was the one telling the story, and I'm like, well, but I stole your thunder, and I'm talking now. I'm sorry, but yes, that was a funny story. I enjoyed that.
Thank you.
He's also incredibly tall, appealing to a teen Amazon who was 5 feet 11 inches in her stocking feet.
You knew he was above average height going in, but catching him filming on set, you were struck by just how tall he was. You're only in the mid-5s, but this guy would look a Hemsworth in the eye. And given you came eye to pecs with Chris Hemsworth a few months ago during an interview, you're glad the pecs. You're glad you'll be sitting down when you're talking to him. You're nervous enough. These things always make you nervous. At lunch, you sit with your friend and the director and a couple of crew members. Casey started in newspapers, but was now the PR for the studio. You'd known her for a while. She'd been a cadet at your paper. You'd trained her. Now she's hobnobbing with celebrities. The other journalists in today's scrum were honing in on the movie stars, ensuring they were all on, in quotes, when they should have been taking a breather. You felt sorry for them. Nick had 2 young women sitting on either side of him and another across from him. Your partner in crime for today, photographer James, was sitting across from Nick too. Though you didn't know if he'd been attracted by the movie star with whom he'd apparently shared a love of cars, which he'd explain in great detail on your rather hair-raising journey to the studio. First rule of journalism, don't let the photographer drive. Or maybe he was attracted to the nubile things around Nick.
Some photographers just like, hey!
How dare you? I'm a great driver. Nick was smiling and animated, giving the trio of young journalists his full attention, and they were hanging on his every word. None of them looked much older than Ronnie, but that was the way of things these days. Paper, radio stations, and online media were employing younger and younger journalists, barely out of university, barely out of nappies. You were the T-Rex of the journalism world. But I will say, if you're looking for a strong, independent female character, look no further than to Rexy the T-Rex. A dinosaur from the time when newspapers were king, and first-year cadets spent more time making coffee than writing stories. Now they were writing the front pages and throwing themselves at young actors.
This just sounds like a boomer being mad that some like younger person took their job.
These young children with their iPhones
and their loud music, and you teenagers with your loud music and stereos.
I can't get a wink of sleep at night. Even, but we're playing it on our headphones. I don't care. The thought of you keeps me up at night. Well, that's kind of weird.
Well, that is, yeah. But Grandma.
Oh, it's like the memes where it's like back in my day. Okay, but it's like back in my day, every episode of RuPaul's Drag Race had an elimination because in season 14 there were literally 7 episodes where no one went home.
You to your grandkids, and they're gonna be like, "Okay, Grandpa. Okay, Granddad. Okay.
Time to go to bed." So what did you think? Paul Rudd? No, it's just Paul, the director, said, grabbing your attention just as you were about to shovel the catering company's vegetarian lasagna into your mouth. It looks fantastic, you enthused. Thanks for opening your doors to the media. It's great to see where the taxpayers' money is going and how the Queenslanders and Australians are being employed on this project. Okay. Oh, so Paul is Australian. It's great that we could film here. Everyone has been they might be not Australian, but they're filming in Australia. Okay. It's great we could film here. Everybody has been so welcoming. It was the least we could do. But of course, you can't print the entire story. There are things you'll have to wait a few months to print. Obviously, the movie's details, etc. You nod sagely. But I'd better write it now. A week is a long time in journalism, let alone a year. You quip. You both laugh, though you both know with the way your industry is changing, you're only half joking. Yes, both our industries are pretty transient these days. We've only got 2 more weeks here, and then it's off to Africa for 3 weeks, and then I go into production and the cast scatter around the world, Paul said. I feel sorry for young Nick in particular. He's done 3 movies on the trot all around the world, and he has a 4th one now, and then some promotional stuff. He hasn't been home in a very long time. You look across to where Nick and James and their media harem are sitting.
Oh.
But this...
weird. Okay, that's a way to say that, I guess.
Now I'm just imagining like an anime harem where it's just a random guy who's nice to people and all the women are like, "We love you. I'm your best friend now. Let's fight over him." And
what I'm thinking of is Hamilton. You seen Hamilton?
I know of it, but I haven't like seen it.
The scene that like depicts like Hamilton meeting his and eventually proposing to and getting married to his wife Eliza.
Oh, yeah.
It's like laughing at my sister because she wants to form a harem. I'm just saying, if you really love me, you would share them. Ha! That's all that I'm thinking. So anyway, carry on. That's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, men. You look across to where. But this time you have more than a dad look, as your daughters would say. Oh. A dad look.
I was picturing like a mom type, but maybe. Okay.
Well, weren't they described as having a long? Well, I shouldn't judge, but wearing red cons, a long skirt, a sensible top, and long string of beads that matched your glasses.
Dads can wear skirts.
Yeah. Dad, as your, I apologize for making that assumption. More than a dad look, as your daughters would say. Even from this distance, thank goodness you have on your glasses. You can see how tired he looks. Maybe you should go up and tell him how tired he looks. No, I'm just kidding. You can see that though he is flirting, the smiles that cross his face don't reach his eyes. Acting can be glamorous on the outside, but up close, it was a lot of hard work and time away from your family. You look and you don't see a glamorous celebrity, a handsome man in his mid-20s. You see a boy a long way from home, and your heart goes out to him. And you know, right now, you're going to mother the crap out of him. You're famous for it.
Maybe we're a gender non-binary parent. Good for us.
Yeah, go team. Or go team. We don't have to identify as people want us to. We can. I don't know what I'm saying. I'm sorry.
I know what you're saying.
Thank you. Go team.
Gender is a construct and it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Casey smiling to herself. That devious little cow. She planned this.
What?
She knows you can't resist a stray. You have a dog and 2 rescue cats, and your house is often full of your daughter's teenage friends. And now you're set to adopt a Hollywood heartthrob. Well, this is the first. A devious little cow. Okay.
Okay, calm down.
It comes as little surprise to Casey or you that after your one-on-one with Nick, you've invited him to dinner. It's his own fault. He A, said he'd lost 15 kilos doing this movie, and B, mentioned how much he missed his mother's home cooking and roast dinners, even once expressing that you looked a bit like her.
Aww.
You were hooked, and he was doomed to an evening of roast lamb and family. Not his own, admittedly, but family nonetheless. You ring your man to let him you ring your man to tell him there will be one more for dinner, and you can almost hear his eyes roll. He's used to your strays. You wonder briefly if you should warn your kids. But
yeah, Chris Evans was here just last week because he was a little sad.
Oh gosh, I remember this one time where it was me, my mom, my sister, and one of my sister and my friends, and we were going to Wisconsin, and there was a guy there who my mom says that, or it was funny because, or my mom's like, oh, he's missing his family because there was maybe a 20-something-year-old who was interacting with my mom, and she was just, she was just like, okay, and she ended up sitting next to him on the plane. And
your mom sounds so lovely.
my mom is amazing. Just so everyone knows, my mother is amazing.
Shout out to Gabe's mom.
Hi, Mom. And it was funny because on the plane, I think he was talking to her a lot, and she was kind of like, not really in the conversation too much because I think he'd been talking at her for a while. But there was a point where there was like a lull on the plane, and my sister and our friend turned to me and they're like, hey, tell Mom she's a cougar.
Oh no.
And then
she's like, no, it wasn't like that, I swear.
And she was sitting a few rows behind me next to the guy, and I'm like, Mom. And the guy looks at me and he like clicks his pen on her arm to get her attention. And I just go, and because we're on the plane, I don't know how loud I am, but I'm like, you're a cougar. And when I turn, and my sister and my friend are just laughing so much. And apparently the guy was in Chile for a few months, and he was just talking, and my mom was like, oh, he probably misses his mom and stuff. And it's just like, oh.
Your mom's just like, thank you for that.
My mom was not pleased, but luckily I turned around before she could react.
Oh God, I'm gonna go to the bathroom for a very long time now, Mom, bye.
Luckily she was in the middle seat, so I could probably hear her being like, excuse me. Gabriel.
Gabe.
I'm sorry. My sister told me to.
Blame my sister.
It's all her fault. You wonder briefly if you should warn your kids, but they'll be at school, and while Hazel is in her first year at high school, Ronnie is in her last and is distracted enough. No, this could be your little surprise. Casey takes you aside and thanks you.
Sorry, I'm talking to myself because I messed something up. How could I?
Oh no.
I fixed it.
Yay.
Luckily, I caught it in time, so all I had to do was just start the stitch over. It wasn't like I found out 10 stitches down.
Oh no, that's the worst.
Oh yeah.
I did that a few times on the scarf I had, and I couldn't, and I was just like, I would have to unravel like half of it, and I was just like, nope, it's just gonna be messed up the whole time.
It gives it the charm that it has.
Exactly, it's unique.
My mom is fantastic, but I need somehow to figure out how to convince her not to buy Hogwarts Legacy. Oh. You're like, Mom, you don't understand.
Casey takes you aside and thanks you. While Nick has been happy enough, been partying and enjoying his surroundings, he's talked about his family a lot. He needs a little bit of a family life, a bit of perking up, and your nickname is Perky. She believes you're the woman for the job. Plus, if you get something in your mind, it's hard to move it. You're a terrier and he's a bone. And even though he started to play tough guys, they always have an edge of vulnerability. After a few short hours around him, you start to see that these guys aren't quite the act they would like the world to think. You file your story quickly. It's only the preliminary about the shoot, and an hour and a half later, you are back to pick him up. You ring Casey, and she brings him out to your waiting car. He's incognito, as well disguised as 6 feet 4 inches, worthy of frankly stunning looking brown hair, blue-eyed man boy can be.
I don't like the term man boy.
Oh, I prefer man child.
Man child is a funnier gun.
Because I like to identify as a man child.
Oh.
Because
You're responsible for that this game.
Am I? It's like I pay my bills, but I also love anime.
That's fine. You can love anime.
Oh.
Don't pull a Velma the TV show. Oh, what's that mean?
Oh, 420.
420 is code for adults that still watch cartoons. Says I, the person literally making an adult cartoon.
I'm sure Mindy Kaling read the script and she's like, "How much are you paying me for this again?" Okay.
I know she didn't write it. Like,
yeah.
So it's not her fault. Like, she didn't write it. It would have been funnier, like, if that joke was in, like, randomly slipped into, like, My Little Pony. That would have been funnier because it's like a kid's show, right? And they know a lot of adults. Like, if it's in the Owl House, like, but it's an adult cartoon. You made the cartoon so that kids can't watch it. And then you're upset that adults are watching it. So who's supposed to be watching it?
Oh, gosh. Now I'm just thinking about the Owl House has one more 45-minute long special left. And I'm so sad. And I'm thinking about like Steven Universe, Owl House, Star versus the Forces of Evil, and
Gravity Falls.
No, there's one other movie that I was thinking of in my head where I'm like, a lot of them got canceled because, or I know Steven Universe got canceled because of the Ruby and Sapphire wedding, and Owl House is getting canceled before its time because of Amity. Lamity, and is getting canceled because of that. And then Star vs. the Horses of Evil got its full run, but it ended up taking a turn in terms of quality. So it's just like, stop canceling stuff, but give these people more money so they can finish
Texas says, trust me, someone who likes cartoons is not what I would call a man-child.
Oh. I'm sure there's other reasons why I call myself a man-child, but
I don't think you deserve that.
But no, it's me calling myself that. It's not other people calling me that.
We don't have to fight anybody.
I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want to make anyone mad. And I'm sure there's a man-child somewhere that's like, how dare he? He's not a real man-child.
You don't want to be a man-child. Man-children are man-children. Man-children don't want to be man-children. It's just like, oh, I play video games instead of helping my wife take care of our children. She calls me a man-child.
Oh. Well, luckily I'm not married, so that's fine. A real man-child is out there watching this YouTube live going, how dare he? I'm going to write an angry letter.
I'm going to write a strongly worded letter.
then gets distracted and is like, ooh, is that Kingdom Hearts I hear playing in the background? Better, I don't know. I'm sorry, it's man, or if you play Kingdom Hearts, you're not a man child. That was the first game off the top of my head that came to mind. Anyway, sorry. He's incognito, as well disguised as 6 foot 4 inches worthy of frankly stunning looking brown haired, blue eyed man boy can be. Out of his spacesuit costume and poured into a tight white t-shirt, brown leather jacket, and tight blue jeans, aviators, and a baseball cap, he's breathtaking. Much more man now than boy, and you briefly fantasize about not going home at all. But it's only brief, as you see a bemused look in his eye when he clocks your tiny beat-up blue hatchback, complete with Tinkerbell seat covers and Tinkerbell flying from the rear view mirror. The back is full of shoes, clothes, textbook, and a trombone. Gorgeous, it ain't. And he's a car man. He advertises Jaguars and probably drives one. Wow, this looks like my aunt's car. He laughs as he squeezes himself next to you. You sigh. The fantasy bubble pops. Reality slaps you in the face. The car has a lot of legroom. For a second. Legroom. I read that as legroom instead of legroom.
My brain does the same thing. It's like, come on, brain.
For someone who is 5 foot 4 inches, but Ronnie always looks like a folded up ruler in the front seat, and Nick looks like a concertina, or that concertina? I don't know what that is. Or that one big sardine and invariably packed into the tin next to all its small friends. It's comical, and you both laugh as you try not to go over too many bumps and smack his head on the roof of the car. The journey south is pleasant. You live half an hour down the road, far enough for the pair of you to chat about his life and growing up with 2 sisters who are actresses, and his brother, the movies he's made, and a little about you. Thank you, he says as you chat. You look at him surprised. He laughs. This feels normal and ordinary, and just what I needed. You shake your head in mock disappointment before smiling. You're not used to being called ordinary. That crazy woman, maybe, but ordinary is new. If you think this is ordinary, then wait until we go grocery shopping. He laughed. His laugh is loud, long, and heartening. Already the stress on his face is starting to dissipate, and you can't help laughing with him. Not your usual reaction to grocery shopping. But his enthusiasm for real life is infectious, and by the time you park outside your small local shopping center, he is positively bubbling. You wonder if it's going to be like a kid. You wonder if it's going to be like a kid in a candy store. You don't need much. A leg of lamb, pumpkin, potatoes, sweet potatoes.
She actually meant I'm gonna take you grocery shopping.
Yeah, that's it.
Can you imagine his like security is like, you're where? What did you do? I just went home with this nice lady.
And we went grocery shopping. You what?
They're like, Nick, what did we say about getting into strange ladies' cars? To not to. But she's so nice.
Nick, not again.
Nick, it's the 3rd time this week.
Okay, you need everything. You text Ronnie to put the oven on, and you leave the car. An invisible list writing itself in your head. You're no stranger to the center. You're on first name terms with most of the checkout chicks. Some of them are Ronnie's. What?
My mom is on like first name basis with like all the people that work at the grocery store.
Oh,
she's like, I'm so introverted, and she is, but then she's like, they all know her.
Or I usually go to self-checkout, so I'm just like, hello, checkout station number 4. How are you doing? I usually go to 2, which is like in the corner, but it's more closer to the exit. Their mouths open and close like goldfish floundering outside their tanks. Yeah, this can't be good. In fact, people are staring at as you and Nick shop. He insisted on coming in with you. It's absurd. Here you are with Tony from Skins, Nux from Mad Max, R from Warm Bodies, and Boost from X-Men. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, the Boost is wheeling a trolley for you through your local supermarket. Nothing surreal about this day then. No one approaches for an autograph, but everyone is doing a double take like, isn't that? They're just too polite to say anything. So you shop in relative peace, or no one comes to you with a great story idea or to tell you they didn't like your last front page. You found the perfect way to silence them. Who knew it just took a world-famous actor? And his height comes in handy for the items on the top shelves. No jumping up and down trying to reach the top. You laugh. I might have to employ you to help me with the shopping more often.
Anytime. This is fun. I've been eating out for months or dealing with catering.
Yes, because
Oh no.
being a celebrity generally helps to control the masses from getting in your way. So every celebrity ever is just like, yeah, right.
Or and I'm sitting here like, oh no, months of eating out and catering, and I'm just like,
oh no.
Soon you have more things than you need and you're ready to leave. But Nick insists on paying despite your objections, and he adds a couple of bunches of flowers as a thank you and a box of chocolates, and then you're off to your house with your daughter's heartthrob. Oh heck, maybe you should warn her, but it's too late. The house is 2 blocks away, and you think Nick would notice if you pull up suddenly and whip out your phone. Anyway, knowing Ronnie, she'll be locked in her room practicing homework and avoidance.
Aww.
You pull into your driveway, and Nick says nice things about your house. It's modern and yet with a retro style with ocean views for miles. It's your sanctuary. He breathes out. Maybe it can be a sanctuary too for a few hours. You open the garage and immediately you're greeted by a flash of fur as your dog lunges for his mother, excited to see you.
Ellis.
But his attention diverts, and suddenly 30 kilos of spaniel is hurtling headlong for Nick,
Aww.
who is bringing up the rear.
I love spaniels. They're so cute.
So cute. Carrying most of the groceries. You're suddenly glad you didn't buy eggs as 2 paws connect with your guest's chest, knocking him onto his butt on the grass. I'm so sorry. You try not to laugh, but it's to no avail. It's pretty funny. Welcome to suburbia, you giggle. Nick laughs too. It's a deep rumbling laugh, not a normal sound around your female-dominated household, and it attracts attention. The curtain in the window above you flickers. It's Ronnie's room. Oh God, she'll never come out now. But the face you see is younger, although the eyes are wide with amazement. Hazel is cracking up. Let's face it, it's not every day you see someone from the movie sprawled out on the front lawn. There is a snicker, and you see mischief in her eyes. Hazel, like her name. This is never good. You offer Nick your hand, and together you retrieve the now scattered groceries and bring the wayward culprit to heel well as much as you can and start again for the house. Leading the way, you walk up the stairs to the kitchen, but you're stopped in your tracks. Ronnie is making herself an afternoon snack, stirring what looks like pasta. Oh, finally, she says, casually, not turning to face you. I wondered when you'd make it back. So did you bring me home my future husband? She finally turns around just as Nick walks up the stairs behind you. Hazel saunters in from the lounge room, cheeky grin on her face. Hey, Ronnie, would you like to say that again a little louder this time? I don't think our +1 could quite hear what you said. Red is the color of a beetroot, roses, raspberries, and red body juices. And at the moment, it was the color of Ronnie's face. Her eyes were huge and her mouth opened wide like a tunnel. You don't blame her. Standing in the middle of her kitchen is the man she has on her walls, the man she writes fan fiction about, live and in person. She can't move. She doesn't say anything, but then she doesn't have to. That's what she has a younger sister for. As quick as a sly fox, Hazel introduces herself and hands Nick a Sharpie and a poster hastily ripped off Ronnie's wall. Hi, welcome to our house. Could you sign this for my sister while Mom picks her off the floor and wipes the drool off her face?
Oh, younger siblings.
Oh gosh, the person writing this must have kids maybe, or is just like, this is what my sister would do. To her credit, Ronnie starts to recover her senses quickly. You notice her pinch herself and try not to smile. You've dumped her in it well and truly. She shoots Hazel a glare that can melt paint, but turns and smells elegantly at your guest. She is all poise and grace unless you look at her closely. Her legs are shaking and her eyes narrow on you. Realization dawns. Both you and Hazel are in for a tongue lashing later, one you both richly deserve. She doesn't deserve a tongue lashing. Rude. She should, I don't know. Ronnie should get over it, at least with her mom, or her parent/guardian. Hi, I'm Ronnie, but perhaps my mother has already told you that. You're proud of her. Her hand shakes a little as she holds it out to her crush, but Nick doesn't seem to notice, or he's choosing to ignore it. He smiles at her widely and her green eyes sparkle. I'm sorry to land on you like this. I haven't had a home-cooked meal in a while, and your mother offered. He hands her one of the bunches of roses he bought at the grocery store.
Aww.
She looks out shyly from her fringe and thanks him. She's never received flowers from a boy before. Despite being unconventionally beautiful with green eyes, high cheekbones, and dark brown hair, she tends to be shy around people.
I've never received flowers from a boy before.
I haven't received flowers from a boy before.
We're saying is boys need to step up their game. No, I'm just kidding.
Men out there, give everyone flowers. That's what we're saying. If you'd thought about this, you probably wouldn't have done it. Brought a man she'd obviously idolized into her world, but she's surprised you. Don't worry, I'm used to my mother. She sighs. You can tell she wants to escape and fangirl, but instead she shows maturity beyond her years and sticks it out, treating it like it's a normal occurrence to have Nicholas Holt in the kitchen when she comes home from school. You wonder when she started to grow up, and suddenly you feel better about her finishing school and moving away to university, but it also feels closer and you bite your lip. She offers him a drink, and together the three of you show him around, careful to make sure Hazel doesn't give either Nick or Ronnie too much crap. Your intention is to leave him with the girls in the lounge room while you prepare dinner, but instead he offers to help, and suddenly suddenly your usually housework shy teens are there with bells on, and the three of them are peeling potatoes like demons, racing each other to find who can finish first and laughing. So as well as being useful for shopping, Nick is obviously the answer to getting your kids to do housework. Who knew? The girls have relaxed, and so is Nick, and they are bantering like siblings. You wonder if this is what would have been like to have three kids. Sorry. You wonder if this is what it would have been like to have the three kids you wanted. You are technically old enough to be Nick's mom, though you don't really want to think about it. 8 hands make quick work of dinner preparations, and by the time your husband comes home, the roast is in, the table is set, and you're all making gravy and joking around like Nick is one of the family. Your man is wary at first, but as the two of them bond over beer, red wine, and cars, you realize Nick has worked his magic on your husband too. By the time you're carving the roast, they are both making bad dad jokes, and Ronnie is no longer staring at your guest when she thinks no one is looking. Well, not as much. It must be hard to have your favorite actor suddenly sitting at your dinner table, joking with your dad and being teased by your sister. Ronnie looks at you from time to time, shaking her head, and you don't know if it's because she can't believe you did this or she can't believe he's here. Maybe a little from column A, a little from column B, and you can't believe it either if you're honest. Hazel has printed out several pictures of Nick. Over a dinner that he is obviously savoring, she asks him to sign them. You have no doubt she has a mind to sell them later, the little entrepreneur she is. Genius. Luckily, your guest smiles good-naturedly, cottoning on to her scheme. I'll sign them, and your mom can give them to you when you finish the math assignment you told me about. He winks at Ronnie, who laughs behind her hand. Hazel groans, so not worth it. Sounds like a good deal to me, her dad laughs. Hazel's eyes roll. Well, you would side with him. Boys, she huffs. Dessert, a game of Cards Against Humanity, and suddenly it's time for his car to come pick him up. He's been at your place since 4 p.m. and it's 10 p.m. now. 6 hours, and he feels like he belongs here. But the car horn sounds, and he hugs you all, thanking you for taking pity on a homesick Brit. He kisses Ronnie chastely on the cheek, and she blushes. Or chastely? Chastely. On the cheek, and she blushes. Then he's gone. Though he was only there for the evening, you know you'll miss him. Your husband puts an arm around you and hugs you close as Ronnie and Hazel stand in front of you, watching the car disappear up the road. No, you can't adopt him, your man jokes. Maybe Ronnie. He shakes his head. You, my love, are incorrigible. He kisses your forehead, but you know he too likes the boy. Ronnie is still standing there long after the car disappears. You put a gentle arm around her. You picked a nice boy to have a crush on.
Thanks,
Yes, and you may be an embarrassment, but I wouldn't swap you for the world. Honestly, same with my mom.
Oh.
But she's not an embarrassment, and I wouldn't say that.
My dad always tells us that embarrassing children is a parent's job. So.
Well, my mom doesn't well, my mom does embarrass me, but I wouldn't call her an embarrassment.
Embarrassment sounds a little harsh.
Yeah.
The next time you bring home my favorite actor, just give me a bit of a warning. She sighs, shaking her head at you. Your family did that to you a lot. You didn't hear from Nick again during filming, but then you didn't expect to. It became a nice memory the night Nick Holt came to dinner. Cynically, as journos are wont to be, you figured he'd forgotten about your family.
What?
Journos are wont to be. WONT.
I don't. Somebody needed. Nobody edited this. No one edited this.
Literally, want without an apostrophe. Journos are wont to be. You'd figured he'd probably forgotten about your family after all. He'd meet fans every day, every week, and he was just a nice, polite boy. He made you all feel special, and that was the way he was. However, it's funny how karma comes back. And out of the blue, 18 months later, an official and fancy-looking envelope arrived at your house, addressed to Hazel and Ronnie, who was now in Brisbane at university. Oh yeah, they're in Australia. A little personal note was tucked inside. To my Aussie family, thank you for opening your doors and your hearts to a lonely Brit. Your hospitality was just what I needed, just when I needed it. Your hospitality was what I needed, just when I needed it. Please be my personal guest at the Australian premiere. You smiled. It seems you had an impact on him too.
Cute.
That was super cute.
That was super cute.
Oh my gosh, I want to host a celebrity at my house and have them invite me to a premiere, but now that I've said it out loud, it will probably never happen.
Apparently, Keanu Reeves just randomly just gave this girl his ticket to a premiere because he's like, "Oh, I can't stay here." So she went to the premiere of, I think, there was a whole TikTok about it. Like her parents were journalists, so she was there. And so at like 12 years old, she basically went in to like see whatever the Matrix movie was that was out at that time with Keanu Reeves' ticket, because of course he gave her his ticket because he's Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves is great. Very down to earth.
Yeah.
Oh no, Texas is yawning. Am I boring you, Texas?
No, I think it's just the pace of the story, but it was cute.
Boo, B tier needs more gay.
Wait, what?
Or that's what the Derp Rec said. Boo, B tier needs more gay.
Oh, B tier needs more gay. Okay. No, the story. Okay. They thought the story was mid.
Resume. Yep, that's it. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew. Taters? What's taters, precious? Potatoes. Boil them, chop them up, stick them in a stew. Stupid fat hobbitses.
I like the Smeagol voice.
Thank you. It's one of the only voices that I can do.
You said that, but you can do a lot of voices.
Well, I mean, like impersonating voices.
Fair.
And I'm sure if I look back at me speaking with like a British or Australian accent, I'd be like, cringe. Well, I know my British accent is cringe, but my Australian accent is like, okay.
We've made some progress.
Ooh, you made a lot more progress than I have with my dinosaurs. It's not like Rose and Rose.
I think it's just because you had to read more today.
Well, and luckily this last chapter, which Avery is so excited to read, is only 6 pages.
Ooh. Oh, this is oh god. Are we telling them what this one is?
Well, here, let me just say the the title is Presidential Kimmergency.
Oh god. Is this the Kanye West as president one?
I think so.
Gross.
Mr. President, we have a Kimmergency. Kim Kardashian is posting selfies on the internet again.
Yes, it's tied in.
Oh, an overarching theme. Ooh, that's cool.
Thank you. It's gonna be a very, very, very long way until it's actually something, but
yay. Yay. Ugh.
wait.
Ew. I'm ewing at this word.
Ew. Gross.
Yeah. Ew. Oh. Ew, this chapter is filthy. Everyone cover your ears.
I vote no. That aged like milk. It's only 6 pages. We're gonna read it and get it out of the way so we don't have to deal with it next week.
Yeah.
We have made some progress this week. Look
Yeah.
at us.
It
I think
All
we're
right.
gonna have made like 100 pages of progress.
Yay. Go team.
Go team. Yeah, like 100 even.
Oh wow. That
for us.
that went by super fast. I guess having the shorter chapters is nice instead of having like 3 or 4 really long ones back to back.
Yeah. Yeah, the shorter ones. That's why I prefer shorter chapters just in general with books. It tends to make things go by faster. Something important, maybe. I don't know. Imagine the Oval Office is bubbling with tense energy, like a cappuccino machine about to explode. Chiefs of staff and other insanely important people cower in the corners of the vice president meekly says, Mr. President, we're all out of ideas. We're sorry. Who do you think the vice president is? The Kanye West.
Oh God.
Because
Well,
he wanted it to be Trump, but Trump said no.
Or the guy, or Kevin Conroy, the guy who played Hercules and back in the day, and Lucy Lawless, who played Xena Warrior Princess, is like, you suck, because he does kind of.
Oh.
But I don't know.
That's been 5 hours. We've gotten some good reading done today. One day we'll be able to say we read this whole book.
One day.
And then never read it again.
Never talk about it again.
Oh, we'll talk about it again. Surely.
But never read it.
But,
yeah.
Knowing the commander-in-chief doesn't lose his shit often, but when he does, it's like a thermonuclear detonation.
Often.
I feel like often would be a correct word in that situation. Maybe. The president spins slowly on his heels, faces the PV. You're sorry, he says softly, dark eyes glittering. This situation is of dire national importance, and you're sorry? The Secretary of Defense crosses her long, elegant legs and waves an unconcerned hand. I'm afraid I don't see how this is a national issue, Mr. President. The entire room draws a gulp of air. You know the Defense Secretary was appointed because of her fearless nature and calm demeanor under fire, but still. POTUS leans forward on his desk, knuckles pressing into the mahogany. Mahogany, that's such a fun word.
Another mention of mahogany.
We have had a couple of mentions of mahogany. His suit is edgier than anything worn by the 45 men who have served before him, but the long black jacket and crisp white shirt are his trademark. The sharp lines of the suit give him almost mythic appearance as he said, it's a national issue, all right. I'm going to prove that to you right now. He looks at you. Righty? That's your title. It's short for right hand. Once upon a time, you'd have been called a secretary or assistant or gopher, but your boss believes in empowering his staff.
This is truly fan fiction.
What in the fan fiction? Mythic appearance. My son watched The Purge election year a while back. He paused and ran over to tell me.
Oh.
Aww.
Oh gosh, The Purge. And then they made the Forever Purge.
J.K. Rowling is the vice president. Oh god. Luckily, J.K. Rowling could never be vice president, thank God.
Not an American citizen. I remember when...
Not because she's like a trash human being, just because she's not an American citizen.
Well, or it's just like that's what's keeping her from,
Yeah, no, that's what I mean. Like, it's funny when you think about it in a terrifying way. Aged like milk. Oh yeah, this aged horrifically or beautifully, depending on how much you hate Kanye West.
I wonder if the person who wrote it was like, oh no, or if they're like, oh yes. I don't know why they would do that, but yeah.
They just retweet, hey guys, remember when I wrote that thing a while back? We're like, yes. Shush.
Or they're like, I was joking. It was a joke. Why? We're in the worst timeline. This is the worst timeline. This is the best timeline. This is a timeline.
I'm not. Yeah, we don't know who the vice president is in this version. We were just taking guesses.
Yeah.
He's often told you he couldn't make it through his workday without you, that you are his right hand. And the moniker stuck. You're proud of it. Yes, Mr. President. Where was I October 21st last year? Your clear glass tablet rests on your knees as you swipe at the screen, already knowing the answer before you look at his calendar. You were in New York, announcing the closure of the 1,000th prison and increasing the funds going to public schooling, which was approximately $15 billion at the time. He would never do that. That's too based. That's too good of an idea.
Yeah.
He nods regally. It's a huge double victory. By decriminalizing possession and removing mandatory minimums, he's not only reduced the prison population by a quarter, but funneled all the excess spending into education. What about the year before that, he asks. October 21st, 2021. You were in transit between Australia and DC after meetings to discuss gun control legislation. You glance up and beam at him. As soon as you landed, you began to implement the new regulations. You don't have to add what everyone knows already, that despite huge resistance from the gun lobby, your boss charmed and coerced the bills through the Senate. A buyback scheme was initiated with millions of guns purchased and destroyed, and mass shootings had dropped by 80%. It's a topic you're passionate about, having lost your little nephew in a school shooting.
Oh no! Guys, why? Oh no! Oh no! What? No, I'm so glad we're doing this now, but I'm so sorry you have to read this.
Okay, what did I just read?
Oh my gosh, no. I feel like laugh crying right now. Oh my gosh.
The whole angry orange one term. I keep telling my husband, give a man enough rope. Little does one know. Wait, little did I know there was something wrong with the rope. Yep. Yep. Chat's just like, what do I say to that? Nope. Nope. Darkness Annabelle. God, we're all just like, nope, 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 nope. The president's eyes crease kindly as he knows how much gun laws mean to you. And how about my first October in office, righty? Where was I then? Is this like propaganda for his political run? Is that what this was?
Probably. Oh gosh, in 2020, what was he doing? Oh, everything was fine in book universe.
Definitely wasn't a bad year for anyone involved at all.
Oh, 2020.
It's a rhetorical question. Everyone in the country remembers the date, October 21st, 2020. As clearly as people remember the date of Pearl Harbor or the year Columbus landed. Two tragedies of history. I don't think they meant it like that, but ironic. Your voice is low and husky with the memory of those dark days. You were in Switzerland signing international peace treaty to end the World War Trump. Oh my
god. Why, Anna Todd? Why? Who wrote this?
J. Squires. I almost read that as squirrels.
I was like, that looks like squirrels.
Daddy, I wanted a squirrel. Kanye wrote this himself. No one else wrote.
What?
Oh my god.
World War III is now World War T.
It's called World War Trump. Holy shit. That's so funny. Oh my god. Everyone in the office freezes, petrified by the horrors of what had almost come to pass when former President Trump elected. Most of the country found it humorous the reality star with the ridiculous hair, and his promise is to make America great again, was looked upon as a mildly entertaining change to the bland presidents who'd come before him. The world watched with interest as he took office, but that interest soon turned to terror as Trump immediately expanded military forces in the Middle East, then rounded up every Muslim in the United States and detained them to inhuman internment camps. That's what it says. That's just what it says.
Oh my god.
3 girls in a trench.
No, that would make too much sense. Yeah,
No,
this
it
is
wasn't.
all.
No one found it funny. Hi, Chris. I don't even know how to explain to you what you just walked into.
This is all nervous laughter. This is incredibly cringy.
Yes, this is cringe.
So cringe.
Ah, yes, cringe. I see.
Oh my.
Hello,
oh
run.
gosh.
Texas says. Texas just says run.
Oh.
For the best. Well, so it's a fan fiction about President Kanye West taking over after Trump. And he's like, but Kanye is the best president ever, and it's really weird. Oh god.
Oh god. I don't want to say it. Yeah.
I can't believe I had to read that. The president.
I'm so sorry.
The prison population swelled to the breaking point as every.
Oh no. Oh gosh.
As every undocumented migrant. I lost my place. I'm just so. Yeah, your face. I just saw you go red and then lose all of the color in your face.
Oh my gosh.
What awkwardness has Perry concocted? Perry, this is your fault. Perry, did you write this? What did we say? I get that they're trying to talk about like how terrible Trump is, but it just feels like an excuse to be racist.
Oh my god.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just like we don't have to mention it. Just say he caused a lot of issues.
And minor offender was incriminated, and the healthcare budget was slashed to fund a giant chrome and gold wall between the United States and Mexico. Well, our healthcare budget was slashed like that. That happens with every administration. We just really don't like funding healthcare in America.
But they did put a cap on insulin recently.
I did see that.
So that's a positive.
The real terror began when Trump declared war with countries around the world on various whims. China, England, Russia, Canada. He launched missiles with the attitude of a bored schoolboy playing with his water pistol, randomly targeting countries that had little to no threat unless riled. And in only month, America is at war with over 80% of the world.
Oh gosh, that is the worst timeline. That is.
Hope began to fade. Law had failed in many major U.S. cities. Looting and rioting were daily occurrences. People lived in fear for their lives. Canada generously opened up its border to allow U.S. refugees escape until Trump declared defection to Canada high treason and shut the border, trapping everyone inside the mess he'd created. Jesus Christ. Correct. Wow. Just yikes all around. Yes, Starfield Owl, just yikes all around.
Oh gosh, I'm so sorry you have to read this.
It's all right. I'll take one for the team. Get this over. I'm so glad we didn't start with this.
That would have. Oh gosh, next Saturday would have been like.
I don't know who the next one is about, but I hope it's someone good.
Porque.
This is worse than Model Land. Maybe this one story, but the book in all is still going to have to be better than Model Land because the slightly better ones can't. Like, this can't speak for the whole book, to be fair to the book. Not that I should, but they'll send. the moose, grizzlies, and geese after us.
Oh, not the geese. Not the geese. Oh gosh, I'm just imagining a movie where it's just like, oh no, you have, or it's like one of you must battle a bear, the other a moose, the other a geese. Oh, I'll take the geese. Are you sure?
Are you sure?
Honk, honk. No.
I got for my pin collection a pin that is a goose carrying a knife in its beak, and it says peace was never an option.
Oh, I love that. I'm trying to find it.
It's not there. I don't have it yet.
Oh, whoops.
That would be kind of mean if I made you just look and look and look.
Where?
It's I ordered it, but it's just not here yet.
Yeah, geese. Don't mess with geese.
But out of the darkness came the light. President candidate presidential candidate West. When Kanye West first announced his intention to run for office, he was treated as a joke, just another celeb trying to get political. But you saw things differently. You'd read his policy paper entitled Run This Country, a play on a song title from one of his early albums. You'd open the document expecting obnoxious grandstanding and uninformed ramblings, and had been stunned to find a logical, ordered policy focusing on equality and education. Son of a gold digger, you'd sworn silently. You'd realized he was the one man who could change the fate of the United States. Wasn't a country left in peace. Oh, this is cringier than that show where The Rock is running for president, or he is the president, or whatever is happening. And
The Rock is like, the president?
There's a show called The Young Rock or something like that.
Oh yeah, Young
Rock.
Like
flashing back, he's like telling his life story as he's like president or running for president, and everybody's like, "Is this a cringy like attempt at political gain?" I'm like, well, should bring it up. Head of state. Oh, for God's sake, Laser says. Oh, God. You realized he was... Oh, I already read that. Remember the day your phone rang. It was an unlisted number, and you answered cautiously. Hello? Yes, this is Kanye West. I got your number. We're gonna meet. It's not a question. He just tells me where to go, apparently. Sure, you reached out to his campaign office to offer your services, but you never expected a response. You laughed, thinking it was one of your friends pranking you. Oh, sure, nice to speak with you, Mr. West. I'd love to meet you, too. Good. Listen, I've sent a Maybach to pick you up. Yeah, you'd said sarcastically until you were interrupted by a knock at the door. It was a suited driver with the nicest car you'd ever seen waiting behind him. You gulped, suddenly realizing the call was for real. Kanye had noted your silence and said, I need people on my team who want to help me save our country. Is that you? It was. You'd been by his side as he won the election in a landslide, supported his every move in the chess game of international politics, and made sure that he had everything he needed before he had to ask. Well, Chris Rock runs for president and wins. Yes. Yeah. What I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with necessarily with like a version of reality where it's like, oh yes, so and so became president, but like this feels like Kanye West wrote it to convince me to vote for him for president.
And Anna Todd's just like, yeah, Kanye wrote this. Okay, let's put it in the book.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil.
Oh
gosh. I need people on my team who want to help me save our country. Is that you? Okay, I've already read this. And now President West is standing in a room full of the country's best and brightest with no one able to solve the mammoth problem he faces. And you know he needs your help again. He let the enormity of the last 3 years of change sink into everyone in the room, then says, you wonder why I view this as a national problem. H-E-N-H. I
Hen?
don't know how that's supposed to be said. Could none of you guess? The Secretary of State says cautiously, well, obviously your wife's birthday has been overshadowed for several years by your political duties. Oh my god, it's her fucking birthday.
Oh, that's the
I knew it was
emergency.
gonna be something stupid, but I was wondering why he said October 21st. I guess that's Kim's birthday. I had no idea. I don't know Kim Kardashian's birthday.
Well, now we do.
Now I'll never forget. It's October 21st. That's the day before our great friend Natasha's birthday.
Who we hold to a higher standard than Kim Kardashian.
She's better than Kim Kardashian.
Exactly.
No, she really is, though.
She is. We're not lying.
Every human being is equal to every other human being, but Natasha's the best.
She is. It's true. Sorry, Kim Kardashian.
I'm
not. We think you're great, Natasha.
For several years by your political duties, but surely you realize that the fate of our great nation is far more important than the personal celeb. No, Mr. Sanchez, it's you who don't realize. President West spins and points at the life-size portrait of Kim hanging in a private place opposite his desk. This aged so awfully.
Oh gosh.
She's ethereal in the picture. I can't fucking handle this. Her svelty lines draped in violet silk, her face calm and confident. That woman, she's not just my wife. That the first lady is the reason of all of y'all are standing here today living in a free country. It's because of the selfies.
The selfies have saved the world.
He eyeballs everyone and says, Kim was the one to encourage me to get into politics. She's the person who believed in me before anyone else did. She's the one who fought for the right for selfies She didn't say that.
You had me there for a second.
Before I even believed in myself, she has been my muse, my angel. As I've battled my way through international politics and war rooms, she nurses my mind back to health, puts the passion in my body, steadies my emotions. His voice trembles slightly, and his eyes are gentle on Kim's face. I couldn't have accomplished anything without her, which means this country, this world might be very different if not for her, and she's never uttered a word of complaint for her missed birthdays. This year, the mother of my children, my goddess, my everything, she's getting a reward. So think, people, what do I give the woman who has it all? And like that, you all had circled back around again. For the last 2 hours, everyone's been desperately trying to come up with a suitable birthday gift for First Lady Kim with no luck. Money isn't an object. Both Kanye and Kim have their own personal fortunes. So much so that the president donates his salary straight to an art school for underprivileged children in Chicago. Of course he does. There's that idea about buying a racehorse, bleats one of the other entourage members. Someone else ventures, or name a school after her. No, the president rubs his chin in frustration.
We've already named all the schools.
Every school is the Kim Kardashian West school. Can't even read it with a straight... I can't. With a straight face, this is so funny and stupid.
That's the very, very over, or what's the word I'm looking for? That's the aged like a fine milk.
No. The president rubs his chin in frustration. Not many people realize he was in a terrible car accident when he was younger. I know that because I watch Jay Aubrey's channel. Love you, Jay Aubrey.
I did not know that.
I don't know who I've never met Jay Aubrey. I just really love his channel.
Oh, I didn't know Kanye was in a car accident.
Natty's back, and Natty goes, I'm back, and Nexus just goes, oh, Natty. So we're reading the last story of tonight. Not the song from Hamilton, the story of tonight, but the last story that we are reading from this book tonight, and it's about Kanye West saving the planet by becoming president and then being angry that nobody can a birthday present for Kim. I kid you not, that's what the story is about. The metal plate in his chin plays up when he's vexed. Ooh, that sounds painful. You've always been sensitive to it. Buildings can be torn down, animals can die. I want something that stands the test of time. Calm down. A gift worthy of a queen. She is as important to this country as Washington or Lincoln, and if I can't show her that, he folds forward over his desk, broken. Then I failed her. Now that I believe Kanye has said. She's as important as every president ever. Why? I don't know, Daddy. Because we're here to suffer. This is worse than the fucking apocalypse. Can I go back to Tom Hardy and beating off cannibalistic zombie vampires or whatever they were?
I think they were just marauders.
Okay.
But yes, they could be vampire people.
The room has fallen into a sacred silence, but his words echo inside your brain. Washington, Lincoln, the test of time! An idea strikes you. Oh, you say out loud without thinking. Kanye glances up at you sharply. What is it, righty? Everyone face. We are called righty because we're his right-hand person. Just thought you should know. Sorry. Trying to cushion that blow as best we can. Every face in the Oval Office swings in your direction. You swallow thickly, used to being the center of attention. Well, I have an idea, but it's kinda especially insane. The leader of the free world grins at you. Especially insane ideas are the only kind worth a damn. Riding backward in helicopters doesn't bother you like it used to. Your boss rides in choppers more often than cars these days. That's not very environmentally friendly, Kanye West.
How rude.
So if you hadn't gotten over your fears by now, you'd be out of a job. Beneath you, the gorgeous Rocky Mountains rolled gently in glorious green lines. You still marvel that Kim and Kanye had all of this land privately. The president purchased it from developers several years ago and has decreed as any not-for-profit group or family can camp or hike there to their heart's content. Of course he did. You are all bound for the north. I wonder if Kanye's read this book. Does Kanye would read a story about himself too. Just crying. I did fail, Kim. You were right.
Oh gosh.
You are all bound for the northwest corner. Their daughter is named Northwest, and I just had a horrible flashback. But no one in the chopper knows that except you. President West and the pilot, Little Nori and Saint are with us. I guess they haven't had the other kids. They have at least 3 children. But I guess at least one wasn't born. Pressed against opposite windows, oohing and awing as the clouds whiz by. Their behavior flawless despite the early hour. The birthday girl snuggles in beside her husband, her face content. Gross. I'm putting that in. Kim is looking incredible as usual. You're still always floored by her ability to rock every look she's required to, whether that's at a formal political ball in a Parisian palace or a heavily photographed trip to the mountains with her family. Today she's wearing white fitted jeans and gorgeous cashmere sweater threaded with pale silver. She chats easily to you over the headphones. Hey, righty, how's Nick's doing? You two still strong? Your goofy smile gives away how infatuated you are with the love of your life. Kim introduced the two of you at a charity gala. Nick was a rising R&B singer with incredible eyes and a smile that stole your heart. The two of you haven't spent a night apart since. Just one more reason to be grateful to First Lady Kim. We're amazing, you reply. 30 seconds out, says the pilot, as you watch Kanye sit upright nervous. I know exactly why this book was in the dollar store. And also, holy shit, this is the funniest book I've ever read in my life. Holy God. Oh my God.
Do you have how much more do you have?
Just this next page.
Oh, okay.
It feels longer than a few pages, doesn't it?
Yeah. I was like, wait, it was 6. I swear it was 6. I thought I counted right.
No, it's 6. Hi, Star. Anyone but Kanye. Oh my gosh, the story is already making me go, you have no idea.
No,
not Kanye. Problem is now my computer won't turn back on. Oh no, Texas, I'm sorry. Okay, stay calm. It might be the the power cable. It could be the power cable. Hi, Star. It's been a very long day, and we've read a lot of very funny stories. But this one really takes the cake. I thought nothing would top the Kim Kardashian selfie one, but this is awful. I hate this.
This goes straight to the thanks I hate it.
Thanks, I hate it. Immediately to thanks, I hate it. 30 seconds out, says the pilot, and you watch Kanye sit upright nervous. He turns to his wife, love and passion burning in his eyes. Baby, you know he has a big speech prepared because he's been practicing it in front of the mirror for days. They're like, but Mr. President, you have to go to the World Summit. We have to talk about de-escalation efforts. And he's like, hold on. I've got to get this speech down.
My wife is more important than all of you.
Fucking wife, guys. Just kidding. Lots of guys genuinely love their wives. It didn't work out so well for Kim and Kanye, but you know, maybe if he had done what we had told him to do in this book. I'm just kidding. For the mirror for days, he planned to shower her with beautiful words of gratitude to tell her exactly how much she means to him, to the country, to the world. But emotion has caught up with him. Instead of the speech, he kisses her ardently. Happy birthday, Mrs. President. The chopper has begun to descend, and outside the window, Kim's present awaits. A magnificent waterfall pours from the top of a high cliff, and beside that spectacular waterfall, Kim's face and luscious body have been carved into the mountainside.
I knew it. Oh my god.
I was about to joke that they put her on Mount Rushmore.
That's what I was thinking too. Oh my god.
I mean, you missed the cute mom 1 star. Yeah. You missed all the angry orange ones. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, my God. I'm just picturing... Do you guys remember that episode of Phineas and Ferb where they carved Candace's face into the mountain for her birthday?
Yes.
They stole it for this book. The cute mom one. There was a cute one about a mom bringing home, what's his name?
Nicholas Holt.
Nicholas Holt, because he was lonely and homesick, to spend a night with her suburban family. It was cute. Not too much happened, but it was cute. Who is this next one about? I'm sorry.
Don't tell me. I wonder if it's going to be the Michael Clifford one or hopefully someone I know.
It's called His English Heart, so I don't think so.
Okay.
His English heart, delicious. I'm just kidding. I don't eat people's hearts. Oh, and I'm folding a red paper. Oh, what?
Is it who I think it's about? I'm not going to tell you, but is it who I think it's about? Oh my god, it might be who I think it's about.
Oh gosh. Daniel Radcliffe?
Maybe. I'm sorry. I know I have the last little page. Let me read the last page. The artists who have labored 24/7 for months have perfectly captured her sculpted cheekbones and arched brows. Cascading vines fall over her temple and shoulders, mimicking her magnificent hair, and the enormous sculpture stares into the sky with an expression of hope and determination. If Mount Rushmore is iconic, this is a wonder of the modern world. But the most striking aspect is the pose of the carving. It was based on the Paper magazine photo shoot. No, not that.
No.
I was watching a video about how... go watch the Swoop video about Kim Kardashian and cultural appropriation. It's very good.
Oh gosh.
Because of its personal favorite of both Kim and Kanye, Kim's rocky behind protrudes into the stream of the waterfall where rather than champagne, the dancing stream of water bounces merrily off her derriere before it's descending again. It's just enough to be sassy and unique. Nope. There's so much wrong with this. It perfectly encapsulates the First Lady's vivacious spirit. Kim gasps, clasping her hands to her mouth while the children cry, Mama, Mama, it's you! Mama, you're in the mountain! It was Righty's idea, Kanye nods in your direction. I wanted to give you something that would last forever, just like I know our love will. That's what it says! That's
Oh.
Text just sent a bunch of bombs. Thanks, I hate it. At you, it's in the mountain, Derprex. This is like almost as bad as we have what we like to call well, we don't like to call it, but we call it Racist Mountain here because it's Stone Mountain just has a bunch of Confederate soldiers
Yeah.
just carved into the side of a mountain. And everybody here is just like, well, not everybody here. I would say the Republican politicians here are like, well, what do you want us to do? Carve it out of the mountain, dum-dum? And it's like, okay, but you guys do a laser show where you bring the Confederate soldiers to life and salute them. That is a real thing that no one talks about. Yeah.
I knew there was a light show, but I didn't realize that that's what they did.
Yep. Destroy the fucking mountain. Yeah, no, when I was a very little child, because everybody goes to Stone Mountain, and then when I was a teenager, we went back to Stone Mountain, and we were like, oh, won't this be wholesome and fun? And we stood there horrified, and we're like, what the hell? What? Oh, no! And I've never been since. It was so cringe. It was so bad.
So cringe. Our love will be forever. Cut to literally many years ago. Or like not like a year or so ago where they divorced.
This is Kim has begun to cry, her mouth open in what? In an MOUE that doesn't mar her beauty. Is that a word that I don't know? Am I stupid? I can't believe you did this. Kanye touches her face with tenderness. Everyone who ever comes here will be inspired like you, just as I am. Is it? All right. Her fierce kiss is answer. It's incredible. But my best gift is being married to you, Mr. President. Theory, you look away to give them their privacy. Why are we here? What? It's literally just the family and us.
Minor details.
Outside the helicopter, the sun is rising over the mountains, casting the massive sculpture in a vibrant pink glow. Your heart is filled with hope for a world that on the mend, all thanks to President West and First Lady Kim. I hated that.
Oh my god.
I hated that. Just fucking nuke the mountain. Narcissist, nuke the mountain, right? Destroy the fucking mountain. Destroy the whole mountain. Also, it's worth noting, by the way, Stone Mountain, while we're talking about this, people act like, oh, well, it's a relic of its time. It was unveiled in the 70s. During the Nixon administration. Like, no, they carved into the side of the mountain in the mid-70s, and no one talks about it. Always makes me angry.
Oh, dang. I mean, I knew about them, and I'm just like, that's tacky and useless, but I didn't realize it was in the mid-70s when they made it, and they have a laser show where there's
Bureau Agnew gave a speech at the unveiling. That's how recent in history it was.
Who?
The vice president.
Oh, I unfortunately don't know many vice presidents. My bad, but geez, and they thought it was okay. Oh my god.
Yep.
Sorry.
I hated that. Oh my god. We've read 100 pages today.
Oh yay.
I hope there's food downstairs. If my family is watching, I'm sorry. We did not want to be in this position. Trust us.
We didn't want this.
We didn't ask for
this. Well, thank you for reading that, because that was not fun.
That was bad. That was really bad. I hated that. Bonkers. It was, I hated that. I hated that so much. And I never, ever want to read that again. Ever. Just ever. But hey! I got some crocheting done. I can't really see very well on camera, but I've gotten almost 3 rows. I'm going to do another row of the light green and switch again, so it'll hopefully be, it's going to be a little bit smaller than I wanted, but yeah, maybe I'll work on it. It's going to be a work in progress for a long time, and then it's just going to be like a weird blanket that's going to be like, oops. This was the first one I ever made. Oh well. And I'll keep working on it.
30, 40, 50, 60. And I made 18 dinosaurs. Yay, dinosaurs.
Texas. Here comes the sun.
Do-do-do-do.
Tier list before we go. So I think I lost the tier.
Oh,
I'll have to pull it up before the next time, but right now I also just don't have the energy. I'm tired. But off the top of my head, that one goes in the thanks I hate it.
Yep.
The Matt Damon one, it goes in the so bad it's great.
Emma Watson goes in the it's okay.
Yeah, it was okay. Nothing really happened in it. Then what?
Oh gosh, I'm trying to remember everybody. There were Charlie Hunnam was okay. Tom Hardy was okay.
I said the Tom Hardy one. I think we put that in a genuinely like fun story. Like it wasn't a great story, but it was at least like, oh, this is interesting, kind of.
Nicholas Holt is in that was
silly but cute. Yeah.
Silly but cute. Matt Damon, you can't follow me anymore.
That was funny.
The Dan Howell.
Oh yeah, silly but cute.
Yeah,
I think.
Emma freaking Watson.
Anybody out there know who Dan Howell is? Because no one else in chat knew, and I felt somehow too old and too young at the same time.
Oh, there's also Zane.
Oh yes, that was silly but cute, I think.
Yeah. His bare chest, his six-pack abs.
His abs.
Abs.
That one story needs its clip video for the people who missed it because oh my god.
Oh my
what part do we even clip? Which part do we even clip?
The part where it's like it's a testament to my forever love to you, Kim. And it's like, aged like a fine milk.
It's just all the like divorce headlines.
Yes. Oh, or it could be like in a pitch meeting where it's just like, this is my forever love to you. Then it's like, bring with like a thing that.
Yeah.
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 Sorry, you were just like.
No. I wasn't making the face because of you. I was making the face and then trying to add on, but I'm just in shock over what I just had to read. I can't believe it. Star says, "Oh dear, what did I miss?" Star, if you've got some time, go back and watch the VOD from today because there was a lot.
Yes, a lot of chapters.
Are we on page 440? I think
we are on page 441 technically.
Ooh, okay. Come on, I just want to update my progress so that I have something to show for this trauma that we've been through. No, I'm just kidding. I had fun, even though this is crazy.
Oh yeah, just some of the stuff that you had to read. It's just like, what? What?
This is not helping Wattpad's reputation. You know, Wattpad already, like, even within the fanfiction community, gets a reputation for being like where the bad fanfiction goes, which is not fair. There's a lot of very talented writers on Wattpad. I'm more of an AO3 Tumblr girl myself, but this is not helping their reputation.
Definitely
you just know
not.
The Wattpad writers are over here just like, damn it, how is it always these people that are representing us?
Blame Anna Todd. Oh gosh, let's see who wrote that chapter. I want to read
I want to know who did this.
Kate J. Squires. Let's see.
I'm giving us the extra page because we are on page 441 and we deserve it.
Yeah.
How much have we done? 67% done.
Yay.
I think it'll probably take us 2 more weeks to finish this.
Probably. Oh, Kate J. Squires, Blonde and Dangerous on Wattpad, is a self-proclaimed wordsmith, which is totally a real thing. A proud Australian, her job history has included working for Disney, fire dancing, and teaching financial skills, which was hilarious as she was flat broke at the time. Her life achievements include meeting Hugh Jackman once, marrying a dolphin trainer, and raising 2 extraordinary little boys. Kate spends her days penning captivating tales for her readers and teaching hot yoga. They're generally not at the same time, as this is quite hard on the wrist. Find her on Twitter and Facebook at Kate J. Squires.
Don't do that. don't harass anybody, but Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
don't harass. Sorry, my apologies. Don't harass her, but you can just find her there. You can follow her, see how she's doing in her Australian life.
I wonder how celebrities would rate these. Kim and Kanye would love theirs.
Yes, Kim is like, I'm working really hard being a businesswoman and dismantling the capitalism.
The hands taking the hair back is what sells it for me.
Because I work. That's what a lot of people don't know. They just need to get up off their butts and work.
No one. I know who the next one is about. I know who the next one is about. I'm
Don't
so
tell
excited.
me.
Oh my god, no. No.
You're like, I had to read Kanye West and he gets to read this.
I get to kick back and listen to one that might be
Oh.
good. No. It's gonna be interesting.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna Oh my god. Oh my
no.
god, this is so funny.
Oh no. I'm probably gonna forget by next week because I'm just like, my brain. Why? I forget things very
I
easily.
won't ruin it for you.
Oh, thank you.
Oh my god, next week's gonna be a trip.
Oh, fun.
Bro, that Kim clip made everybody mad. Oh yeah, no, we were all mad. They're narcissists. Wait. Not funny. Wait, what joke was bad? I missed something. I'm confused. I'm sorry.
Did I say something wrong?
No, I missed something in chat. Yeah, the yoga and the yoga and writing joke was not funny. No, the one about it being hard on the wrist.
Oh.
No one liked that joke.
Oh, okay.
Which is fair because I didn't like the story. Gabe's like, what did I do? I do the same thing. I'm like, what did I say?
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, I'm sorry for everything I've ever said.
Same.
Shut up, Kim. Like, right. Who approved that? Who did she run that by where she was like, I'm gonna say that people don't work hard enough as a billionaire. And they were like, great job, Kim. That's gonna go over really well. Like, it had to have just been to make people mad on purpose so that we'd all talk about it, right?
Yeah.
Like, it had to be. It had to be.
Yeah, she doesn't see the comments that we make. She has publicists and she's
She
drowning
does not
in money.
care.
Not drowning, but she's just swimming in money.
Anyone else buffering? Oh, well, if we're buffering, good timing, because we're gonna leave, so we gotta get out. Bravo, you're an idiot, Kim. Yep. Yep. Well, we're gonna go eat because we've been through an ordeal.
Mainly Avery having to read that.
I mean, we all had to sit through it. So, we've all been through an ordeal together.
Yay.
But yeah, thank you guys for being here. Sorry. I don't know why I'm apologizing.
Anna Todd or Kate J. Squires needs to apologize.
But yeah, we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye. Thank you for being here.
Bye.
Bye.